Chapter 82, Being a Good Hunter. Sheryl was overwhelmed trying to calm the children down. Loud explosions and blinding light that suddenly came out of nowhere, Dale and Colbert lying on the ground, Akira and Guyver shooting each other, and moreover, a monster coming running at them. There were numerous reasons for those children to panic. But Sheryl did not flinch, and she bravely forced everyone to shut up. However, there was a limit to how long she could continue to keep them quiet. After all, the sound of gunshots showed no signs of stopping any soon, which proved that the battle was still going on. The children were under great pressure and were close to breaking down. Sheryl scanned the situation and looked for Akira. Not too long after that, she saw Akira running toward her direction. He did not seem injured at all. She let out a relieved sigh. Akira is on his way back. I'll go and ask him about the situation, so wait here. After Sheryl said that to her gang member, she went to meet Akira. The other children also calmed down when they saw Akira unscathed. Sheryl jumped off the cart and went to Akira. While that happened, Sebla slowly pushed himself up. He was still all wobbly. Sheryl also noticed Sebla when she was looking for Akira, but she just ignored him. It was because she did not care whether Sebla was dead or alive. Akira was relieved when he saw that Sheryl and her gang were still okay. Now he just needed to wait for Dale and Colbert to kill the monster. Akira did think of helping Dale and Colbert, but he prioritized going and making sure Sheryl and her gang's safety first. If only he had not stepped off his vehicle, he would not have to face all the troubles that he just went through. Thus, he thought that it was sensible to be cautious at least now. He saw Sheryl walking towards him. He also noticed Sebla pulling himself up from the ground not too far from her. It seemed that Sebla was yet to recover from the effects of the stun grenade, so Akira did not put much attention on him. But that proved to be a wrong decision. The moment Sheryl passed beside him, Sebla suddenly reached for her arm and pulled her towards him. He then strangled her and pushed the pistol in his hand on her. Stop, don't move. Sebla yelled desperately at Akira. Sebla had mostly recovered from the effect of the stun grenade. But his movements were dulled because of the fear, confusion, and panic. He had made a deal with Guyver to betray Sheryl and her gang. He and Guyver planned to kill Akira and the other people and share the relics among them. Sebla knew that it was Guyver who shot at Dale's vehicle. He also left all those devices around to attract the monsters, and he had always been looking for a chance to kill Akira and the other two hunters. Sebla did lose his consciousness when he was hit by the stun grenade, but he woke up relatively faster. However, he kept himself close to the ground while the confusion prevailed and utilized the chance to slowly check the situation around him. But he could not understand much of what was going on. He did hear gunshots, so he guessed that someone was fighting. He did not find Akira's corpse around, so there was a chance that Akira was still alive. Thus, he guessed that Akira was fighting against Guyver. That was all that he could make out of the situation. He then saw Akira return back alone. The moment Sebla saw that, his face twitched. There was a good chance that Guyver was dead at that point, but Guyver being alive or not was unimportant for him right now. He was more interested in knowing whether Guyver told Akira that he was planning to betray Sheryl and her gang as well as to kill Akira and the other two hunters. The reason why Akira glanced at Sebla was simply to check him. But to Sebla, who was in a panic, it seemed as if Akira found out from Guyver that he was also planning to betray him, and so he was coming to kill him now. Sebla was blinded by the terror of losing his life. Right at that time, his eyes caught Sheryl. He could not come up with anything else as he aggressively grabbed Sheryl's arm. He did not even think about the consequence of his action. As he tried to blackmail Akira by holding Sheryl hostage, Sebla's face was twisted with fear, and the hand which held the gun was also shaking. It was a very dangerous situation. Sheryl shouted at Sebla with full hostility. Do you really know what will happen to you if you do this? Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Sebla shouted back at her as he prodded his gun. Akira then tried to calm Sheryl. Sheryl, don't provoke that guy, it's dangerous. Just calm down, and try to keep your mouth shut. Don't try to complicate things. Alright? Sheryl was thinking of looking for a chance to break from Sebla's strangle, but after Akira told her that, she just obediently stayed quiet. Sebla felt that strange change in behavior from Sheryl. His face that was twitching in terror changed into a slight smile. That's right. Just shut up and don't do anything stupid. Thinking that he was getting the upper hand, his tension eased off a little. Hence, he was now able to reconfirm his situation. But once he realized that he was hopeless against Akira, who still had his rifles, his tension raised up again. Sebla's gaze quickly focused on the rifle that Akira was carrying. He then glared at Akira and shouted. Drop your gun. Now. Akira locked his gaze with Sebla, thinking about what could be done. But when Akira focused his gaze on him, Sebla flinched back and tensed up. Right before Sebla's nervousness manifested into action, Akira dropped his rifle to the ground. Alpha never imagined that Akira would drop his rifle, that was why she looked at Akira with a surprised expression. Akira? Akira did not answer her question, he focused all of his attention on Sebla. Sheryl was also surprised when she saw Akira drop his rifle since she also thought there was no way Akira would do that. After all, she thought that he did not care too much for her. She was so happy that she was even close to crying, she did not expect Akira would even do something so dangerous as to drop his rifle in front of his enemy just to save her. While at the same time, she was also feeling so much guilt as she forced Akira to do something that dangerous. Sheryl was so filled with emotions as her eyes started tearing. Sebla smiled mockingly after Akira dropped his rifle. It showed that Akira was listening to his order. That caused him to calm down and feel that he had the upper hand. The figure of Akira standing there just looking at him seemed to Sebla as if Akira had given up and had no idea how to get out of that situation. Sebla had the choice of keeping Sheryl as his hostage and escaping from that place. But his fear and hatred toward Akira pushed him to take a more aggressive approach. Right now, Akira had no rifle with him, so he might be able to kill Akira now. As that thought passed through Sebla's mind, he couldn't let it go. His thoughts manifested as he pointed his gun at Akira, grinned, and pulled the trigger. But Akira was able to easily evade the bullet launched from Sebla's gun. Akira had placed all of his focus on Sebla, he was aware of the ever so slightest move that Sebla made when he tried to shoot. Sebla was moving in slow motion from his point of view. As such, Akira was able to correctly judge when and where Sebla would shoot from where he was aiming the muzzle, the slow motion when he pulled the trigger, and the slight change in his expression. Akira had stretched his time perception and was able to easily evade Sebla's shots. While Sebla's gun was away from Sheryl, Akira quickly closed the distance between him and Sebla. He then grabbed Sheryl with his right hand and pulled her away from Sebla, while his left hand got hold of Sebla's gun and sent Sebla flying with his right kick. Sebla did not even have the chance to express his surprise when he saw Akira evade his shots. His focus was immediately shifted to the pain on his stomach as he was thrown into the air. When Sheryl returned to her senses, she found Akira grabbing her right arm. Sheryl, who realized that Akira saved her, hugged him tightly. Sebla was still confused by that sudden change of events, and the pain in his stomach only made his confusion worse. He placed his hands on his stomach as he rolled around in pain. Akira looked at the gun in his left hand that he took away from Sebla. He then threw it away as if he had no interest in it. It was the gun that Guyver lent to Sebla, so there was no telling what kind of trap was installed in it. Akira walked back to his rifle and equipped it while Sheryl was still clinging on him. He then pointed his rifle at Sebla. Akira's eyes met Sebla's, who lied on the ground pale-faced. Sebla's expression greatly distorted as the pain in his stomach was slowly replaced with fear of death. Akira's expression did not change much when he saw that. He was about to pull the trigger, but he suddenly stopped. Akira turned to Sheryl, who was still clinging at him. "He's one of your gang members though, what do you want to do with him?" "Just kill him." Sheryl answered Akira's question without any hesitation at all. For her, there was no benefit in letting Sebla live. He took her hostage and tried to shoot Akira. Although she might forgive him for the former, the latter was simply unforgivable as long as Akira did not tell her to let him go. Akira looked at Sebla again. Sebla stared back at Akira with anger and hostility. It showed that he was already a lost cause. All kinds of things ran through Sebla's mind. The difference between him and Akira, although they were living in the same environment until not too long ago, and how they were so different right now. Sebla vented out his frustration, which sounded as if he was whining. Damn it. You just got lucky. What's so different between us? Akira, who was about to pull the trigger, stopped when he heard that. There was a moment of silence between them. He then answered Sebla's question. Didn't you just say it yourself? That's true, it's our luck. You are just not lucky. After he said that, Akira pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through Sebla's torso. It took a few seconds before Sebla stopped breathing. Akira looked pitifully at Sebla's corpse. If he had not met Alpha, he would have been dead like that too. But Akira quickly scrapped that thought. Even if someone would have shot and killed him, it would have been because of a different reason. Not too long after that, Dale and Colbert also returned after they took care of the monster. Akira pushed Sheryl, who was still clinging on him, away, and she obediently concurred. Akira was still on his guard. It was obvious that Sheryl was crying up until just now. Sebla was lying dead not too far from them, and Guyver was nowhere around. All of these cues made Dale and Colbert frown. Both lowered their guns and walked to Akira. Dale took another look around and said to Akira. I want to know what just happened first, is it okay? Sure. Akira, Sheryl, Dale, and Colbert exchanged information to confirm what was going on. After Dale understood the gist of the matter, he mumbled. That bastard. Doing something like this. But still, although it's weird to say this myself, that guy is pretty crazy to pick a fight against all three of us. Did he not think what would happen if his ambush failed? Was he so confident that his ambush would work perfectly? Dale looked surprised and angry as he said that. He had explored an old world ruin together with Guyver. Thus, he more or less knew of Guyver's skill. And according to his judgment, Guyver was average at best. Colbert interjected and answered Dale's question, that might be because of his debt. Debt? That guy has debt, huh? Yeah, I heard that it's a pretty big debt. I also heard that he was originally planning to pay his debt with the relics that we would gather today. Dale looked a bit pained as he said. Don't tell me that he had no way of paying that debt as the deadline was coming close, so he got desperate. I guess he planned to take our relics and Sheryl's relics to amass a lot of money either for paying his debt or for running away from his debt, huh? Now that I remember, he also rushed forward without checking for enemies in the ruin. I guess he really was that desperate. Dale tried to make sense of everything that happened that day with the new information he just received. But in the end, they were all just his guesses, and with Guyver dead, there was no way to confirm them. Akira then interjected. We can do that later, let's get to the vehicle and head back to the city. As they were about to head back to the vehicle, Colbert suddenly stopped them. Wait for a sec. It's kinda hard to say this, but there's one thing that I want to do. What? If it's possible, I want to take Guyver's body back. I also brought myself a body bag, so it won't get your vehicle dirty. So, is it okay? Colbert understood that what he was asking was something unpleasant for Akira and the others. As a matter of fact, Dale and Sheryl looked obviously annoyed. Dale looked at Colbert and said with displeasure. Just leave him alone. Some monsters will take care of him in no time. That's a suitable ending for that guy, don't you think? Even though he's like that, I worked with him for a long time. Not to mention, I have my trauma with monsters. So I feel bad leaving his corpse for the monsters. Akira thought that if it pained Colbert that much, then he could just dig a hole and bury the corpse. He found it weird since there was no need to bring it back to the city, thus he popped out a rude question for Colbert. What are you planning to do with his corpse after bringing it back to the city? Are you planning to look for his family and give the body to them? No, I will hand it over to the hunter office. If he had left his contact address when he registered his name, the hunter office would at least try to contact his family, that is if he did submit his family information too. The hunter office will take care of the corpse after that. By the way, in order to reduce the number of hunters who have gone missing, the hunter office also recommends bringing hunters' corpse to them, you know? That was one of the efforts to keep the hunters under control and make them stay ethical. It would also help the city management if they could tell which hunters went missing and which hunters were dead. Of course, they would assume the hunters who went missing were already dead, but it was not like they could actually treat those hunters as deceased. Those hunters would need to stay missing for a while, and there was a lot of administration stuff that needed to be approved before they were declared dead. But by bringing evidence that they were dead, such as their corpses, the city management and the hunter office could bypass the administration stuff and cut short the waiting time. Colbert smiled bitterly as he continued. Well, it's only recommended and not compulsory. But the hunter office does suggest us to do that. If it's about profit, by doing something right like that, the hunter office will have a better impression on us. Not to mention that law-abiding companies also include the personality of the hunters when they're looking to hire hunters. By taking Guyver's corpse back, we would not get treated like those hunters who tried to attack the other hunters on the same team, or at least it would lessen the chance for that. It's basically about karma. After listening to Colbert's explanation, Dale nodded. After all, it was something that concerned him too. Colbert then turned to Akira and Sheryl. I can understand your opinion. So well, it's not like I'm doing this to make it up for you, but I'll give mine and Guyver's share of relics to you. They'll fetch you quite a lot of money if you sell them. Sheryl interjected. It was because although it would be just quite a lot of money for Colbert, it would be a huge amount of money for Sheryl and her gang. Are you sure? Yeah, I too messed up, after all. I caused everyone trouble when we were back in the mansion. Even after we said that we would help escort you in exchange for a ride back home, one of my companions attacked you, and now, I'm asking permission to go bring that person's corpse with us. It would be nothing strange if you're angry and decide to leave us here. So it would be great if you accept our share of relics so that it can at least reduce your anger. After he said that, Colbert glanced at Dale. Dale hesitated, but he then gave up and said, all right, I know I'm also at fault here. I'll also give my share. Sheryl asked them again to confirm. Are you really sure about this? Yeah, I don't want people to just leave my corpse for the monsters when I'm dead after all. Dale smiled bitterly when he said that. Sheryl looked at Akira to ask for his opinion. So Akira said to her, I guess it's fine. You should take their offer while you have the chance. If Akira does not mind, then Sheryl had no problem with it either. She lightly bowed and took their offer. I understand, if that's the case, I'll thankfully accept your offer. Thanks and sorry. All right then, let me get this done fast. Just wait here for a few minutes. Colbert then went to retrieve Guyver's corpse alone. After he finished retrieving Guyver's corpse, they quickly continued their way back to Kugamayama City, leaving Sebla's corpse together with the corpse of the monster that Dale and Colbert killed. Although a lot of things happened, Akira was able to return back to the city safely. But of course, each of them had different opinions whether they could say that they really did return back safely. Akira stopped his vehicle near the city. It was somewhere around the border between the wasteland and the slum city. Dale and Colbert said their goodbyes before they went their separate way. Colbert carried Guyver's dead body to the city while Dale went straight to the lower district. Sheryl and her gang members went back to their base first without loading off the relics. She then told everyone who was left in the base to help carry all the relics in the cart to their base. Akira was sitting on the driver's seat while waiting for Sheryl's gang to finish unloading all the relics in the cart. Say, Akira. Akira turned to Alpha, who was sitting beside him on the driver assistant's seat. Alpha was still in her swimsuit. Although she still looked weird in the middle of the wasteland, Akira, who was starting to get used to that, did not react any differently now, at least not until Alpha changed into another dress. Alpha asked Akira something that sounded trivial, but to her, it was an important question. It's about when you saved Sheryl. Why did you drop your rifle? When Akira was in the underground city, he did not drop his rifle even when Reina was taken hostage. Alpha would accept Akira's excuse even if he simply said that Reina and Sheryl were two different cases. But for the sake of her goal, it was imperative to keep Akira alive. If there was someone that Akira would sacrifice his own life for, Alpha would have to think of a way to handle that person. Akira proudly answered. I had a feeling that I would be able to evade his shots without trouble. No, that's not right, it was because I wanted to confirm it. Although I did that when I fought with Guyver too, the time with Sebla was the first time I was able to reproduce the feeling I had when I compressed my time perception. I guess the reason why I couldn't do that in my training with you was because deep down, I knew my life was not in danger. But now that I was able to do it, I feel like I should be able to do it better next time. You didn't think what would happen if you failed? I bet you would move my body by controlling my augmented suit, right? You did that when Guyver shot me from behind, remember? Was it a situation where you couldn't do that? Akira's expression stiffened. If that was the case, then his life was really in danger there. Alpha looked at Akira who was frowning and said. There was no trouble about that. It's as you said, at that time, I was about to move your augmented suit to evade that shot, but you suddenly moved on your own. Putting that aside, I think that's the reason why you could evade Sebla's shot. But that is not the reason why you dropped your rifle. Akira seemed uncomfortable as he said. I was able to kill him without any loss, right? But Akira suddenly seemed to realize something as he added. Well, it was because I was sure I would be able to kill him even if I dropped my rifle. That's why I did that. I thought that I could pick the option where I had a better chance of safely saving Sheryl. The situation was different compared with Reina in the underground city. If I wasn't sure that I would be able to do that, I wouldn't have dropped my rifle. Akira had no plans to get himself killed, Alpha knew that very well. As her worry was resolved by his answer, she smiled at Akira and said. It's all good if that was not a suicidal move. I think I don't need to remind you about this, but it would be bad for me if you die. The reason why I'm helping you is because it's an upfront payment for taking my request. So basically you have a debt to me. I have no plans of letting you go from that debt unless you finish my request, you know. I know. Although we had a lot of trouble this time, I think I'm growing stronger and stronger. I should have a better chance in finishing your request. I hope you're satisfied with this for now. Alpha and Akira were talking to each other while throwing jokes from time to time. As Akira was having a silly talk with Alpha, Sheryl's gang was transporting the relics from the back cart to their base. Since some of the relics were pretty big, Sheryl's gang was gathering quite a lot of attention. But there was no worry of getting attacked since people who saw them knew that they were transporting relics from a hunter's cart. Trying to rob them of those relics meant picking a fight against that hunter. Because of that, Sheryl's gang was able to safely transport the relics even when they went through a territory in the slum city that was owned by a different gang. Akira remembered his fight against Guyver and said to Alpha. But still, I'm glad that was a stun grenade. If it was a hand grenade, it would have been really bad. Well, the stun grenade itself was pretty dangerous though. Either it was because he didn't have a hand grenade, or it was because he thought that he might be in the blast range too. We're saved because of that though, and we were lucky that it was right after the rain stopped. Does it have anything to do with the rain? To be more precise, it has something to do with the colorless mist effect of the rain. The colorless mist effect reduced the intensity of the light and the sound, so the effect from stun grenade must have been considerably weakened. Although, that's also the reason why it's hard to detect a monster in the middle of a thick colorless mist. If I have to give you an example, the DVTS minigun didn't make much sound when you used it, right? If there was no colorless mist, it would have made a very loud sound, you know. I see, But I used that minigun before the rain started, right? And it wasn't that loud then? Colorless mist is ever present in the Eastern District although the thickness level is different in each region. Is that so? Ah, that's the reason why the monsters can't detect us, right? Yep, that's correct. Akira was spending time by learning about what hunters knew directly from Alpha. Not too long after that, Sheryl informed Akira that they had finished transporting the relics. Akira was about to turn the vehicle on and head back home when he suddenly realized something. Now that I remember, Colbert said all of those excuses and we ended up carrying Guyver's corpse back to the city while we just left Sebla's corpse in the wasteland. But when we separated, Colbert was not heading to the direction where the hunter office was. I wonder why is that? It's not like you know him personally and neither is he a hunter, so it's normal to leave Sebla's corpse behind like that. Moreover, when you said hunter office, you meant that big hunter office branch, right? There are other smaller hunter office branches in the city, you know. Is that so? Well, I guess you're right. Since it was not something that interested him, Akira accepted her explanation and stopped thinking about it. After Colbert separated from Akira and Dale, he headed to the city alone. He then waited for someone to arrive. In about 30 minutes after Colbert contacted someone, a vehicle stopped close to him. It was a small vehicle designed to be used inside the city. A man stepped out from that vehicle. Colbert pointed at the body bag that was lying close to him. That man then opened the zipper on the body bag and confirmed that it was indeed Guyver's corpse. He smiled and turned to Colbert. It's Guyver. Thanks for the hard work. Now that I've done my job, tell them to transfer my reward. I know. Just wait for a sec here. That man then operated his information terminal and contacted someone. Suddenly, Colbert begrudgingly said to that man. This is the last time I'm taking this kind of job, okay? Please don't say that. Unlike this dead guy, we think that you're a good hunter and we trust you. It's not easy for us to get a hunter like you, you know. We'll give you a reward suitable for the job, okay? It wasn't worth the risk this time. You're lucky that I'm not asking for an extra reward for this job. You are not satisfied with the reward? In that case, you should discuss it with the boss. We're just goons, so we can do nothing about it. Oh, it seems that the reward is already transferred, can you check it? That man saw a message in his information terminal and conveyed the contents to Colbert. Colbert took out his own information terminal, checked his bank account, and confirmed the payment. The man then took the body bag and stuffed it in his vehicle's trunk. I know it's not easy working as a hunter, but it's not easy to work as a collector either. We have to go collect the dead body of people in debt like this, you see. That man was a debt collector sent by the company that lent its money to Guyver. Although Guyver did not know about it, Colbert was actually his observer. It was Colbert's job to watch over him and secure his body if he died. It was to make sure that he would not escape so that they could throw him to labor work in case he could not pay back his debt and to quickly collect his body as soon as possible when he got killed. There were many private assets that could not be seized if the hunter was still in missing status, such as the hunter office bank account. The fastest way to seize those assets was by bringing the owner of the assets to transfer those assets, regardless of whether the owner was alive or not. In order to make sure that it was not the collector company that killed the person and brought the corpse to the hunter office to seize his or her assets, it was important to have someone else as a witness to testify that the person was actually killed in his line of work. The paperwork could be done faster if the witness was someone trustworthy with a good track record. With Guyver's corpse in their hands, it was easy to guess that the collection agency would seize all of Guyver's assets, including the money that he saved to escape from that very debt. Colbert laughed uncomfortably and said, I know how hard it is to work as a collector. The guy who came to collect my debt ended up in the grave after all. Oof, scary. It seems that you're in a very bad mood today. Well, I'll listen to your story on our way, hop in. That man and Colbert then hopped into the vehicle and they went to the city. Chapter 83, The Way to Sell the Relics. Sheryl was in her private room, talking with Akira through her information terminal. I understand. See you tomorrow then, I'll be waiting for you. Yes, good night. Akira then ended the call. Although she was smiling all the time when she was talking with Akira, her face immediately showed her tiredness the moment the call ended. She then let out a big sigh. I guess Akira won't come here today, huh? That's just too bad. Her call with Akira was basically him telling her that he would not come to the base for today since it was already pretty dark outside. To be honest, Sheryl wanted to use that as an excuse to make him sleep over in the base again, but her wish was not granted. A lot of things happened that day and she was extremely tired both physically and mentally. Since her bathing time was around the corner, she decided to take a good rest while in the bath. After Sheryl grabbed her stuff to take bath and exited her room, she suddenly heard her gang members making noises. It seemed that Ario and the other children were excitedly sharing their stories from the wasteland. Since someone got killed, the story became even more intriguing for the other children. But then on top of that, the reason that guy ended up dead was because he took Sheryl hostage and tried to kill Akira, thus the other children could not help but feel excited as they listened to the story. Ario noticed Sheryl. It was the perfect chance for him to escape from all the other children who were bombarding him with questions. Oh, it's the boss bath time. Sorry, but I have to go and guard the bath. I'm sure you're tired, you can take rest for the remainder of the day. Sheryl believed that everyone who went to the wasteland that day must be very tired right now, that's why she said those kind words to Ario. But Ario shook his head and said, No, don't worry, I'm good. It's not really that tiring to just stand guard anyway. Is that so? Well, it's up to you. Sheryl found his reply a bit weird, but she did not pay much attention to it and continued heading to the bathroom. Since she went out to the wasteland that day, Sheryl took more time washing her body. She carefully cleaned her body before she dipped herself in the bath. As her tiredness was melting into the warm water, Sheryl relaxed and recollected all which happened that day. Sheryl always organized everything that she needed to review every day. She would self-evaluate her actions and use them as references to how she should react in the future. But since she was more tired than usual, the only memory that was replaying in her mind was the memory that left the biggest impression on her. It was the moment when Akira saved her when she was taken hostage by Sebla. Sheryl smiled as she kept replaying that memory inside her head. Every time she did that, the scene would change bit by bit, making Akira's action look much more heroic and the scene became overly dramatized. Soon, her smiling face turned into something different, maybe because the scene that was playing in her mind had already turned into a completely fictional scene. She noticed that her body got increasingly relaxed as her head sunk deeper and deeper into the warm water. Engrossed in the soothing feeling, she eventually submerged her head in the water, but she was able to pull herself up in a panic before any accident could happen. That was dangerous. She knew that if she continued staying in the bath, it might happen again. Thus she told herself to be more careful as she continued enjoying the bath. The same thing repeated at least twice before she decided to finish her bath. Ario and Alicia were standing guard in front of the changing room. It was essential to make sure that no one tried to peek at Sheryl and got themselves kicked out of the gang. Alicia glanced at Ario. It was obvious from his face that he was awfully tired, thus Alicia worriedly said to him, Sheryl also told you that you can take rest, so why don't you go and do that? I'm sure you're very tired too, right? Yeah, that's why I'm taking rest here. The other children would bombard me with questions if I take rest somewhere else. It's tiring to answer their questions. I've even told the same story for about 5 times already. Ario sounded really tired when he said that. When he went to the wasteland with the other children, he was carrying a weapon despite it being only a cheap gun. Because of that, the other children seemed to be comparing him with Akira, who did all the amazing hard work back then. They were asking Ario what he did in the wasteland. It's true that I was carrying a gun. But there's no way I can do what a hunter does on a daily basis out there, you know. Every time they asked me what I did and I said that I didn't do anything in particular, they would look at me with a shocked face. There are even some children who began complaining and telling me what I should have done. But they would immediately shut up when I say that they should take the gun the next time we go out to the wasteland. Those damn bastards. Ario sounded really annoyed. Alicia's expression changed as she heard his reply. It was a mix of worry and fear. There's a plan to go again? I don't know, you should ask Sheryl about that. To be honest, Ario did not want to ever go to the wasteland again. But if Sheryl told him to go, he then would not have any other choice but to go. Leaving that part aside, Sheryl's gang was actually a pretty comfortable gang. Thus he could not afford to make Sheryl angry at him and get kicked out of the gang. Ario's expression changed into something that showed more fear and worry than Alicia. So, Alicia tried to cheer him up. I'll ask Sheryl not to assign you with the same members as this time if you get sent to the wasteland again. I'll be counting on you. By the way, it's not like you did anything that might anger Sheryl, right? Ario averted his gaze. Alicia noticed that and pressed Ario for an answer. Wait, what did you do? No, nothing. She should have forgiven me after sending me out to the wasteland today. Maybe, I hope so. Seriously now, what did you do? Ario looked flustered as Alicia kept pressing him for an answer. There's no way he could tell his lover, Alicia, that he saw Sheryl naked. He tried his best to avoid having to answer Alicia's question. At the same time, Akira was taking a bath in his own house. He planned to go straight to the bed and sleep after finishing his bath. Although he did not realize it until he was in his own home, he was actually pretty tired that day. The moment he took off his augmented suit, he could feel all of his tiredness in one go. He was only able to avoid falling down to the ground after squeezing all of the power that he had left to keep himself up. Akira then quickly finished the minimum level of maintenance for his equipment and decided to take a bath first before going straight to the bed. Akira took his time enjoying his bath as he let his body float on the comfortable warm water. He could feel tiredness melting away from his body as he made sure not to fall asleep by accident in the bath. Akira, there's something I want to talk about, yes? Akira looked absent-minded as he turned to Alpha. Alpha was also inside the bath together with him. Or to be more precise, she was projecting that kind of image into Akira's view. Alpha used her fictional image to the best of its potency. She adjusted her already beautiful body to fit Akira's taste. Normally, people would at least give some kind of reactions when they saw Alpha's naked body. But Akira's reaction was really dull. It was not clear whether it was because he was too tired to give any reaction or it was because he had already gotten used to it. Humans could really get used to almost anything. Seeing how Akira was looking at her with no more than usual interest, which was showing almost no interest in her body, Alpha thought a lot of things in the back of her mind as she struck up a conversation with him. Although a lot of things happened today, we also got quite a lot of relics. So then, when is your next plan to go to the wasteland again? Akira obviously looked confused. Next time. Are we going to do that again? Together with Sheryl's gang? Yep. With what happened today, I honestly don't think that Sheryl would accept the same offer next time though. In the first place, what about my ammo expense? I did use quite a lot of bullets today. I don't think Sheryl can pay for them, you know? Alpha smiled smugly. If it's about that, then there's no need to worry. Since there was no need to hide the destination, I made sure to take a general-purpose subjugation request too. And with the number of monsters that you defeated, it should at least give you some money to cover for the ammo, right? I see. I did use quite a lot of ammo after all. It's good to know that I don't have to worry much about it. The ammo expense was paid from Akira's own wallet and he did not expect to have to fight a swarm of monsters. It was good news for him that he could minimize the unexpected expense. But that was not enough as a reason to invite Sheryl again, but still, I think Sheryl would still reject that offer, you know? When Akira said that, Alpha looked back at him with a serious expression and said, I'm sorry but I prioritize your growth more than Sheryl's interest. Also, I'll have to prioritize your training for the sake of my goal. Since I had to help you during today's escort mission, it means that you failed the training. I need you to get stronger, so it would not be a good thing to reduce the chance for you to train. And just like I told you before, Sheryl will also get some benefits from this offer. Akira looked hesitant. It was because he knew well that he did not have enough strength. Alpha frowned. If you really don't want to do it, I won't force you either. I don't want you to hate me for forcing you after all. Akira continued talking with Alpha after that. Although a lot of things happened, Sheryl did get quite a lot of profit in the end. So it was basically up to Sheryl whether to take that offer again or not. I'll at least ask Sheryl about it. If she agrees, then I'll do it again. Alright then. Next is about you. About me? If it's about the mistakes that I made today, can you do it tomorrow instead? Even if you tell me now, I might just forget it. Akira was only half conscious as he was enjoying the bath. It was not a situation where he could properly react to a review discussion. That's not what I meant. When that guy asked you what's so different between him and you said that it's all about luck, remember? I don't think that's true. I know more than anyone else how hard you're working yourself. After all, I always stick around you since the day we met. Not to mention, the reason why you were able to meet me was because you worked hard to the point that you were able to go to the ruin, right? That's why I don't think you're the same compared with that boy, and I don't want you to have any similar thoughts. Alpha smiled smugly at Akira as she said. In that smile, she was actually saying that she didn't make any mistake in choosing Akira. Akira looked a bit surprised when he heard her, his expression then turned back to normal as he said. It's not like I think I'm the same as him. I do think that I have worked hard before I met you and I keep working hard even after I met you. But that guy might have also given the same amount of effort too, he might have even given more effort than me. But it's a completely different matter whether his effort gave him result or not. Akira looked down as he recalled his past. His gaze was directed at the swaying water surface. I know that I'm giving effort, but I don't think it's anywhere near the effort that I gave before I met you. That's why, I'm just lucky. I won't say that's it, but I think the contribution from my luck is too big to ignore. Which means that boy is just unlucky. That's why I don't really think that everything he said was false. There was not a trace of self-deprecation or empathy in Akira's face. It was just his objective evaluation of himself. I'm really happy to hear that you actually think so highly about meeting me. Alpha smiled teasingly as she slid closer to Akira. Akira immediately realized what he said and bashfully looked away from Alpha. After Akira finished his bath, he went straight to the bed and fell asleep. Alpha looked at the sleeping Akira and began her reflection. Alpha recognized and praised Akira's hard work in order to increase her likability. She even considered his personality when she said that, but Akira's reaction was duller than what she expected. She thought that the way she worded it out was counter-effective, there was a need to fix that flaw. Alpha had always been and would always be observing Akira. The next day, as previously decided, Akira visited Sheryl's base. He directly went straight to Sheryl's private room. The moment Akira put his rifle down and sat on the sofa, Sheryl sat on top of his lap and clung to him as if it was a normal behavior. Sheryl looked a bit bothered, it seemed that clinging on Akira while he still had his augmented suit on did not feel too good. She placed both of her hands on Akira's shoulders, extended her arms, and complained straight to Akira's face. It's hard, can you take it off? No. Since Akira refused, Sheryl started to grumble. Isn't it fine? It's not like you'll lose anything. I'll lose my augmented strength. It's a pain in the ass to put it back on too. That's just too bad. Sheryl looked disappointed as her hands reached behind Akira's back and she clung on him again. Akira, who started to get used to her, just sighed. So then, Sheryl, where do you want to start? All right. First of all, about the relics that we brought back, what should we do with them? Even if you ask me. You can do whatever you want with them. But you should at least decide your share and the other details. Akira tilted his head. My share? Yes, although we only lent you manpower, we did contribute by sending some of my gang members to the wasteland. So, it would be great if you could decide on the share that the other children could accept. But of course, I'll help to convince them no matter what you decide. These children went out to the wasteland because of Sheryl's order. They had to collect relics while under the fear of getting attacked by monsters, and to top it off, they did get attacked by a swarm of monsters. Thus it was understandable that they would be angry if they only got a small number of relics as payment. Of course, Sheryl could shut them down by telling them what happened to Sebla who betrayed her, but it would not erase their dissatisfaction. That was what Sheryl thought. Akira noticed that Sheryl was misunderstanding something there, so he explained to her in order to clear up her misunderstanding. What are you talking about? Those relics are all yours and your gang's. That's why I'm telling you to do whatever you want with them. Sheryl stiffened when she heard Akira's answer. All of them? Yep. Including the relics from Dale and Colbert too. Seeing Sheryl flustered there, Akira found it a little weird. All of them, so those relics are included. Sheryl remained frozen as she replayed Akira's answer again and again on the back of her mind. She was making sure that she did not omit or mishear anything. She then concluded that she did not mishear it, and that there was no deeper meaning behind his answer. Since Sheryl was frozen there while clinging at him, Akira called her. Sheryl? Sheryl then stepped off from Akira and sat beside him. She sounded hesitant as she said with a low voice, I don't really know the details, but don't you need them to offset the ammo expense and other stuffs? I see, I made sure to get money from the other source for that, so there's no problem. Is that so? Then how about an extra reward? There were a lot of unexpected things that happened after all, like that fight against the swarm and the other hunter. Reward? Reward for the request, huh? You should actually deduct some of it. After all, I put you in more danger by letting those hunters come with us and you also got taken hostage too. No matter what happened, the fact is that someone I should protect got killed, so it was basically a failure on my part as my job was to escort you and your gang members. Since those relics are the reward for finishing the request, I'm fine with not getting any, that I see. Akira's answer seemed to make Sheryl more depressed. She hung her head low, she felt like she just got into a huge debt that she would never be able to return. Akira did not understand why Sheryl was so depressed. From his point of view, she had to go through a lot of bad experiences in the wasteland. Not only he basically half-forced her to go along with his training, she got attacked by a swarm of monster, then the hunter, who they gave a ride to, also attacked her, and to top it off, she was also taken hostage. Akira, who thought that he did nothing good for Sheryl, decided to give all of those relics to her in order to reduce his guilt. But there was a huge gap between their perspectives. Akira was bewildered while Sheryl looked depressed. There was an awkward silence between the two of them. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Akira and Sheryl quickly turned to the source of the sound. Sheryl still looked depressed as she stayed quiet. Akira, who was at loss on what to do, answered in her stead. It's not locked. The door opened and Alicia entered the room. Sheryl, Katsuragi-san is here. Alicia noticed the mood between Akira and Sheryl, she then tilted her head in confusion. There were 3 people gathered in the base's guest room, Akira, Sheryl, and Katsuragi. Alicia just left 3 glasses of drinks in that room before hurriedly excusing herself out. Katsuragi looked a bit confused feeling the mood in the room. After he asked what was going on, he then sipped the coffee and said, Well, so that's how I heard that you guys returned back from the wasteland with relics and I'm here today just to check those relics. Akira replied to Katsuragi. I see, so you're here to buy the relics, huh? But those relics are from Higuraka Residence Ruin. They're not those expensive relics that you usually handle. They're from Higuraka Residence Ruin. Why would someone on your level go to that ruin? There are no more expensive relics in that ruin, you know? Do me a favor and go to a ruin with better relics next time, alright? It was Sheryl and her gang who went there for the relics. So those relics are Sheryl's. Katsuragi frowned. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Akira's unexpected answer. They're Sheryl's? Didn't you hire them to collect the relics? It's the opposite. Sheryl hired me to help them collect the relics. Katsuragi knew well of Akira's ability. He then guessed how much it would take to pay a hunter with similar skill as a bodyguard. One thing was for sure, Sheryl should not have enough money to pay Akira. His suspicion got deeper. He then tried to ask for more information. Sheryl's gang doesn't have enough money to have you escort them, right? Akira sounded as if he was only making excuses as he said, well, about that, like, friendly discount. If that's the case, then you'll give me a friendly discount too, right? Well, you know what, I guess I should rethink about my relation with you if you're in so much trouble that you can't pay for my reward. Katsuragi and Akira then laughed. Although both of them seemed to be just getting along with each other from the outside, they were actually carefully gauging each other's reaction. Katsuragi then changed into his business smile and looked at Sheryl and Akira. Well, since I'm here, can you show me the relics? There might be some expensive relics that amateurs can't recognize, Unlike what Katsuragi expected, his offer was immediately accepted and he was guided to the storage room. The storage room was filled with all the relics that they brought back from the Higuraka residence ruin. Even after Katsuragi scanned the whole room, he found nothing but cheap relics that hunters usually found in Higuraka residence ruin. They're really relics from Higuraka residence ruin. I was hoping that it was just an excuse for Akira to store relics that he can't leave in his home, in Sheryl's gang. But I guess I was expecting too much. The relics that Sheryl received from Dale and Colbert were placed inside her private room since she planned to give them to Akira later. If Katsuragi saw them, he would try to buy them from her. Katsuragi sighed. It was obvious that he had lost interest. So, Sheryl, what do you plan to do with these relics? I'm thinking of selling them. Sheryl, who had somewhat recovered, calmly answered Katsuragi's question. She could not afford to show Katsuragi that her relationship with Akira was shaken a bit. Katsuragi then warned Sheryl. Just to make it clear, I won't buy them, There's no need to worry, we're planning to open our own stand to sell them. We'll clean those that can be cleaned and fix those that can be fixed before putting them out for sale. We might also sell some of them to the other gangs that we have a connection with. Since Sheryl planned to go to the Higuraka residence ruin to collect relics, she had always been thinking of the way to exchange the relics into money. Her conclusion was to sell them herself. Although she had some inklings as to how much she should sell them for, she had no guarantee whether it would go well or not. Katsuragi had lost interest in all the relics in that place, so he apathetically said. I see, well, good luck. Beside Katsuragi, Akira seemed to be deep in thought. Katsuragi went back right after that. He was a busy person after all. After Katsuragi left the base, Sheryl, who had regained her calm, turned gloomy again. Although she was calmer than before, it did not change her situation at all. She glanced at Akira and realized that he was thinking about something. Akira's gaze was directed to the relics inside that room. Sheryl looked at those relics again, but she did not find anything out of ordinary. She seemed confused and asked him. Is there anything wrong with the relics? If anything piqued your interest, I don't mind giving it to you. No, that's not it. Sheryl, you plan to clean and fix them before selling them, right? Yes. There's something that I want to ask from you. Of course. Sheryl quickly replied even before Akira told her what he wanted to ask of her. Akira winced back when she suddenly interjected like that. Then wait here for a bit. After he said that, Akira left the base. Not too long after, Akira returned back with a filled rucksack. He then unloaded everything inside that rucksack on the floor. Those were the relics that Katsuragi refused to buy from Akira the other day. Akira then turned to Sheryl and asked. Can you sell these relics too? Sheryl, who heard that, turned gloomy again. Akira himself thought that he was pushing troublesome stuff to Sheryl. That was why he thought it was the reason why she looked depressed. But in actuality, it was because she was expecting to get a much harder request from Akira. If that was all that he asked from her, it would be not even close to enough to repay her debt to Akira. That was why her expression turned depressed again. Their perceptions of the situations were completely opposite. Sheryl then asked Akira. Is it okay if I ask you the details in my private room? I want to ask about the price and how to sell them. After all, they're your relics, so it's not like I can just decide the price on my own. I see, you're right. Akira and Sheryl then returned back to Sheryl's private room. He then explained to Sheryl, who was sitting in front of him, about the details of his request. Akira wanted Sheryl to sell them for a high price as possible. There was no time limit and it was okay if she could not sell them at all in the end. He also wanted the other related information such as when and to whom Sheryl sold them, for how much they were sold, how long it took for Sheryl to sell them, etc. Although he asked a number of things, all of them were easy requests. Sheryl listened to Akira's explanation and understood what he really wanted from his requests. Basically, Akira wanted to check the relic market, and he wanted to do that through Sheryl. He wanted to make sure if the relics that Katsuragi would not buy from him were really cheap relics, or was it that they could be sold at a high price as long as he knew where to sell them, or that maybe there was actually a way to process them into something that could be sold at a high price. If Sheryl sold them in her stand and someone bought them at a high price, then there was a good chance that Akira's guess was correct. The relics that Akira gave to Sheryl would only collect dust in his house. Even if they were sold only for a small price or even if no one would buy them at all, Akira would not lose anything. Of course, there's no need to worry about it too much, I'm okay with any result. I know that you guys are busy too. So, your share is half the selling price. I guess that's all from me, do you have any questions? I understand. I don't know how high I can sell them for, but I'll try to do my best. Sheryl smiled invincibly at Akira, there was no trace of hesitation or doubt in her smile. Akira felt relieved seeing her reaction. Since there was no restriction or limit in his request, Akira thought that she could do his request as a side job. So it should not put too much burden on her. But Sheryl focused more on the fact that Akira did not place any particular expectation in it. Unlike yesterday's escort request, this was a request from Akira that would clearly bring some profit for him. It was a good chance for her to return her debt to Akira that she kept piling up. Sheryl thought that if she could make enough profit for Akira, if she could prove to him that she was useful, then Akira would not easily abandon her. No matter whatever it was, Sheryl wanted to be useful to Akira. She must become someone useful to Akira. Sheryl thought that her situation was pretty bad since she had become dependent on him as well as all of the debts that she had to Akira. Thus, this request from Akira seemed like a perfect opportunity for her. If Sheryl expressed her happiness, Akira might find it suspicious. She had regained her composure enough to notice that and just smiled at him. Akira thought that Sheryl had calmed down and smiled in return. Although both of them took the situation in a completely different manner, both of them were smiling at each other. Akira thought that it should be okay to invite Sheryl to the Higuraka residence ruin again right now. But right when he was about to invite her, Sheryl suddenly asked him. So then, Akira. Do you have any other business after this? Not really. In that case, would you please accompany me to go shopping? Sheryl smiled widely when she said that to Akira. It was not like Akira had any pressing matter to take care of, so he really did not mind going. The moment he was about to say yes, his information terminal suddenly rang. It was a notification for a message. When he checked it, it was from Elena and Sarah. The content of the message was about the next schedule to go exploring the ruin again. I'm sorry, something came up, just invite me again next time. I see. It's really unfortunate. But since you said to invite you again next time, it means that you're willing to accompany me, right? Yeah. Thank you very much, I'll be looking forward to it. Sheryl was delighted with that promise. Although there was a little bit of displeasure since Akira did not prioritize her, she tried her best to hide it from him. Chapter 84, The Truth About Exploring an Unexplored Ruin. Akira planned to go to the unexplored ruin together with Elena and Sarah again. Just like before, he met up with Elena and Sarah near the border between the wasteland and Slum City. The situation was the same as Alpha planned to stop giving her support once Akira was out in the wasteland. Alpha donned a full-body battle suit with a fastener on her upper and lower body. The glossy fabric stuck tight to her skin as it pronounced her already charming body lines even more. The fastener in front of her extended from under her neck, all the way down between her legs, and to the back. She let that fastener open down to her belly. Her fair skin was clearly exposed through that opening, showing that she was not wearing any underclothing. If the people around Alpha could see her now, there was no doubt that she would gather a lot of attention. Although it showed less skin than her usual swimsuit, there was not much of a change in its seductiveness. Akira saw that and stopped himself from making any comments, thinking that it was at least better than her usual swimsuit. Clearly, he had more or less gotten used to it by now. He saw Elena and Sarah heading his way as the meeting time was getting closer. Alpha then smiled and told Akira that she would stop her support. So then, good luck for today. Alright. You can call me anytime if you feel lonely, okay? In contrast to Alpha, who smiled when she said that, Akira pouted. Alpha then just giggled and vanished from Akira's vision. Before Elena and Sarah arrived there, Akira took a deep breath and returned his expression back to normal. Elena and Sarah stopped their vehicle next to Akira's. Akira smiled at them. I'll be in your care for today. Elena smiled and replied, but somehow, her smile was a little clouded. We'll be in your care too. But there's something I want to ask you first. Akira, do you have an auto-drive function on your vehicle? Yes. Can you set it to follow behind us? Sure. Okay, once you set it like that, can you get onto our vehicle? There's something I want to talk about. Alright. Akira did find that a little weird. Even so, he set his vehicle in auto-drive to follow behind Elena and Sarah's vehicle before hopping into their vehicle. Once Elena made sure that Akira had set himself in, she then started the vehicle and drove to their destination. Sarah, who was sitting in the driver assistance seat, stood up and turned back to Akira, who was sitting behind her. She then apologetically said, "Please let me apologize first, we're really sorry." What happened? It seems that someone discovered the ruin that we went together the other day. Akira was obviously a little surprised. He did expect that it would happen sooner or later, but he did not think that it would happen so fast. That I see. But it's not like it's Sarah-san and Elena-san's fault, or like, do you have any idea why that happened? Elena, who was driving the vehicle, answered Akira's question. Nothing. Or at least, we've done our best to make sure that wouldn't happen. Well, even if the information about the existence of the new ruin leaked from the selling route that we've employed, there is no way they would know about the location of the ruin too. And according to my scan back then, no one was following us either. Akira just smiled lightly and said, "Well, it's just a pure coincidence then. So I don't think it's your fault. Not to mention that it might be because of something that I did. After all, I went back straight to the city the first time I returned back from that ruin. So it might have been me all along." It was indeed unfortunate that other hunters knew about that ruin, but that would happen sooner or later anyway, and this time it happened sooner than expected. That was all Akira thought. Elena and Sarah frowned when they heard Akira's answer. Elena then mumbled, "So you're not suspecting us at all, huh? Aren't you least bit suspicious that we sold the info about that ruin? I did tell you that the info of an unexplored ruin alone can fetch you a lot of money, remember?" "Not at all. Why can you be so sure about that?" "The reason, just my intuition, I guess." There was a short pause before Akira continued. He was thinking of any excuse as to why he thought so and conveyed anything that came up in his mind to Sarah and Elena while half joking. Moreover, if it was Elena-san and Sarah-san who were selling the info for money, I'm sure both of you would come up with a method that would bring you lot more money, like selling the info piece by piece, right? Well, that's just my intuition though. Elena's and Sarah's serious-looking expression softened when they heard Akira's reply. Elena laughed and replied with a joke as well. "That's true. If it was me, I would do it in a more profitable manner. If it's you, I'm sure you'll mix some fake info while selling it. After all, it'll fetch you more money while leaking less info, right? Sarah also jumped in with a joke. Elena laughed and said to Sarah, "But of course. I'll sell them as expensive as possible too." She then smiled and said to Akira with a calm voice, "Akira, thank you for trusting us. I'm honestly happy that you do." There were many reasons why a team of hunters broke up. One of them was trust issues. Exploring the old world ruin means that they were putting their lives on the line to search for expensive relics worthy of that bet. And those expensive relics were the very thing that made these hunters doubt each other. Thanks to that, there were many hunter teams which broke up and ended up pointing their rifles at each other. But Akira completely trusted Sarah and Elena. He did not doubt them at all. Elena was extremely delighted with that fact. Elena, who was starting to feel embarrassed, decided to change the subject. "All right then. That's it for this matter. Now to the next subject, listen closely, okay? Okay. Although we're heading to the same ruin that we visited previously, it might be pretty dangerous this time. So I need everyone to be extremely careful. If anyone gets some bad feelings or any other reasons that make you think it's better to withdraw, don't hold back and tell the others too. We'll immediately withdraw when that happens. I just want to put that out first. Akira, you're okay with that, right?" "Yeah. Let's be extra careful this time. By the way, Elena-san, why do you think that the ruin would turn dangerous this time?" There were no monsters around that ruin when they visited last time, so Akira was a bit confused why Elena thought it had turned dangerous. Elena then answered his question. When info about a new ruin comes out in the market, it will include all the info regarding that ruin, like its location, the interior map of that ruin, the monsters around and inside that ruin, the relics that you can find inside that ruin, and many other kinds of info. But this time, according to our investigation, no other info except the location is available in the market right now. A lot of hunters will flock to that ruin if they know they can find expensive relics in that ruin, so isn't that just because the people who sold the info didn't want that to happen? Of course, that's also one of the possibilities. But there's also another possibility. It might be because no one returned back alive after diving into that ruin, so no extra information about that ruin comes back to the city. Or the companions of the hunters, who dove into that ruin, waited outside and killed them on their way back. That would explain why there's no other info other than the location of the ruin. Or maybe, the people who sold info deliberately only sold the location to make others explore that ruin and wait for the info about the interior of that ruin to be available in the market. That way they can prepare themselves better for exploring that ruin. Hearing this, Akira nodded with a serious expression. "That I see. Let's be extra careful this time." Akira completely erased the thought that the ruin should be safe just because he did not find any trouble the last time he visited that ruin. On his way to the ruin, Akira was at a loss whether he should call for Alpha or not, but after hesitating for a long time, he eventually decided not to do it. After all, unlike last time with Sheryl, Akira had no extra luggage this time. Not to mention, he had Sarah and Elena with him too. They had also decided to withdraw the moment any of them thought that things might get dicey. So Akira decided to do his best on his own for the time being. Unlike last time, they went to the ruin directly rather than taking any detour. When they stopped their vehicle behind a wreckage near the ruin, they saw a completely different scene compared to the previous time they came there. There were countless corpses of biological monsters scattered around the area. They were riddled with bullet holes. There were also remnants of mechanical monsters that were blown up with some kind of explosives. And of course, there were also empty magazines, bullet casings, and other equipment as well as dead hunters among them. All of them were the remnants of fights between hunters and monsters. Akira scanned the area and mumbled, "That's a hell lot of them." It was a huge mess, the rubbles from the explosives that both the monsters and the hunters used, flesh and blood of the biological monsters and hunters, mechanical parts both from hunters' equipment and the mechanical monsters. All of them mixed together and scattered all over the area. It could be inferred that a group of hunters fought a big swarm in this place. Sarah also scanned the area and said, If these hunters came here for the ruins, then where did all these monsters come from? Did these monsters come from the inner part of the ruin? Elena, did you find anything? Elena checked the signal from her information-gathering device. It's all right. There's no monster around the area. If these monsters did come from inside the ruin, it seems that the hunters have killed every single one of them. As Akira approached the entrance to the ruin, his expression turned grim as he noticed that the fight was fiercer around that area. If there were this many monsters in this place, it was actually a good thing that the location of this ruin leaked out. Basically, we had other hunters scout the inner part of this ruin for free thanks to that. Elena agreed with Akira's opinion. You might be right about that. The scariest thing about an unexplored ruin is that it has as many monsters as the unclaimed relics inside it, and we have no information about both of them at all. Looking at this, it is better to assume that no one was able to return back alive from searching the ruin, and that's why there is not much info about the ruin available in the market. Either we just got lucky when we came here last time, or someone made a huge blunder inside the ruin. Akira, we can withdraw now if you want to, but I'll leave that decision to Elena-san. At least for me, I don't think we should withdraw yet. There was a trace of hesitation in Akira's voice. It showed that he carefully made that decision after considering the possible danger. Elena smiled happily and said, "All right, let's go then." Sarah seemed a little bit excited as she joined in. "I look forward to seeing your performance, but don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Akira, Sarah and Elena stood in front of the stairs leading down the underground ruin. The wreckage and rubbles around the entrance looked as if they were shoved out of the way by something huge, and that trace continued all the way inside the ruin. It seemed that there was some kind of powerful monster inside. Akira took his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun off his vehicle. He did not forget to stuff his rucksack with ammo too. Akira prioritized filling his rucksack with ammo rather than reserving space for relics. He was planning to throw away some of his magazines in case he found expensive-looking relics later. After all, it was better to find himself having to throw away ammo rather than finding himself running out of ammo. Thanks to his augmented suit, Akira did not find any trouble carrying all those ammo. Although the energy consumption of his augmented suit increased, it should still have enough energy to last for the day. Sarah and Elena were also gathering their equipment from their own vehicle. It seemed that they were making sure that they had everything they needed since they noticed the ruin was more dangerous than they thought. Elena then asked Akira. "Akira, are you ready?" "Yeah. I'm ready." "All right then, let's go." Elena pointed her rifle to the interior of the ruin and pulled the trigger. The grenade launcher equipped on her rifle launched a canister that vanished deep inside the ruin. Elena and Sarah started going down the stairs after that. Akira followed suit after them. While going down the stairs, Akira suddenly asked Elena. "Elena-san, what did you do back then?" "Back then? That's a mini information gathering device. I used it to get more accurate data of the area and to check for any monsters." "Oh, so there's something like that, huh?" "That one is a canister type that can be launched from a grenade launcher, but there are many other types that you can use, you know. Some of them can be controlled manually or set to automatically explore the floor. There are even controllable drones that you can use to explore the area." "That sounds really convenient. How much do they cost?" "They're pretty expensive. The drones can even cost up to 1 million orum per drone. It's all good if they returned after exploring the ruin, but sometimes they get destroyed by the monsters or the connection gets interrupted and the drone crashes. There are even cases when they returned back while bringing some monsters together with them. Not to mention, if you get unlucky, some monsters can trace back the drone and detect your location." "I see, so that canister type, how much does it usually cost?" "That's about 10,000 orum per canister. It's pretty expensive for a single-use equipment, so I plan to retrieve it later if it's possible. The reason why I didn't use it last time was because it would be a waste if something breaks it. So I just thought that there was no need to use one back then, but this time it seems that the ruin has turned more dangerous than before, that's why I used it just to be safe." Elena seemed a bit flustered as she replied. She had done that all for the sake of maximizing the possible profit from the exploration. After all, if they ended up in red because of that, it would beat the main purpose as to why they explored the ruin. Since they decided to bet their lives on exploring the ruin, it was important to return back with more money. In order for them to minimize their expenses, they had to put their lives in more risk. It was indeed a harsh world. That was what Akira thought. As Akira went down the stairs, he noticed the traces of something big and heavy running up the stairs. But the stairs were not that damaged, so it did not cause much trouble for Akira and the others as they walked down. It showed just how amazing the old world building was. After they went down the stairs, they went through the same hallway that they went through last time. But the interior of that hallway was so much different compared to the previous time they visited the place. Unlike last time when they had to use a flashlight to explore the hallway was bright enough without any extra illumination this time. Looking at the shadow that cast straight below them, they knew that the light came from above, but there was no lamp-like object fixed in the ceiling at all. Elena looked around and said, "So this facility is still active, huh? I wonder if some hunters went to the deeper part of the ruin and did something to turn the facility back on." The interior was bright enough for them to see far deep into the ruin. There were traces of explosives, bullets, and blood on the hallway, showing that fights happened there. Akira stared into the deeper part of the ruin and said, "There are traces of battles here too. There are also traces of something big and heavy passing through the stair. It's really weird that there's no dead monster or hunters in this place. Looking at the traces, the battle should have happened a few days ago. And judging from the blood splatters, there should be at least multiple dead organic monsters or at least human corpses in the area. Since there were traces of mechanical monster wreckage above the ground, it meant that there should be at least some leftover mechanical monsters too." Akira thought that it was impossible for all of them to reach the surface without getting killed on the way. Sarah made a guess and said to Akira, "That I'm not really sure either. But I think that the cleaning drone might have cleaned them up." Although the old world ruins were left unmanned for years, some of them were always kept clean and in tip-top shape. It was all thanks to the cleaning drones and the self-repair function that was still active even right now. Those kinds of ruins were relatively more dangerous, since any traces of monsters were regularly cleaned up, making it harder to gauge the danger inside that ruin. Not to mention, the security functions might also still be active and they would try to eradicate any trespassers. "It seems that there's no monster around, let's carefully go deeper." With that signal from Elena, they continued exploring deeper into the ruin while keeping their guards up. They eventually reached the hall where they collected some relics the previous time they came there. They did not meet any monsters yet. Although there were traces of battles here and there, they did not find any dead corpses from those battles either. The way forward was branching into two hallways. They noticed that there were traces of something big and heavy having passed through the right hallway. The destroyed ticket gate near it showed the strength of that unknown thing. Elena turned to Akira and Sarah and asked them, "Which way to go?" "Left." "Let's go left." Sarah and Akira did not hesitate when they answered Elena's question. All of them agreed to go to the left. When they continued to the left hallway, they found themselves inside an underground city. There were shops and stands lined up inside, but most of them were already in a destroyed state. And unlike inside the hallway, there were traces of battles complete with the corpses of the organic monsters, wreckages from the mechanical monsters, and the dead hunters. Elena's expression turned grim. But it was not because of the number of the dead hunters scattered in front of her, nor was it because most of the relics were destroyed by the explosives that were used in this place. She turned to Akira and Sarah. "Akira, Sarah, are you guys ready? They're coming." The moment she said that, Sarah and Akira moved to her front and readied their rifles. Akira put his rucksack down and lined up extra magazines on the ground around him. Sarah also did the same as Akira. From the goggles that he was equipping, Akira could see information from his information-gathering device as well as from Elena's information-gathering device. He could see countless signals coming in his direction. Judging from the movements of those signals, it was rather obvious that they had noticed Akira's position. More and more signals kept appearing in the detection range. The monsters in that area were still alive and kicking. They were only taking a short rest after cleaning up the hunters that went in before the trio. Akira pulled the trigger almost at the same time as Sarah. As gunshots echoed through the area, it signaled that another fight had started. Sounds of monsters came out from deep inside the underground city as well as from the already destroyed shops in the area as they quickly gathered at Akira's location. There were all kinds of monsters. Some of them were carnivorous monsters with large strong legs, some of them were half-cyborg dogs with conspicuous mechanical body parts. There were even missile pods with legs that burst out missiles randomly as if it did not care if they hit the other monsters. Those monsters ran from behind wreckage to wreckage while closing into Akira's position, but Akira quickly took them out together with the wreckage that they were using to hide with his DVTS minigun. The powerful DVTS minigun also made a quick work of the monsters that were caught moving from one wreckage to another. The bullet storms destroyed everything, both the monsters and the wreckages. As for the monsters with long-range weapons which were shooting from far away, Akira would take cover behind sturdy-looking wreckage and use his CWH anti-material rifle while relying on the information received from his information-gathering device to aim at them. The powerful piercing bullet from his CWH anti-material rifle could easily pierce through the rubble and the monster hiding behind it. Elena was also providing support fire while shooting some mini information-gathering devices into the deeper part of the ruin to perform more accurate detection. She then sent the location of monsters with long-range weaponry as well as the trajectory line of the projectiles that they shot to Akira and Sarah. She was also sending the precise locations of the monsters that were approaching Akira and Sarah to make sure of their safety while providing them support fire. Sarah used the information from Elena to accurately aim at those monsters. She used her A4WM repeater grenade launcher to shoot the monsters that were hiding behind the rubbles from above them or by bouncing the grenade off the holes on those rubbles. Sarah trusted Elena's information and kept blasting grenades into those monsters. Most of her shots hit the vital points of those monsters like their heads or their cannons, which then caused a localized explosion. Although they had the upper hand in that battle, Elena's and Sarah's expression somehow looked grim. Sarah then asked Elena who knew the best about the situation they were in. "Elena, about those monsters though." "Yeah, some of them are the same type of monsters that we found in the Kuzusuhara ruin underground city, that I see, so my guess is correct, huh?" Sarah's expression turned grimmer than before. The underground city located under the Kuzusuhara ruin was filled with powerful monsters, enough to make the city management set up a forward base there. During their forward base aid request, Sarah and Elena had to fight back those monsters that were coming out from the underground city. There were even times when they were overwhelmed by some of those monsters, but at that time, they were able to receive reinforcement from the other hunters who were standing guard and the tanks nearby, thus they were able to fight back those monsters without any trouble. In case if those powerful monsters were mixed in the swarm that they were facing right now, then they were indeed in a very bad situation. Elena then continued. "As far as my detection goes, these monsters are relatively weaker than the monsters that we faced in the underground city. But still, it's not normal to find these monsters in this place." Sarah then turned to Akira. "Akira, are you okay over there?" "I'm fine." "That's good to hear. Some of these monsters are dangerous. There's no need to try saving your ammo, use your full power." "Understood." Akira's answer was firm, there was no trace of panic or fear in his voice. Sarah and Elena smiled when they heard his answer. Judging from his answer, it seemed that Akira was able to hold himself just fine in that battle, thus their focuses that were unconsciously leaning toward worrying about him, in case if he was in danger, shifted to the monsters in front of them. Thanks to that, it greatly reduced the time that they needed to clear up the monsters. Even without Sarah's recommendation, Akira was already using his full power without worrying about his ammo expense. But he had to still worry about his leftover ammo. He carefully gauged the enemy and used the openings to quickly replace the empty magazine of his rifle before immediately returning back to shooting and pushing back the monsters that were approaching him. Since he had no other choice but to use his bullets, he was trying to use them as effectively as possible. As not to make any mistakes when reloading, he would throw his empty magazines far away from him. But after some time, the number of empty magazines around him had significantly increased. Because of the absence of Alpha's support, Akira's shooting skill was lower than usual, and also his actual skill was not enough to efficiently take out the monsters in this situation. Akira was actually compensating that by shooting more than usual. As such, he was using more ammo. I still have some reserve magazines left in my rucksack. When I have to use them too, I'll call for Alpha. That is if Alpha can still provide me with support in this place though. I guess I should try to ask her now to confirm that while I still have the chance, huh? Akira hesitated for a bit, but he quickly made up his decision. No, that kind of pessimistic way of thinking will be fatal in this situation. Moreover, if I can't handle this situation myself, that in itself is a fatal flaw that will definitely get me killed sooner or later. I have to get stronger. That's why I have to handle this myself. Akira pulled himself together and continued shooting. He was trying to get stronger, he was also putting extra effort to get stronger, and for that sake, he placed himself in more danger. The source of that desire was nothing more than his own will to get stronger. But in reality, there was another reason that he himself did not realize as to why he was trying so hard. As the fight continued, the sound of gunshots that echoed through the underground city summoned more and more monsters. Those gunshots would not stop as long as the hunters were still fighting the monsters. Then eventually the gunshots stopped. The last person who was holding the trigger was Akira. As the final bullet that pushed through the barrel of his rifle pierced through the head of the last monster alive, it signaled the eradication of the monsters in the area. And with no targets to shoot, the battle came to an end. The underground city was wrapped in silence. Akira looked around his surroundings while still on high alert. 5 seconds passed, then additional 10 seconds, the silence still continued. After another 10 seconds, Elena smiled and said, "No more signals. It seems that there are no more monsters around, it's all right now." Elena and Sarah finally lowered their guards. Akira let out a big sigh. There were not many magazines left. Akira smiled lightly, he felt more confident since he was able to survive the battle without Alpha's support. Sarah smiled and walked to Akira. "You looked pretty calm there, you did well." There were even some monsters from the inner part of the underground city mixed in that swarm. Normal hunters who never faced those monsters would at least have some hard time fighting them, you know? Well, I was using my ammo without holding back after all. Although, at that point, it can be said that I was already hard-pressed. Had it continued any longer, I would have racked a huge ammo expense since I used quite a lot of ammo to kill those strong monsters that Sarah-san and Elena-san warned me about. So those monsters are the ones from the inner part of the underground city, huh? Yep, that's right. They are actually pretty weak compared to the other monsters that you can find in the inner part of the underground city. For the bigger monsters, you'll have to get help from a tank to kill them, you know. But I don't think we'll encounter any of them in this place. And even if we do, they're pretty huge, so we can just return back to the narrow hallway. There's no need to fight them here. Elena smiled and joined in. Now then, since we're also in red right now, let's gather some relics from this place to make sure that we end up with more money than we used. Elena then scanned the area around her one more time. That particular area of the underground city was already half destroyed. After all, both the monsters and the hunters who fought in that place did not care what happened to the ruin in that area. Although the structure itself was still standing strong thanks to the old world technologies, the relics inside it did not share the same level of durability. That is, if we can still find good relics in this area though. Elena smiled bitterly when she said that. Chapter 85, How the Information Spread. Akira, Sarah and Elena started gathering relics. Although they encountered some unexpected fights, it was not enough of a reason for them to just go back home. Indeed, it was important to return back alive from the old world ruin, but it was also equally important to come back home with relics. After all, it was not like they went out to the old world ruin with their lives on the line just to return back in red. They dug through the rubbles, dead monsters, and corpses of hunters, searching for relics. Akira filled the empty space in his rucksack with relics. He chose the relatively still good-looking relics that he could find, since most of the relics in that place were either already destroyed or drenched in blood or oil. Some of the relics were thankfully still fully intact. Relics with strong casing were left untouched by the blood and oil outside. Akira was searching for those kinds of relics. "Hm." He suddenly raised his voice. "Akira, what's wrong?" I found underclothes for women." "Really?" Sarah shrieked in delight. Just like what she told Akira before, she was in dire need of durable underclothing. If it was possible, she wanted to get more of them. It seems that blood had slipped through its wrapping though. It was as Akira said, the wrapping of that underclothing was actually torn and some kind of liquid had seeped through that opening, thus turning its color into something strange. "I see, that's really unfortunate." Sarah sounded very disappointed. Akira then left that underclothing on top of rubble near him. He had no plans to put that inside his rucksack as he quickly returned back to look for more relics. He then found something else. "Huh? Akira, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just another underclothing, but... It was the second time, so Sarah calmly asked Akira, "It has a bullet hole." It seemed that a bullet had randomly pierced through that underclothing. Sarah knew that it was not Akira's fault, but she then smiled at Akira and asked, "Akira, what kind of bullying are you playing here?" "I didn't mean to bully anyone." Akira simply answered Sarah's question. After all, it was not like he did that on purpose. Sarah, who looked a bit annoyed, seemed to realize something as she smiled mischievously. As she directed her displeasure after getting disappointed for the second time into another direction, she then smiled teasingly at Akira. "Or is it like you want to see me wearing that?" "And no." Akira flusteredly answered her question, his face had turned beet red. Sarah looked completely satisfied with his reaction. Elena sighed exasperatedly and said to Sarah, "Stop teasing him already and move the rubbles aside, will you?" Yes, I know." There was a good chance of finding intact relics around that place, thus Sarah focused on searching relics around the same area with Akira. There were all kinds of shops in the underground city, but compared to the type of relics that they found, they were only able to find a few different types of relics. The other hunters might have already carried away some of the relics from this area, or some of them might have gotten destroyed from the battles that happened there, or they might have turned into dust after being left in that place for years. Whatever the reason was, it did not change the fact that only a few relics were left around. There was nothing that Akira and the others could do about it. They might still be able to find some relics if they moved all the rubbles aside and searched carefully. They could also dig out relics from under the crumbled shops. But of course, they did not have enough time to do any of that. There was a good chance that they would encounter monsters on their way back, thus it was better if they focused only on collecting small relics that they could easily carry back with them. But, even so, it was enough to fill up Akira's rucksack to the brim. Although there might be some relics in bad conditions mixed in, it was still better than coming back empty-handed. Because of all the ammo that he used in the last fight, Akira was able to bring back quite a lot of relics with him. Sarah suddenly came to Akira and pointed her finger at the relics on top of the rubble. "Akira, if you're not planning to bring them back, can I take them instead?" It was the underclothing that Akira found. One of them had suspicious-looking liquid seep through the wrapping while the other one had a bullet hole. That was why he did not consider taking them back with him. Sure. Wait. It's not like you're planning to use them, right? Akira looked a bit weirded out, he thought that they were not in a usable state. Sarah laughed and said, "Of course I won't use them like that. I'm planning to bring them to a specialist and have them fixed. If I'm lucky, it will be as good as new and it's way cheaper than buying new underclothing." "So there are specialists for this too, huh?" "Sure then, I don't mind if you take them." "I see, I'll go ahead and take them then." Sarah then put them inside another transparent wrapping before placing them inside her bag. That transparent wrapping piqued Akira's interest. Sarah-san, what's that plastic bag? This is a plastic bag to preserve the relics. I usually use this to carry relics that look fragile or easily damaged. This is just a cheap bag. If you use the expensive bag, it can even protect the relics from gunshots too. It's just a small hack that you can employ to increase the quality of relics that you carry back home. Akira looked amazed. So there's something like that too, huh? I guess I should buy some too. That's right. It's really convenient to carry dirty relics inside this bag. You won't lose anything by keeping some handy too. But I don't recommend replacing the original relics wrapping with this bag. After all, the original wrapping might actually be more durable than this bag. I see. Akira just received another advice on how to be a good hunter. Getting such new information was one of the benefits of exploring a ruin together with the other hunters. They finally finished gathering relics in that area. Although there was an unexpected fight, they were able to harvest a good number of relics. Elena then asked Sarah and Akira what they planned to do next. Now then, what's your next plan? I don't mind going back to the city now, but personally, I want to go further a bit to get more information about this ruin. Since we've killed most of the monsters around this area, this should be a good chance to do that. Akira looked to the inner part of the ruin. He remembered that his original aim when he came to that ruin was to look for something that was located deep down there. It was the very thing that was indicated by the pointer in his vision when he was searching for that ruin. It was for the Lion Steel Corp information terminal. That's right. The relics in the deeper part of the ruin might still be intact. It might be a good idea to at least check them. After Akira found an unexplored ruin and the info about that ruin spread among the other hunters, he had lost most of his reasons to go to that ruin. But even so, he thought it might be a good idea to at least check the terminal inside. I still have enough reserve ammo too, so I guess we can continue going deeper. Since Sarah also agreed, they decided to continue going deeper into that ruin. The underground ruin that they were in was not that big. The whole area was illuminated by unknown light sources, but thanks to that, they were able to see clearly the interior of that place. There was also a staircase leading to the surface, but according to Elena's scan, the entrance was buried under rubbles. It was not very surprising since if that staircase did connect to the surface, someone else would have discovered that ruin before them. There were traces of battles here and there. It could be inferred that the relics in that place were also left in a bad shape. Elena finished scanning the area. She did find another hallway, presumably connecting to the other places in the underground city, but she could not see how far that hallway went. So she thought that it was a good place to finish the exploration for that day and decided not to go any deeper. But then she suddenly stopped, her expression turned serious. Sarah, who noticed it, found it suspicious as she quickly readied her rifle and closely watched her surroundings. Elena, did you find something? Somebody's there. Akira put his guard up. But he did not feel any human presence and it was confirmed by his information-gathering device which did not detect any signal. Elena noticed Akira's misunderstanding and explained it to him. It's fine, it's not like someone is hiding using a camouflaging sheet or something. I'm getting some kind of signal from behind that door. It might be from a hunter who came here before us and somehow survived until now. Elena was pointing at a door not too far from them. That door was bent in a horrible form, probably by some monsters as it did not seem like it could be easily opened. As Akira and Sarah turned to the direction of that door, a voice came out from a crack behind that door. Hey! Is someone there? Someone's there, right? Answer me. The person behind that door was shouting in desperation for anyone he could find in that underground city. After Akira, Sarah and Elena looked at each other, they walked toward that door. As the man behind that door caught a glimpse of the trio, he shouted in delight. Thank goodness. I'm saved. You guys are hunters too, right? What happened to the monsters in the area? Elena answered his question as the representative of their team. We've killed all the monsters in the area. Anyways, what are you doing in that place? We were running away from those monsters when we ended up here. Please. Help us. How many people are with you? With me included, there are 5 people over here. The other 4 are also inside this room. Can you please open the door? It's all good that it was strong enough to withstand the monster, but now it's bent and we can't open it. Can you guys do something about it? There was a short silence before Elena turned to Sarah and Akira. What to do? Should we help them? What are you talking about? You shouldn't be hesitating here. We're also hunters, just like you. We should help each other when we're in trouble, right? I'm sorry, but we have had experiences of meeting people like you in a similar situation, but they ended up trying to kill us instead. So it's not like I can simply trust you guys. Not to mention that there are so many dead hunters out here. It means that basically, you guys abandoned them just to save your own lives, right? Well, it couldn't be helped. The monsters were too strong, we had no chance to win, we just got lucky that we found this door close to us when the others didn't even get the chance to evacuate here too. As a team leader, I chose to prioritize the life of my own team members. I can't ask them to risk their lives just for the other hunters whom we just met exploring the same ruin. I see, well, I can understand your decision. So. Basically, you'll understand if I use the same argument to leave you there, right? I have team members that I'm responsible for too. Please have mercy. That man pleaded from behind the door. Elena turned back to Akira and Sarah. So then, what should we do? Sarah stepped up first to answer that question. Let's see, we can at least open the door for them, right? After that, well, let's have them escape from this place with their own power. There's no need for us to escort them all the way back to the city or to the surface. You're right, I guess we can do that much. Akira, are you okay with that? Sure, but then, what should we do to open this door? When Akira said that, Sarah smiled smugly and said, Let's kick it down. Sarah then stood in front of the door and said to the guy behind that door. It's gonna get dangerous, so get away from the door if you don't want to get crushed. After she said that, Sarah used the full power of her nanomachine augmented body to deliver a powerful blow to that door. The banging sound indicated just how much force her kick had delivered to that door as the door got bent even more. Sarah then continued kicking that door, although it bent more and more, the door itself was still standing there. Sarah frowned as she noticed that the door was stronger than she had thought. She then mumbled. This door is pretty strong. Akira came and stood next to Sarah. She understood what he meant as she smiled at him. After they looked at each other for a few split seconds, they kicked the door simultaneously. Both of them used their augmented strength, which allowed them to carry heavy weaponry unthinkable for a normal human, to deliver their kicks on that door at the same time. The door was sent flying with a loud bang. The heavy door flew and landed right in front of the guy who was behind that door just a few minutes ago. That guy stared at Sarah and Akira with his jaw dropped. Elena just stood on the other side while smiling bitterly at him. Now that the door was down, all the hunters trapped in were able to leave the room. All of them looked extremely tired but also relieved at the same time. Since they ran to that room to save their lives, they must have been psychically exhausted staying inside that room. Sarah then said to those hunters. We're going back home now, but don't tail us. You guys should go back home on your own. Elena then added. Or at least keep your distance that we deem to be acceptable. If you guys are too close, we'll see that as a hostile action. The leader of those hunters, Ravin, flusteredly turned to Elena and Sarah and said. Wait for a sec. Are you going to just leave us behind? Yep, that's what we just said, right? Elena showed no hesitation when she said that. I'm sorry, but we're being utmost careful right now. Or is it like you want to fight us here? Elena's and Sarah's smiles vanished. It was not like they were showing hostility toward Ravin and his team, but instead, it meant that they were serious about what they said. Ravin looked at Sarah and Elena while being overwhelmed by their pressure. In his eyes, both Sarah and Elena were beautiful ladies. He figured that they might have gone through a lot of difficult situations thanks to their beauty, which made them be extremely cautious against strangers. He then turned to Akira. His eyes were pleading for help, but Akira then apologetically said to him, I'm sorry, but just recently I gave a ride to some hunters who asked for my help and one of them tried to kill me. So I understand Elena-san's and Sarah-san's decision. Who the heck was that bastard? Ravin cursed his situation. The fact that they got locked inside that room was enough of bad luck that he did not think he would get hit by another bad luck so soon. If I'm not mistaken, his name was Guyver. I heard that he had a huge debt, so he tried to kill me and the other hunters to get his hands on more relics. We don't have any debt, okay? You guys have no debt, right? Ravin shouted as he turned to his team. The other hunters then nodded at him. After hearing what Akira said, Elena turned to Akira and asked him, Akira, were you okay? Yeah, I didn't get injured and I was able to kill him. So it ended without any problem. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Elena smiled. Ravin placed both of his hands on his head. He was at loss on what to do. Akira, Elena and Sarah refused to go together with them. At this rate, he and his team would really get left behind. There might be some monsters lurking around somewhere, and even if they were able to reach the surface, they still had to go back to the city. And with their current reserve ammo, their chance of survival was really low. Ravin then tried to negotiate with Elena. Alright, let's do this instead. I'll send an SOS request to you. If you guys escort us back to the city, well, since there are 3 of you, we'll pay 3 million orum for the reward. It's not a bad offer, right? If Ravin sent an SOS request, then it would be an official request sent through the hunter office as the proxy. It carried more weight than just a simple promise. Elena was also a hunter. If it was a request, then she might as well consider it. She then thought for a while and said, well, that's not a bad offer. Right? Ravin's expression relaxed for a bit as he felt that he finally got something that might help him salvage his situation. But Elena then said to him with a serious face, but it's a different story whether you can pay for it or not, right? After he heard Elena's question, Ravin began to panic. He then desperately pleaded to her. Of course we'll pay. What is it now? Do you have a bad experience of this thing too? The last time we received a similar SOS request, the requester gave us a hard time when we asked him to pay for the reward and the ammo expense. The request even mentioned that the ammo expense will be paid by the requester. Well, we did make him pay in the end though, but it was really a huge pain in the ass. What the heck? What's wrong with you guys? Why did you guys meet so many of those bad people? Ravin shouted in reflex. He thought that there was a limit on how bad his luck could be, but that did not seem to be the case. By the way, that guy's name is Katsuragi. Alright. Then how about this? Old World Relics. We'll give all the relics that we found inside the room. I don't know for sure if they can get you 3 million orum, but it should be able to get you quite a lot of money. They're still in good shape after all. So how about that? If this did not work, Ravin had nothing more that he could offer. That was why he looked really desperate. Elena turned to Sarah and Akira again. What do you guys think? Judging from Elena's intonation, she leaned more towards taking that offer compared to the previous offers. But it did not sound like she was looking forward to taking that offer either. It was more like she was okay either way. Akira then asked Ravin. Can you tell me what kind of relics you have? They're mostly clothes. It's not like those clothes that you can use in place of hunter armors, they're mostly normal clothes and some underclothing too. Well, I'm not sure myself if I can call them normal clothes though, like, old world clothing sometimes have a very weird design, right? What can I say? The culture is just so alien for us. I see. Well, since it seems that you have something to pay me with, I don't mind taking your offer. After he said that, Akira turned to Sarah. Elena smiled and looked at Sarah too. Sarah seemed a bit embarrassed as she returned a smile and said, "All right then, let's take that offer." Ravin and his team let out a big sigh. They were greatly relieved that Akira, Sarah and Elena decided to take their offer in the end. They then walked to the hallway leading to the surface. It was the same hallway they passed when they went down there. Elena was talking with Ravin as to know how they ended up inside that room. It was in order to gather information about the area. Ravin understood what Elena was trying to do. For the hunters, information about a ruin was something that they could sell for money, so normally he would not share the information that he had so easily. But since Elena was the leader of the team that eradicated the monster swarm that he and his team could not fight, he chose to avoid souring her mood if it was possible. Just like Elena and Sarah who did not trust Ravin and his team, Ravin also could not completely trust Elena and Sarah without any reason. He thought that when the push came to shove, they might abandon him and his team. So in order to buy more time, he started his story from when he left the city rather than going straight for what happened in that ruin. Since Elena might tell him to just skip the unimportant part of his story, he glanced at her to check her expression. But Elena seemed to be listening to him just fine, so he continued his story starting from how he got the information about that ruin. There was a pub in the lower district that Ravin frequented. That day, he and his team were enjoying cheap beers while talking about their plan in that pub just like usual. In reality, it was not like they were talking about anything in particular. With the alcohol mixed in their blood, they were only talking about random stuff. The moment they veered from the main subject about where to go next, it was obvious that their discussion would not be productive. At that time, a guy suddenly came to them offering the location of a ruin that was just discovered recently. That kind of thing was a common story for fraud and scams. A lot of hunters were fooled by similar occurrences. After all, if they got lucky, an unexplored ruin could turn them rich in a single night. It was understandable that such a talk would easily lure those hunters. But not all cases were scams. The possibility of such information to be true was more or less the same as the possibility that it was a scam. There were cases when hunters found an unexplored ruin filled with monsters that they could not handle, thus they did not have any other choice but to earn money only by selling that information. There were also cases where hunters from a gang or people working in a corporation secretly sold classified information about relics or ruins. And last but not least, some people intentionally spread information about ruins and relics in order to incur damage to the competing corporations. Although Ravin and his team hesitated at first, they decided to buy that information in the end. There were many reasons why they decided to do so. The information about the location of that ruin and the information about the inner part of that ruin were sold separately, but both of them were sold at a relatively cheap price. Their deal was that Ravin would pay a portion of the price up front, he then would go to that ruin to gather relics and then pay the rest later. Compared to the information about the inner part of that ruin which cost quite a lot of money, the information about the location of that ruin was pretty cheap. Not to mention, he could go and verify the authenticity of that information before paying the rest of the money. So, even if that was a scam, it would not cost him much. And in case if that information was genuine, then he might be able to strike it rich in one go. This gave enough reason for him to accept that deal. That guy, who sold the information, had given the same offer to the other hunters too. Some of them accepted his deal, prepared themselves with enough equipment, and went to that ruin. On their way to their destination, Ravin and his team regained their logical faculties and started to doubt whether they got scammed. But when they arrived at the coordinates they had received, they did find a ruin that they never knew of until then. Ravin then happily sent the remaining payment to that guy and waited for the rest of the information about the inner part of that ruin to be sent into this information terminal. But at that time, that guy was busy making deals with the other hunters and did not have the leeway to respond to Ravin. As they were waiting for the information, more and more people arrived at that ruin. Now that many hunters knew there was really an unexplored ruin in that place, they began spreading the information via their own channels. Some of those hunters waited just outside the ruin like Ravin and his team, but more and more hunters started thinking about going ahead and searching the ruin. Eventually, one of those hunters just could not wait for the information about the inner part of the ruin and decided to dive in. Soon after that, more and more hunters got swept by the flow and decided to go into the ruin without waiting. Although no one knew for sure how big the ruin was, they guessed that it would not be as big as the Kuzusuhara ruin. So in short, the number of relics inside that ruin was limited. If they waited too long outside, the other hunters might take out all the relics inside that ruin and leave nothing for the hunters who came in late. All the hunters in that place thought so too. Ravin was pushed by that line of thinking as they also decided to go into that ruin. When Ravin's story reached that point, Elena suddenly interjected. "There's a hallway right after the stairs leading down, right? Do you still remember how the hallway looked when you went down?" "Well, it looked just like a normal hallway to me." "Was it bright inside? Was there any trace of battles? Did you see any monster corpses?" "Yeah, it was pretty bright. As for the traces, we were in a hurry so I didn't really pay much attention." "As for the monster corpses, I think there were some in the hallway. We were running while avoiding those corpses, so I'm sure about that. I think those corpses are from the monsters killed by the hunters that went in first before us. So as for the traces from battles, there should be some traces left from those fights." It seemed that the state of that hallway had changed in a short span between when Ravin's team went there and when Elena and her team arrived there. "I see. You can continue your story." After Elena said that, Ravin thought for a bit before continuing his story. Then after that, we looked around and ended up in that area. When we were collecting relics together with the other hunters, suddenly a huge swarm flooded out from the hallway we came. We did try to fight back, but we were overwhelmed by the number and the strength of that swarm. It seemed like some strong monsters were mixed in that swarm as well. We basically had no chance of winning that battle. We then ran inside that room and locked the door. We just kept ourselves locked inside while hoping that the monsters would be gone. And we waited until you guys saved us. That's all. When you passed through that opening, there's another hallway other than the one leading to the underground city, right? Did you guys check that hallway?" Ravin was planning to feign ignorance, but when he saw the look in Elena's eyes, he immediately gave up. "Well, we did. There were no shops in that hallway, so we quickly returned back and went to the other one." "What was it like inside that hallway? Do you have any data about the interior of that hallway? If you're going to explore an unexplored ruin, you at least do that much, right?" "Well about that. So you do, huh? Give it to me." Ravin looked extremely displeased. "Please give me a break. The relics that we found inside that room are the most expensive things that we found, you know. And we're giving them to you. I'm planning to make up our loss today by selling the information about the interior of this ruin. If we don't do so, it'll definitely affect our hunter activity in the future. And now you're telling me to just give it away for free? In that case, you can sell it to us first. I'll give you 500,000 orum for the information. Are you really going to pay for it? That's if the relics that you gave us really worth more than 3 million orum. If they don't, then I'll take that information for free as compensation. Damn it, okay. Ravin did not have much choice as he gave Elena his general-purpose data storage. If he did not give it to her, she would doubt whether the relics that he gave were really worth enough for accepting his SOS request. Elena docked that data storage into her information-gathering device and analyzed the data in it. When she was done, she was able to see topological data of the area that she did not check before, including the hallway that they did not go to. Her expression immediately turned grim. "Sarah, Akira, we need to hurry up and get out of this place." After she said that, Elena increased her pace. Although they did not encounter any monsters the last time they passed through that hallway, she was moving even faster than she would in a safe place. Akira and Sarah looked a bit surprised, but they quickly matched their paces with Elena's. Ravin and his team pushed themselves to follow the trio's pace as well. As Elena was walking so fast that she was close to running, Sarah asked her. "Elena, did you find something? I have a bad feeling about this, so I want to get out of this place as soon as possible." I've analyzed the topological data that I received from Ravin. According to that data, there's a station on the end of the other hallway. It's a station for those underground subways. Akira, do you understand what a subway is? Akira tried to remember what Alpha told him about the subway. If I'm not mistaken, it's about those trains that run under the ground, right? Yep, that's more or less correct. Because of the monsters, there are not that many subway stations in the Eastern District, you can only find them in big cities. But it seems that it's common to find them in the Federation of Nations Central District. I heard that they use it to connect different nations in the Central District. I wonder if that's true or not. But putting that aside, the subway runs through underground tunnels. I see. So then, what's so bad about the subway? You remember that I said some of the strong monsters that we found in the underground city were mixed in that swarm, right? Then judging by the fact that this facility is still active, we can assume that the subway is still functional too. Sarah noticed what Elena was trying to say, her expression also immediately turned grim. She then tried to confirm her guess with Elena. So in short, the train might have carried the monsters from the Kuzusuhara ruin all the way here, huh? Good grief, some of those monsters in that ruin can only be defeated using a tank, you know? It's rather strange since this place was so safe the first time we came here. At that time, this place was completely dark. So in short, this facility was still inactive. Someone who came after us must have done something to activate this facility, and thanks to that, the underground subway now makes a brief stop in this place. Sarah sounded as if she was asking for Elena's confirmation. Well, even if that's true. Those strong monsters are huge monsters, so it's not like they can pass through the narrow tunnel to come here, right? So even if some of those monsters came from the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin, they're only the relatively weak monsters, right? Which in that case, we should have no problem to go against them, right? It was true that all the monsters that they encountered until now did not pose much danger for Elena and Sarah. After hearing Sarah's guess, Elena relaxed a bit. You're right about that, I guess I was too worried. Elena smiled. She then turned to Akira to apologize for making him worry. But his expression was grimmer than before. Elena, who saw that, wondered what was wrong. Elena-san, can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? There's this monster called Greedy Crocodile, right? It's a monster that evolves by eating other monsters, so are there greedy crocodiles inside Kuzusuhara ruin? It's not like the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin is filled with them, but it's pretty common to find them there. I'm just speaking hypothetically, alright? What if some of those greedy crocodiles were carried here when they were still small through the subway and they quickly evolved after eating all the dead monsters in this area? That's completely possible, right? Akira then looked at the traces left inside that hallway. Those traces indicated that something big and powerful had passed through that hallway. It's not like I'm being too cautious, but I think that it's the reason why, although there are so many traces of battles in this place, we don't find any monster corpses. Now that I think about it, doesn't the trace grow bigger and bigger as it goes deeper into the ruin? Elena and Sarah then looked at the traces left on the floor. It was as Akira said, the trace inside the ruin was bigger compared to the trace in the hallway. Elena then said, You're right, that's definitely possible. As I thought, we should get out of this place as soon as we can. I don't want to meet that monster in case if it returns back to this ruin. Sarah and Elena agreed with each other. That's true, let's hurry up. Right after that, they immediately started running toward the surface. Ravin and his team were barely able to keep up with them. Chapter 86, Escape. Akira was running through the long hallway in the underground ruin. Although him, Elena and Sarah were still in good shape, Ravin and his men were barely able to keep up, they were close to their limit. Ravin suddenly asked them to slow down. Wait, I don't think I can go any longer. Can you at least slow down a bit? Elena immediately replied back. No, if you can't keep up, we'll leave you behind. The longer we stay here, the dangerous it becomes. If you don't want to die, then keep on running. Just so you know, we're already running slower than usual even right now. How exactly are you even doing that? Are you using that thing? That augmented suit thingy? None of us is using an augmented suit, you know. So please be kind. How in the world did you even think of coming to an unexplored ruin without it? Do you want to kill yourself or something? Elena's opinion was rather harsh. It might be because she knew just how bad their situation was, but what she said was not wrong. Ravin glanced at Akira. Seeing how a hunter younger than him was already using an augmented suit, he threw a question to Akira that sounded more like a complaint. Like I said, we came to this unexplored ruin expecting to return home with a lot of money so that we can buy better equipment, okay? Even you two bought that augmented suit after selling expensive relics, right? Well, that's true. But in order to pay for it, I had to use almost all of my savings. Thanks to that, I had to live in an inn without a bath for a few days. It wasn't that easy getting this augmented suit. Akira vaguely recounted those days. Looking at his current equipment, it was unthinkable that he would have lived in such a situation. Ravin was a bit taken aback by Akira's unexpected reaction. I see. Elena then jabbed at Ravin again. I bet you spent all your money on women and booze, right? That's why you couldn't save enough money to buy good equipment. It's true that working as hunters means that we would die anytime, but if you spend your money recklessly every day, there's no way you would be able to buy good equipment, you know? The moment he heard that remark, Ravin immediately groaned. Elena's guess was spot on. His men also did the same. It was obvious that they realized they were also at fault. Akira then asked Ravin. Don't you have some medicines with you? We already used all that we brought. It's not like we were able to run away from those monsters without getting injured at all. I see. Do you want to buy mine then? I still have quite a lot with me. Really? Thanks and sorry. How much is it? 2 million orum per box. The heck? That's so expensive. What's with that price? Just how much money do you guys want to squeeze out from us? Ravin was thunderstruck by the price that he shouted in reflex. The price of that medicine was totally different from the price of the medicines that he and his men usually used. But Akira replied calmly. It's the same price that I paid when I bought them. I'm not profiting from it, not even a single orum. Moreover, these medicines are powerful enough to save you even when you're already on your death's door. It's true that it's expensive, but it's way cheaper compared to my life. It's up to you to decide whether it's more expensive than your life or not. So, do you want to buy it? Still no. I see. Well, I won't force you. Ravin and his men squeezed everything that they had to keep up with Akira, Elena and Sarah as they were running through that long hallway. There was no doubt that they would experience severe muscle pain when they get back to the city. He and his team were trapped for a long time in a situation where they did not have enough money to gather more money. Seeing how there was a younger hunter in front of them who did well buying better equipment with the money that he saved in order to gather more money, they swore to themselves that they would also do the same from now on. His men decided that they would stop spending their money on women and alcohol and use it for buying an augmented suit instead. Although it was a different story whether they would still think the same tomorrow too, but at least, they did think so now. They eventually arrived in front of the stairs leading to the surface. But Elena suddenly turned back and stared at the hallway that they just passed. Her expression immediately turned grim. Akira and Sarah reacted to that by staring back at the hallway too. Ravin and his men, who were barely able to catch up with them, felt that sudden mood change. He then nervously asked Elena while still trying to catch his breath. Hey, what's going on? Elena explained their current situation. If you don't want to die, climb the stairs as fast as you can, the monsters are coming, ha. Ravin's reaction was a little bit late. He was already both mentally and physically tired. He unconsciously did not want to admit that his situation was getting worse and it slowed his mind from processing the situation. Elena then shouted at him. Don't just stand there and start running. Do you really want to die that badly? Sounds started echoing from inside the hallway. They were the sounds of monsters' roars, hissing sounds from machines and some heavy stomping sounds. Ravin and his men also heard those sounds, which quickly made them understand what was going on. They started taking the action that they should have taken way sooner as they desperately ran up the stairs with faces filled with terror and fear. Sarah readied her automatic grenade launcher and shot grenade shells toward the hallway. After explosions echoed through the hallway, the sounds from the monsters stopped. But not for long, they started to hear those sounds again from the hallway in no time, and those sounds were getting louder and louder. Elena turned to Sarah. "Sarah, I'll leave it to you to slow them down. We'll go to the surface and get ourselves ready to leave this place, so there's no need to hold this place for too long. You just need to buy some time and quickly retreat after that. If it seems that you won't be able to hold the monsters back while waiting for Ravin and his men to retreat, you can just abandon them." Although they did receive an SOS request from Ravin's team, Elena thought it would be all for naught if Sarah fell here. They would save Ravin's team if it was possible and just abandon them if that was impossible. That was all there was to it. "Roger that. I'll be careful, so you guys need to be careful too, okay?" Sarah smiled when she said that. She then handed the other things that she did not need to Elena and Akira. After Elena and Akira received them, they quickly went up the stairs. They then came across Ravin and his team, who had started climbing the stairs, ahead of them. However, they were already exhausted. Although they were still swinging their legs, they were moving very slowly. Akira shouted at them. "Want the medicine now?" Akira would only wait for an answer until he passed beside them, so they only had a few seconds to answer. Ravin looked at Akira and shouted back. "Damn it! Give it to me." Akira then dropped a box of medicine beside Ravin and his team as he kept running to the surface with Elena without slowing down. Ravin used his leftover power to pick up and open those medicines. He then took a capsule out from the box and swallowed it in a hurry. He quickly regained his strength, even before the medicine actually started working due to the placebo effect from that 2 million orum per box medicine. And when its effect started to kick in for real, as expected of expensive medicine, it immediately boosted his physical condition. This thing works wonders. As expected of 2 million orum per box medicine. He quickly handed over the medicine to his men. Now that they had recovered their vigor and power, they started running up the stairs as if they were completely different people from just a moment ago. Akira and Elena climbed the stairs and reached the surface. They quickly scanned their surroundings and confirmed that there were no monsters near the entrance. They then went to their respective vehicles and got themselves ready to leave that place. They parked their vehicles not too far from the entrance as not to block Sarah's way out from that ruin, and then they waited for Sarah and the other hunters to come out from the entrance. Akira looked down the stairs. He could see Ravin and his men not too far down below. Their expression was a mix of fear from the monsters and hope since they were already close to the surface. But his expression immediately turned grim. He quickly jumped off from the driver's seat and once again walked down the stairs. He could not see Sarah behind Ravin and his men. Sarah was slowly walking up the stairs while repelling the monsters that were approaching her. Her movements were relatively slow. It was obvious from the way she moved that she was injured. She might have gotten hit by some splinter as the blood that was flowing out from her head had already doused her face in red. There were many reasons why she got injured. Some of the monsters that she was fighting were stronger than the monsters usually found in the underground. Some monsters had ranged weaponry. Some tended to attack her even if they also injured the other monsters. She had no place to hide and she sometimes did not have enough time to evade the monsters' attacks. And above all, she took too long before she decided to retreat. Although Sarah thought that she was fighting just like usual, in reality, that was not true. If she was fighting like usual, she would not make a fatal mistake like taking too long a time before deciding to retreat. Elena had even told her to just abandon Ravin and retreat when the push came to shove. If it was her usual self, she would have retreated sooner. Sarah then realized the reason why she made that fatal mistake. I see, I wanted to show my good side to Akira. Sarah smiled, she was laughing at herself. As a veteran hunter, she wanted to show off her skills to Akira. She wanted to amaze him by holding back the monsters without any trouble even when she had to protect Ravin and his men. She wanted to live up to Akira's expectations since he always looked up at her as a great hunter. That feeling disrupted Sarah's ability to make the right decision. It made her want to achieve a better result, which caused her to take a more dangerous choice. It made her greedy. Being able to stay collected and keep fighting calmly in that situation was enough to show her ability. Sarah herself had no plans to die in that place. She had not given up returning back alive from that place. If only she had a few minutes of break, the nanomachines inside her body would quickly heal her wounds. But as long as she was in the middle of a fight, her healing rate would be considerably slowed down. Just withstanding the kickback from her gun was enough to aggravate her wounds. And even if she decided to drop her gun and ran up the stairs, in her current condition, the monsters would reach her first before she could reach the surface. Thus, she had no other choice but to slowly climb up the stairs while suppressing the monsters, although it slowed down her healing rate. If she abandoned the only means she had to fight back, the monsters would catch up with her and she would be dead in no time. While on the other hand, she did not have unlimited ammo to fight back the monsters. According to her experience as a veteran hunter, it would be bad to keep doing the same thing. But at the same time, her experience was also telling her that there was no other viable choice. Sarah just gritted her teeth as she continued fighting back the monsters. Akira, who was running down the stairs, did not stop even after he spotted Sarah and the monsters ahead of her. He did not slow down as he readied his CWH anti-material rifle and took an aim at those monsters. Alpha. Leave it to me. He showed no hesitation when he asked for Alpha's help. Alpha suddenly appeared within his view and replied to him. At the same time, her support was back online. Akira pulled the trigger. He had already loaded his CWH anti-material rifle with CWH special ammo. Thanks to Alpha's support, his shooting was highly effective, even close to godly. The CWH special ammo that could even easily destroy tanks pierced through the monsters in the front and took out the monsters behind them too. He did not slow down his shooting, he made quick work of the monsters that were running up the stairs. Due to Alpha's support, Akira was able to accurately snipe the weak points of his targets. The big monsters that got shot fell down and blocked the other monsters from climbing up the stairs. They then rolled down the stairs while taking some monsters down with them. The monsters that formed the vanguard quickly fell and died one by one, but even so, the monsters behind them continued pushing forward without a care. Akira was only carrying his CWH anti-material rifle since he decided to leave anything that might slow him down back in his vehicle, and that included his DVTS minigun. In exchange for the lowered firepower, he loaded CWH special ammo into his CWH anti-material rifle. Thanks to that, he was able to move relatively faster without sacrificing much firepower. After Alpha quickly confirmed Sarah's situation, she then gave a command to Akira. She's wounded, but her life is not in danger. Pick her up and start running, it's faster than repelling the monsters while waiting for her to recover. Akira used the kickback from his rifle to stop his momentum. He then quickly picked Sarah up with his left hand and started running up the stairs. While he was ascending the stairs, he continued shooting at the monsters behind him without even looking back at them. Although it seemed like he was shooting randomly, he was actually properly aiming at the monsters with help from Alpha, and his shots were also properly hitting those monsters. Although she was shocked at first, Sarah understood that Akira was there to help her. She also understood that she would only slow him down if she made any needless moves, thus she obediently let Akira carry her to the surface. Elena was still waiting for Akira and Sarah on the surface. She quickly noticed that Akira went back down to help Sarah, but it was not like she could leave her station too. She decided that the best course of action for her was to wait for Sarah and Akira on the surface so that they all could leave the moment they escaped the ruin. Although there were no monsters around at the moment, monsters could appear anytime without notice. She could not afford to drop down her guard there. Even after some time passed, Sarah and Akira did not appear. Although to be more precise, she had been waiting only for a few seconds, but even a second felt too long for Elena and she just could not stand it. And it was enough to make her expression fill with desperation. Her desperation was also felt by Ravin and his team. They were all on Elena's vehicle since Akira left his vehicle with no driver. Although Ravin and his team looked relieved when they boarded her vehicle, looking at how Elena was waiting for Sarah instead of leaving that place, they started to feel uneasy. One of Ravin's men mumbled nervously to her, "Say, isn't it bad if we keep staying in this place?" "Shut it." Elena snapped back at that guy. There was no trace of hatred when she said those words. Her calm voice carried an invisible pressure that shut that guy as he looked away from Elena. Then at the next moment, Akira came out from the ruin while carrying Sarah. He immediately headed to his vehicle and jumped in. The moment he did that, his vehicle suddenly turned on its own. Elena, who saw that, also quickly started her vehicle. The sudden acceleration threw Ravin and his men out of balance and they hurried to grab onto anything. Akira and Elena quickly sped their vehicle away from the entrance. Right after that, the monsters that were chasing Akira and Sarah flooded out from inside that ruin. They were relatively small monsters, small enough to pass through the stairs. Because he was in a hurry, he just threw Sarah on the back seat. Alpha was already driving the vehicle. When Akira was about to sit on the driver's seat, Alpha suddenly stopped him. "Akira, I'll do the driving, you should take care of that side." "Which side?" Akira turned to the direction where Alpha was pointing at. She was pointing at the entrance to the stairs leading down into the underground ruin. As he focused on the entrance, he felt that something big was trying to force its way out from that stairs as smaller monsters were pushed or even thrown out from that entrance. Then suddenly, a huge monster jumped out from the stairs. Its size was almost as big as the entrance's width. It opened its huge mouth and crushed countless monsters inside its mouth. It looked like a huge snake, but its scales resembled a mix-match mosaic of different monsters. There was even something that looked like a broken cannon embedded into its scale. As it forced its way out the stairs, some of its scales got peeled off and dropped to the ground. Akira dropped his jaw in shock when he saw that huge monster, which was way bigger than any other monsters he just fought. Due to its momentum when it forced its way through the stairs, that huge monster looked like it actually jumped out from the entrance. But after losing its momentum in the air, it then fell down to the ground due to gravity. It landed with a loud bang and crushed all the small monsters underneath its huge body. That loud bang snapped Akira back to reality. He inadvertently shouted, "What the heck is that thing?" Alpha answered his question. "I believe that it's a subspecies of the greedy crocodile. Those monsters that were inside the hallway were not chasing you, they were running away from that greedy crocodile." "Greedy crocodile? I don't remember seeing a greedy crocodile like that one, you know." "I did say that it's a subspecies of greedy crocodile, right? Remember that greedy crocodile evolves according to what they eat, and since it was living in that hallway for a long time, it might have adapted its body shape to the hallway. Now then, don't just stand there and start shooting. Don't shoot at that big monster, aim for the smaller ones instead. If its food runs to your direction, there's a good chance that you'll get caught up in its feeding time. I'll handle the driving, so you should handle the monsters." Akira jumped to the backside of his vehicle, grabbed both CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun and aimed at the small monsters that were running away from that huge greedy crocodile before pulling the trigger. Sarah quickly turned back and helped Akira too. They were aiming at the monsters that were running in their direction. Bullets from Akira and grenade shells from Sarah rained down at those monsters and massacred them. The monsters that slowed down after getting hit by Akira's and Sarah's barrage were quickly chomped and swallowed by the huge greedy crocodile. It was indeed a very greedy crocodile. It kept chomping down the smaller monsters no matter whether they were biological monsters or mechanical monsters. Since its attention was focused on the prey near it, it ignored Akira and Elena who were speeding away from it. Elena was driving her vehicle at a high speed. She was trying to catch up with Akira's vehicle since she would block Akira and Sarah's aim if she drove behind them. But in order to do that, Elena was driving pretty recklessly. Ravin and his men desperately clung on anything they could find so that they would not fall off the vehicle. They were sure that Elena would not stop the car to pick them up if any of them fell off, and it was obvious that the huge monster would be happy to munch at them if that happened. Their faces were filled with terror as they were holding tight and screaming on top of their lungs. Akira and Elena blazed through the wreckages and rubbles while speeding away from the monsters behind them. As they were getting away from that place, the huge monster started to look smaller and smaller, and when that huge monster was no longer visible with naked eyes, they knew they had finally escaped from those monsters. Akira and Sarah looked at each other, then gulped down at the same time. It was unclear whether they did it because they felt so relieved or it was because of something else, but then they suddenly started laughing. Akira and Elena were driving straight to Kagomayama City. After they got away from that huge greedy crocodile, they did not get to encounter any more monsters on their way. Putting some more distance between that monster and them, they stopped the vehicle after checking the safety around the area. They then resumed their drive once Akira and Sarah moved to Elena's vehicle and Ravin and his men moved to Akira's vehicle. Elena looked worried as she asked Sarah. "Sarah, are you really okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry. I won't die just because of something like this, not to mention, my wounds are mostly healed already." Sarah smiled, affirming that she was really okay. As in matter of fact, she had already recovered to the point that she would be able to fight normally in case if they encountered more monsters on their way back to the city. When Elena saw Sarah was bleeding from her head, she was extremely worried about her. "Well, I guess it's fine if you say so." "Good grief, don't scare me like that. Just because your body is stronger than a normal human, it's not enough of a reason to do reckless things, you know." "I did tell you not to be reckless, didn't I?" Sarah's body was enhanced by the nanomachines. Thus her body was way stronger than that of a normal human. But it did not make her invulnerable, she would still die when seriously injured. "I'm sorry, things are going so well lately that I guess I got a little bit too cocky. I'll be more careful next time." Sarah smiled as she apologized to Elena, but her smile was clouded compared to her usual smile. It somehow felt like she forced herself to smile in order to avoid getting herself too depressed. Elena looked at Sarah and decided to stop dwelling on that subject. As long as Sarah returned back alive, felt sorry for her action, and promised to do better next time, that was enough for Elena. After all, scolding her too much would only be counter-effective. Sarah herself knew that she was feeling rather down, so in order to change the mood, she smiled and turned to Akira to thank him. "Akira, thank you for saving me." Elena quickly followed up with a bright voice. "I also feel grateful to you, Akira." "Thank you." Akira was a bit surprised by their sudden thank you, so he flustered when he replied back to Elena and Sarah. "Don't mention it. And I'm sorry, it seems that the ruin is way more dangerous than I thought. There's also that monster right at the end. I'm just glad that everyone got out alive." Seeing how Akira seemed down since he was feeling responsible for what happened, Elena smiled and said to him, "It's not your fault. Exploring an unexplored ruin is always dangerous. We both knew that well when we decided to come to that ruin." Sarah also agreed with her. "Elena is right. It's not something that you should feel guilty about. Moreover, although it sounds cruel to say this, but if we had returned back as soon as we finished collecting relics, today's exploration would have ended up without any trouble, right? We might really have bad luck when it comes to meeting other hunters in the old world ruins." Elena meant to say that as a joke, but now that she said it, it made her think about that possibility for real. Sarah and Akira groaned as they realized that what Elena said might be true. Akira felt that the subject of their conversation was leading toward a bad direction, thus he tried to remember anything that contradicted that way of thinking as he presented it to Elena and Sarah. Well, I met Sarah-san and Elena-san for the first time in an old world ruin, so I don't think it's all that bad. Or at least, that's what I think." Akira realized that he said something that was way out of his character and felt rather embarrassed. "Well, you're right about that. I guess I was just a bit too paranoid." That's true. It might be because Akira's embarrassment propagated to Sarah and Elena, they stuttered when they replied back. The mood between the three of them felt a bit awkward. The only one who was not embarrassed at all and was smiling like usual was Alpha. You're right, after all, you got to meet me in the old world ruin too. So I can reassure you that it's not true, that's a good point, but you're not a hunter, right? Alpha made a displeased face and said. Good grief, you should just agree with me here, you know? We're talking about compatibility here, or are you saying that you don't like me? Not at all. You really help me in a lot of ways. Yep, that's the reaction I was expecting. After talking with Alpha, Akira regained his calm. He also forgot about the embarrassing thing that just happened. Elena suddenly came up with another subject. It felt like she did that intentionally to hide her embarrassment. Now then, once we return back to the city, there are a lot of things that we need to do, like going to the hunter office to take care of the SOS request. So I'm thinking of deciding things that we can decide here while we have the chance. I'll make some suggestions, just tell me if you don't agree with any of it. Alright. First of all, about the money that we get from today's exploration. Since Sarah would cry if we sell all of the relics that we gathered today and divide it equally among the three of us, so I think it's better if each of us sells our own relics. Is that okay? If they did not do that, Sarah would have to sell the old world underclothing that she gathered just to buy it herself later. And of course, she would have to pay more than when she sold them if she did that. I'm okay with that, but then, what should we do about the relics that we will get from Ravin? Sarah, do you have any good ideas? If not, then we might as well sell them all and divide the money equally. Well, can you let me buy the underclothing at market price before selling the rest? Even if you say so, who exactly is going to decide the market price for it? And how? Even if you find a way to do that, are you sure that you can get an accurate price? Also, are you going to buy them at market price or at the selling price of Relics merchants? It was not like Elena was trying to pressure Sarah, she just wanted Sarah to know that if they picked another option, then they would have to make a lot of adjustments. But Sarah, who really wanted to get the old world underclothing, made another suggestion. Then how about equally dividing the relics between us? How exactly are you going to do that while making sure that the three of us get the same worth of relics? It's not easy to decide the worth of a relic. So who is going to do that? I don't mind if we want to talk it out, but I'm not sure that it'll end up peacefully. In that case, how about asking a relic appraiser to do that for us? Sure, but which relic appraiser would we ask for help? And who will pay for the cost too? What if we find out that there's a big gap between the prices of the relics and we are not able to come to an agreement on how to divide them, then what should we do? Elena pointed out various difficulties with Sarah's idea. Akira himself did not really care how exactly they were going to divide the relics, he was just going to agree with any plan that Sarah and Elena came up with. He mumbled as if it was none of his business. Dividing relics sounds really rough. Well, to be honest, Elena is actually intentionally pointing out all the details so you can use this chance to learn how to negotiate. If you go out hunting for relics with other people, you'll have to negotiate with them on how to divide the relics just like now. Oh, I see, that's true. When Alpha told that to Akira, he thought that doing something like this would be a huge pain in the ass. Some of the hunters who wanted to avoid things like this tend to have a proxy to do it on their behalf, and they would agree with anything that their proxies decided on. Akira somehow understood the feeling of those hunters. He suddenly got an idea and decided to voice it out. Those relics were originally given to us in place of the 3 million Aurum reward from the SOS request. So if anyone here wants to buy them, then how about having that person buy those relics with 3 million Aurum? And then if we divide that 3 million Aurum equally between the other two, it should be pretty fair, right? If no one would buy them, I'll do it. After all, I'm the one who came up with this idea, and it's a good chance for me to learn how to sell relics too. Sarah listened to Akira's suggestion and said to him. In that case, I'll buy them. It was me who originally wanted those relics. I'll transfer the money to your account later, is that okay? Okay. Elena then moved to the next subject. I guess that ends the subject about the relics. The next problem is regarding the information about the ruin. I'm thinking of selling the information about that ruin, then we can divide the money that we get from selling that info equally among us after we deduct the cost of ammo that we use today. But of course, I won't sell the info if Akira is against it. So, are you okay with that, Akira? Sure. I don't mind at all. Akira, are you really okay with that? The information about the location of that ruin, the interior of that ruin, and the monsters in that ruin will quickly spread, you know? There might be still some expensive relics left in the deeper part of that ruin. Are you sure that you won't regret it? It's okay. To be honest, I have no plans to go to that ruin with that huge monster ever again. It was obvious from his expression that Akira really did not want to go to that ruin ever. So Elena and Sarah just smiled bitterly. Elena then said, "Let's at least make use of that information to earn as much money as possible." But still, to think something like that would appear, searching an unexplored ruin is really a dangerous thing. Sarah smiled and said, "You can say that again. It would be a great help if that huge thing got stuck in the small hallway." All of them laughed together. After that, Elena continued. "All right then, I'll be responsible for selling the information that we gathered today. Akira, send me how much you spent for your ammo later." Okay. And that will take care of most of the things. Now, let's just hope that nothing happens until we safely reach the city. Elena's prayer might have been answered since they did not encounter any trouble on their way back to Kagomayama City. But no matter what it was, the fact was that Elena, Akira and Sarah were able to return back alive. They stopped their vehicles in the wasteland not too far away from the city. There, Ravin handed over the relics rewards to Elena and Sarah, who then said goodbye to Akira and headed to the city. It seemed that there were a lot of things that they had to do, like taking care of the SOS request and selling the information. Akira was left together with Ravin and his men in the wasteland. He then told them to board off his vehicle. Seeing how Akira was still sitting on the driver's seat after they boarded off, Ravin asked him, "Hey, what's the meaning of this? Are you telling us to walk to the city?" "Don't worry, the request is to escort you guys back to the city, so I'll properly escort you guys to the city." "Then why did you tell us to get off from your vehicle?" "There's one thing that I want to make sure first. I'll escort you guys after that." "What is it?" Ravin clearly looked confused, but to be honest, he and his men actually knew what Akira was talking about. And as expected, their guess was not wrong. Akira asked them with a flat tone. "The medicine, 2 million orum, how are you planning to pay for it?" Ravin and his men averted their eyes. Chapter 87, People Who Lost Their Dreams. Akira was sitting on the driver's seat, talking with Alpha to kill time, while waiting for Ravin to finish his discussion with his men. Now that Akira had calmed down after he got out of that ruin, he started to feel a tinge of regret. But still, it's such a waste and it's really unfortunate. There should still be relics in that ruin. If only we were able to search the ruin more and carry all of those relics before the ruin somehow activated. I wonder just how much money that would have fetched me. Alpha smiled and cheered him. It's an unexplored ruin after all. Things like this are normal. We still have some leftover data from the Lion Steel Corp, so we can just place our hope at our next location. You're right. Ha. Although that day he was able to return with some profits, he was not able to return with a lot of riches from an unexplored ruin as he had wished. Akira himself thought that there should be still a lot of relics left in that ruin, so it would be hard for him to simply forget about that ruin. Ravin and his men were sitting not too far from Akira. They were discussing how to pay for Akira's medicines. One of them looked pretty depressed as he asked Ravin, "So, what exactly are we going to do now?" Ravin's expression was not much different from that man. "Isn't that exactly why we're sitting here discussing? Tell me if you have any good ideas. Even if you ask me, it's 2 million orum, you know. Can we really afford to pay that kind of money? Or more like, you're the one who bought it, so why should we pay for it too?" Ravin looked displeased as he said. Are you seriously going to blame me for it? Would it have been better for you if we had kept climbing the stairs with that speed and got killed by the monsters? I didn't mean it like that. Then what did you mean by that remark? Ravin and his men started to make a ruckus, but the moment Akira glanced at them, they quickly calmed down. Another guy from Ravin's team then said. For real though, what are we going to do now? They were all in trouble since they had no idea how to pay Akira. Ravin and his men were talking about the medicine that they bought from Akira which cost them 2 million orum. Akira asked them to tell him who would pay and when and where he would receive the payment. Ravin and his men were 5 members in total, so dividing it equally, it would be 400,000 orum per person. It was not a huge amount. But if they paid that money, they would not be able to buy ammo for their next expedition. After all, they still had to pay for their food, accommodation, and ammo. They simply did not have enough money to spare. Another guy then hopelessly said, that I guess we have no other choice but to sell our relics. Another guy quickly refuted his suggestion. Don't you remember that we paid them with our relics? We only gave them the relics that we found inside that room. I'm sure all of you are hiding other relics that you found elsewhere, right? If we pooled them together, we might be able to get at least 2 million orum. They then looked at each other, they all understood what that guy was talking about. Ravin sighed and took out all the relics that he was hiding, the other guys who saw that also gave up their relics. One among them reluctantly took out the relics that he was hiding. Ravin twitched as he saw that because that man only offered clothes. Ravin immediately called that man. You there, you took out nothing but clothes though. But I found only these clothes in the ruin. Do you really think they'll believe you? They'll definitely doubt it, you know. Just take them back, we can sell it later and divide the money among us. That guy then retrieved those clothes. Ravin looked at all the relics lined up in front of him and made a long To be honest, I'm not even sure we can get enough money with just these relics. But well, I guess at least we can use this to negotiate. He then went to Akira. After Akira listened to what Ravin had to say, he asked about something that bothered him. Even the relics you found in the room that looked like in good shape were only worth about 3 million orum, right? So are you sure the rest of the relics would be able to fetch you 2 million orum? Well, I think it's at least possible. Let's just head back to the city for now. After all, I can't really ask merchants or appraisers the worth of the relics if we stay here, right? There were certain areas in the city where the public order was really bad to the point that it would not be strange for hunters, who returned from the wasteland, to get robbed. But even so, those areas were still safer compared to the lawless wasteland. Once they were inside the city, even if Ravin and his men had no money to pay Akira, Akira won't be able to just shoot them where they stood. In contrast to that, something like that would likely happen outside the city or in the wasteland. That was why Ravin wanted to reach the city as soon as possible. Akira did not notice that at all. The only reason why he was staying outside the city was so that it would be easy to chase Ravin and his men if they tried to run away. Akira thought for a bit before saying. You only need someone to appraise those relics here, right? Akira pulled out his information terminal and contacted Katsuragi. The call got connected soon after he pressed the call button. Akira, huh? It's rare for you to call me like this, is it something profitable? It depends on your ability as a merchant. I see, it's money talk then. So, what do you have? I just returned back from the old world ruin with relics, can you come here and check them? Sure, but since you called me, you do have the relics worth calling me there, right? I got those relics from an unexplored ruin, they are from the underground ruin. They do look pretty expensive though. And also, if you come here to pick them up, I'll at least tell you where I found them. I see, send me your location. Alright then, I'm coming there now, just wait for a bit. Katsuragi then ended the call. After that, Akira turned to Ravin. Just wait for a bit. Oh okay. Ravin frowned, he looked rather pale. He was not expecting for Akira to know a merchant whom he could call over all the way to where they were. It did not take that long before Katsuragi's trailer arrived there. It was one of the benefits of having a portable shop. Akira lined the relics in front of Katsuragi. After Katsuragi finished checking all of those relics, he then made an offer to Akira. Let's see, how about 8 million orum? Got it, we have a deal. Nice. I'll transfer the money right away. So then, how about those relics? You're not going to sell them? Katsuragi glanced over at the relic pile on the back seat of Akira's vehicle. Those are the relic types that you won't buy. You did teach me that, remember? Well, that's true, but I can at least take a look at them. It's just me trying to build a good relationship with you. Even for the clothes, if you have enough of them, I can even make a connection especially to sell those types of relics, you know? Well, even if I say that, it'll take quite a lot of time to build a new route like that. But since I've been dealing with a lot of wholesalers lately, it'll at least still turn in some money. Thanks for the offer, but it's fine. I found another route to sell those types of relics, you see. So I'm thinking of bringing relics that you won't buy to that person, that I see. Okay. Although Katsuragi was smiling on the surface, he was cursing deep inside. When he gave the explanation about how to sell relics to Akira before, he intentionally evaluated some of the relics with a lower price, and those types of relics were clothes and small accessories. He was actually thinking of intentionally not buying them first, and then buying them for cheap later as to make Akira feel indebted to him. Akira's fighting ability was indeed amazing, but he had no knowledge on how to sell the relics that he gathered. Or at least that was what Katsuragi thought. That was why he mixed some false information when he explained how to sell relics to Akira. He wanted to paint an impression so that Akira thought it was hard to sell a particular type of relics, and later make Akira feel indebted to him by offering to buy those relics at a cheap price from Akira. But it seemed that Akira had taken care of that part himself. So Katsuragi's evaluation of Akira slowly changed because of that. Katsuragi did regret the fact that he could not earn more profit, but it was not like he could keep himself occupied by that. So he just changed the subject and talked about his goods. Now that you got more money and I'm already here too, how about you buy something from me? But Akira pointed at Ravin and his men and said. Before that, can you check their relics too? Are they your friends? Did you go hunting relics with them? No, but I found them inside the ruin that I was exploring. Well, it seems that I can put my hopes up for their relics then. Katsuragi smiled and went towards Ravin. While Katsuragi was checking Ravin's relics, Akira went to Katsuragi's trailer to spend his time browsing weapons and other stuff. After Katsuragi finished checking the relics, he looked disappointed and said. Well, I guess the total worth is only about 500,000 orum. 500,000 orum. Are you trying to scam us or something? Ravin panicked when he heard Katsuragi's statement. When Akira said that Ravin and his men went to the same ruin as him, Katsuragi thought that he could put his hopes up on their relics. But compared to Akira, their equipment looked way cheaper and the relics that they brought were a huge disappointment for him. Some of the relics they brought were dirty or even badly damaged, and it was rather obvious that they were not some kind of high-ranking hunter. These were the reasons why Katsuragi was only willing to pay that amount of money for those relics. Katsuragi looked like he was in a bad mood. He did not even bother to show a fake smile as he said to Ravin. That's the amount of money I'm willing to pay. Even if you bring them to the hunter office, I think you'll get even less money. If you don't agree with that amount, then just don't sell them to me. I won't force you to sell them to me either. Well, later then. After Katsuragi said that, he turned and was about to go back to Akira, but Ravin suddenly stopped him. Please wait. Are you going to tell him that too? Can you please not do that? That amount of money was not even enough to pay half the price of Akira's medicine. Ravin was terrified of how Akira would react to that, so he desperately tried to stop Katsuragi. Katsuragi noticed that something was going on there and looked a bit surprised. But his expression suddenly changed to a smile as he kindly asked Ravin. What's going on here? You can at least tell me, you know. I've been doing business with that Akira for quite some time now, so I might be able to help you out. Katsuragi smelled a chance to make a lot of money, so he did not even try to hide his smile. After listening to Ravin's explanation, he sympathized with them and said, "That sounds rough. I do business with hunters, so I can understand how rough it is. Well, I'm glad that he saved you. Now then, since having you guys work hard and gather a lot of relics also helps my business, I can at least lend you some help, you know." Ravin's face looked both grateful and a little suspicious. Is that so? So what exactly are you offering? Of course, I can offer to smooth things out between you guys and him. But still, it's not easy dealing with Akira, you know. Negotiating with him is not an easy task at all. I do want you to at least remember that. You might also know that Akira is a strong hunter. His fighting skill is nothing to scoff at, and he's also quite a violent boy. He's actually protecting a certain gang in the slum city, and I heard that he doesn't hesitate when it comes to killing other people. From the rumor that I heard, there was a time when a certain gang in the slum city that was hostile to the gang that he's protecting went to negotiate with him, but they got cocky during the negotiation and Akira killed that guy with no hesitation at all. He then dragged the corpse to the base of the gang that sent that guy. That boy is insane. Ravin, who was listening to Katsuragi's story, could not help but word out his impression about Akira. Katsuragi noticed that Ravin was misunderstanding something there, but he did not bother to correct it as he continued. You can say that again. That's why, to be honest, I don't want to ask him to reduce the amount of money that he demands or to give more time to get that money. I'm sure you can understand me, right? Then, what should we do? That's why you can just leave it to me. Although it might be a bad deal for you guys, I hope you can understand that it's the best deal that you guys can currently get. I'll try my best to talk with him. As for my reward, well, when you guys become hunters who can earn a lot of money, you guys should come to my shop to buy stuff. So, what do you think? Of course, I won't stop you if you want to do something about it yourself. But to be honest, I don't recommend that. Katsuragi urged Ravin to make a decision, but it was a different story whether they actually had any other choices or not. Ravin and his men gave up and decided to place their hopes on Katsuragi's offer. Akira was still browsing inside the trailer. Most of the goods were weapons for hunters, but there was also some other stuff in display inside that trailer. He took a certain object from one of the displays. Relic bag, huh? I guess I'll buy some. There were all types of bags lined up on that display: bag for clothes, bag for machines, waterproof bag, bulletproof bag, electric-proof bag, shockproof bag, all types of bags. Some of them were single-use bags while others were reusable bags. And of course, their prices also varied. There are all kinds of bags though. Alpha, which one do you think should I buy? I'm not sure either. It's not like they're that big anyway. So how about buying multiple types? I guess I'll do that. Akira picked some bags and put them inside the shopping basket. He then picked another thing. Waterproof spray, huh? It can protect weapons from molds. Special offer, buy now to get a shock protector as a bonus. Well, I buy this kind of weapon maintenance tools from Shizuka's shop, so I guess I don't really need it. Akira put that back and reached for another object. Jamming smoke. Yuzumo Corp General Purpose A28 type. To check for the compatibility with your information gathering device, please check the composition and confirm with the maker of your information gathering device. Is it better if I have this too, Alpha? It'll also lower the sensitivity of the information gathering device that you are using, so I don't really recommend it. I don't need it then. Akira put it back on the display. While he was in the middle of browsing stuff, Katsuragi suddenly entered the trailer and engaged Akira with a smile. Oh. So you're finally interested in buying my goods, huh? Make sure to buy a lot of things, okay? All of them are good stuff. You're done checking their relics? Yeah, and I heard about their situation too. Just wait here for a bit. Katsuragi went inside the back room and returned with the medicine that he sold to Akira the other day. Here, you basically just need a replacement for the medicine that you sold to them, right? So, is this enough? Akira seemed suspicious of Katsuragi. It was true that he had no complaint as long as he got his medicine back. Yeah, so, what are you scheming? Don't say that. I'm just advertising my business. I do this so that they'll frequent my shop. Even I won't do something like this for free, you know. I'll make sure that they'll pay me for that medicine. I see, so that's the real reason, huh? Sure then. Alright then, with this, they're indebted to me now. But with that being said, I recommend you not to hang out with them too much. I'm not sure what happened, but they're pretty scared of you for some reason. Well, a lot of things happened back in the ruin after all. It was not like Akira had no idea why Ravin and his men would be scared of him. It was nothing strange to be scared of an unknown hunter who was way stronger than yourself, not to mention that Elena was planning to abandon them at first and Akira did agree with her. Akira did not try to think any deeper as he thought that it was to be expected for them to be scared of him. Is that so? Well, it's none of my business anyway, so I guess I shouldn't stick my nose there. Right, you're in the middle of shopping, right? If you have any questions, just ask away. I can explain to you anything about the goods here. Oh. Relics bag, huh? In that case, I recommend you to get this one. Katsuragi smiled happily as he kept talking to Akira. He was trying to prolong Akira's stay inside the trailer as long as possible to make it look like he was having a difficult negotiation with him. Akira finished shopping about 30 minutes later. He ended up buying a lot of things. As he was looking at his shopping bag, he hoped that he did not buy anything that he did not need. Katsuragi then saw Akira off as they left the trailer. Akira, you can just head back home. I'll take Ravin and his men back to the city. Of course, I'll have them buy some of my stuff on our way back too. I'll also gather the information about the ruin from them. Is that so? Alright, later then. Akira then got in his car and left that place. Katsuragi's smile vanished and was replaced by a deeply serious expression. He then turned to Ravin and walked towards him. Seeing Katsuragi approaching them, Ravin and his men asked him. So how was it? Katsuragi's serious expression did not change. We made a deal. There were some difficulties, but I ended up temporarily paying for your debt. As long as you guys don't approach Akira, I'm sure he won't do anything to you. I think. I see, thank goodness. Ravin let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he was able to avoid the imminent danger. But then Katsuragi apologetically said to Ravin and his men, That's so then, well, in the end, each of you owes me 400,000 orum. I know that it'll cause inconvenience in your daily hunter activities, but I hope that you'll understand. We'll talk about the interest and the other stuff regarding the debt later. I'm sorry, debt, huh? Ravin and his men frowned. All of them were aware that most of the hunters with debt ended up tragically, and now they had taken a step closer to such a tragic end. I don't think I even need to remind you of this, but you guys will pay it eventually, right? In case if you don't. I'm sorry, but I think I'll ask for Akira's help. I don't want to do that, but I have my reputation to uphold as a merchant, you see. Seeing how Katsuragi looked pitifully at them, Ravin and his men's faces turned pale. Well then, how about we discuss the details inside my trailer? As Katsuragi walked back to his trailer, Ravin and his men followed behind with heavy steps. Katsuragi, who was leading Ravin and his men to his trailer, smiled in secret. A few days after that expedition. Inside a certain pub somewhere in Kagomayama City's downtown. A certain man was sitting on a table. Although there were 6 glasses of beer on that table, that man was sitting alone. He was the person who sold that information about the ruin to Ravin. The ruin that Akira discovered was named Yonezuka Station Ruin. It seemed that it was the name of the subway station inside that ruin. One of the hunters, who explored that ruin, found the nameplate of the station and that name then got adopted as the official name of that ruin. Since Elena sold the information about that ruin, it spread quickly among the hunters. Although the information had spread widely, there were barely any hunters exploring that ruin. It was because the presence of that huge monster was also included in the information that Elena sold, as well as the fact that there was a good chance the monsters in Kuzusahara Ruin underground city used the subway tunnel to go to that ruin. Since even the hunters, who had experience in dealing with the monsters in the underground city when they were guarding the forward base, had to run away from that ruin to stay alive, the other hunters could easily grasp just how dangerous the Yonezuka Station ruin was. Because of that, the hunters who thought that they were not strong enough to challenge that place avoided going to Yonezuka Station ruin. Some hunters thought that it was just fake information in order to prevent other hunters from exploring that ruin. But these hunters then ended up contributing to the number of hunters who went to that ruin and never returned. Some of the skilled hunters, who were confident in themselves, dared to go to that ruin to collect some of the many relics still left inside. But it was a completely different story whether they could return back alive or not. It all depended on these hunters' skills. That man was the only person who returned back alive after exploring Yonezuka Station ruin. It was him and his team who activated that ruin. When they reached the home platform of Yonezuka Station, they messed with the controls there and activated the facility. Then monsters flooded out from the tunnel and killed everyone except that man. The reason why he was spreading that information was as a form of revenge. He thought that if he kept sending hunters there, someone might kill the monsters that killed his friends. Since that man was selling the info cheaply, he did not earn much money from it. His dream of finding an unexplored ruin and getting rich had been crushed, and all his close friends were dead. All the money that he got from selling that information was used to buy expensive alcohols. He would spend his days drinking those alcohols while reminiscing about his dead friends. Meanwhile, in the other place, Akira was getting ready to go out to the wasteland again. Although he had no plans to go to that particular unexplored ruin, he was still planning to find the other unexplored ruins. In order to do that, he used the data that he acquired from the Lion Steel Corp's terminal to help him search for unexplored ruins. As Akira was about to turn on the vehicle inside the garage, Alpha, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, suddenly said to him, "Akira, there's a notification from the Hunter office." "A notification?" Akira pulled out his information terminal and checked the notification. "Bounty info, notification for new bounty monsters." Akira looked puzzled as he checked the details of that notification. It was not the usual monster hunting request, it was a special bounty request with fixed prize money and a huge monetary reward. This type of request was usually issued for strong monsters that did not fit the place that they were in or the monsters that caused damage to the city's economy. These monsters were known as bounty monsters. That notification worked both ways. It would attract the attention of the hunters who had enough skill to hunt those bounty monsters, as well as to warn the other hunters to be careful of those monsters. After all, if those hunters, who went to the Old World ruin to gather relics, got killed and are unable to bring back the important Old World relics to the city, it would cause trouble for the city too. While on the other hand, it was the perfect chance for the hunters who were confident in their skills to make a name for themselves. When a hunter took out a bounty monster, his name would also be announced as the person who killed that bounty monster. Not only would he get a huge amount of money, his hunter rank would receive a huge boost, his hunter record would be decorated with that achievement, and his name would also receive renown. Every time a new bounty request came out in the Eastern District, skilled hunters would flood the wasteland to hunt for that bounty monster. There were 4 new bounty monsters. Their names, descriptions, bounty prizes, and other details were publicly posted in the hunter office. As for their location, they were only able to draw a big radius as to where they might be roaming. That area included Yonezuka Station ruin that Akira explored the other day. Akira's expression turned grim, he remembered that huge greedy crocodile. "Alpha, about this bounty notification. I think that monster is one of them. Since there are 4 bounty monsters, I guess more similar monsters came out to the surface. Although there were traces of battles in many places, we found no traces of corpses. It is likely that corpses were eaten by the other greedy crocodiles while they were on their way to the surface. There's a good chance the monsters that left those traces in the hallway left that ruin and attacked hunters and the other monsters that they encountered. In that particular hallway, there were traces of battles, but strangely enough, there were no monster corpses nor dead hunters. As Akira expected, it might have been because some kind of monster had eaten all the leftover corpses. Then that particular monster might have evolved, and after it grew stronger, it might have started preying on the other weaker monsters around it and grew even stronger to the point that it was dangerous enough for the city management to warrant a bounty request. Akira stepped down from the vehicle without saying anything. Alpha then asked him, "Are you not going to search for unexplored ruins today?" "Yeah, if I go out to the wasteland, I feel like my bad luck will get me to meet one of those bounty monsters after all." Alpha smiled after hearing his reply. "You're right. We can't underestimate your bad luck after all, so I guess it's the right choice to not go out today, huh?" Akira pouted, but he just obediently returned back to his house. After that, he spent his days studying inside his room and training himself. Chapter 88, Shopping with Sheryl. Akira was strolling with Sheryl in the Kagomayama city's lower district. He was fulfilling the promise he made the other day. Since the report said that one of the bounty monsters was spotted in the wasteland somewhere near the city, Akira decided to watch the situation for a while before going out to the wasteland again. He was worried that his bad luck might get him to meet that monster the moment he went out to the wasteland. Accompanying Sheryl doing shopping was also for wasting time while waiting for the situation to get better. Sheryl and Akira were heading to the market around the big hunter office branch that was attached to the wall. The area around this hunter office was a relatively safe area compared to the other places in the lower district. Because of that, most of the expensive shops and stands gathered around this area. But to be more precise, the truly luxurious and expensive shops were located inside the inner wall and it was impossible for Akira and Sheryl to go there. So in short, the shops in this area were only expensive compared to the standard in the lower district and they gathered here since this area was relatively safer compared to the rest of the lower district. Sheryl was walking happily next to Akira when Akira suddenly asked her, "Although you said that you're going to buy shoes, are you sure you want to buy shoes there? Only expensive shoes are available over there, you know?" In reality, Akira never shopped in that place and he knew almost nothing about the shops in that area. It was all information provided by Alpha. "That's what I found in the network." "Well, I'm not sure if that information is fake or not though." It seemed that Alpha could not affirm nor refute the information that she told to Akira. "Alpha, it's rare for you not being able to say anything about it. It's complicated." It was rare for Alpha to say something like that, Akira wondered. Sheryl looked hesitant as she said, "I couldn't find any shoes that matched the clothes that you gave me. I guess that place should have fitting shoes for me. If it's too expensive, I'll just give up." Akira looked over Sheryl. She was wearing one of the clothes that he gave to her. It was true that compared to her dress, her current shoes looked old and shabby. Since it was shoes that she bought from Katsuragi, they were more tailored towards exploring the wasteland. Not to mention, since the size of the dress was bigger than her actual size, her overall appearance looked a bit weird. But it was rather understandable since Akira could not find old-world shoes that might fit that dress. Although it also depended on the condition of the clothes, most of the old-world clothes were considered expensive goods. So in order to get shoes that might fit that dress, she might not have any other choice but to go to the market around that area. When a small child from the slum city went to one of those expensive shops, he or she would normally get kicked out. Even for Sheryl who came in that dress, the chance of her getting kicked out was still pretty high if they knew where she came from. That was also one of the reasons why she was going there with Akira. If she was accompanied by a successful hunter, the chance of her getting kicked out would be considerably lowered. Akira and Sheryl continued walking through the lower district toward their destination. The shop that they were heading to was a shop that Alpha randomly picked from the network. Alpha was actually guiding Akira there. Of course, Sheryl didn't know anything about it. Seeing how Akira did not hesitate as they proceeded through that area without getting lost, she thought that he must have frequented that area to the point that he remembered the layout. They eventually reached their destination. It was a luxurious-looking boutique. If he was the past Akira, he would have hesitated to go in. But since he was once invited by Shirory to a luxurious restaurant, Akira was able to enter that shop without showing hesitation. Sheryl quickly followed behind him. To be honest, she was feeling very nervous, but since she had learned how to hide it, she entered the shop with a calm expression. A female clerk quickly welcomed them as they entered. She was Katsuya, the owner of the shop. Katsuya glanced at Akira. He is a young boy hunter with an augmented suit and properly maintained rifles, there should be no problem. Katsuya then turned her attention to Sheryl. There is something strange about her appearance. The dress that she is wearing seems like an old-world dress, in short, an expensive dress. And she sure has put extra effort to make such a big dress look less weird on her. But compared to that dress, she is using shabby and dirty-looking shoes. But anyway, she must be here as the hunter boy's companion. So, there should be no problem. Katsuya identified Akira and Sheryl as worthy customers. Thus she put on her business smile as she welcomed them. Thank you for coming to our shop, what can we do for you today? We're here looking for girl shoes. After Akira said that, Katsuya turned to Sheryl and looked at her shoes one more time. But of course. Please come in, I'll guide you to the shoe section. Katsuya's expression did not change as she guided Akira and Sheryl through her shop. Sheryl followed Katsuya's guide. Not too long after that, she was sitting on a chair having a hard time deciding among all the shoes lined up in front of her. All those shoes were recommended for her by Katsuya. Sheryl was making a super serious face. All of those shoes that Katsuya recommended were wonderful shoes. Even Sheryl was able to know that much, but because of that, the price of those shoes was also pretty high and she could not pay for those shoes with the money that she brought with her that day. She also noticed that Katsuya slowly lowered the quality and the price of the shoes that she was recommending to Sheryl every time she brought a new pair of shoes. One of the reasons why Sheryl was looking for new shoes was for selling the relics that Akira entrusted to her. She would be able to make a better impression by wearing matching shoes when selling those relics. She knew very well that putting a good overall appearance would be beneficial during a negotiation. In order for others to not look down on her, she was searching for shoes that would fit her dress. She was thinking hard on how to do that with the limited amount of budget that she had. While Sheryl was busy doing that, Akira was walking around the shop, browsing the apparels there. Inside that shop, mannequins were used to show how the dresses would look when they were put on. Akira frowned a bit when he looked at those mannequins. Alpha noticed that and thought his reaction was a bit weird. Akira, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just wondering why I don't feel anything when I look at these mannequins. Is it because they are just mannequins? Do you want me to try it on? Alpha changed her dress to the same ones that the mannequin in front of Akira was wearing. Although the size was adjusted to fit on her body, it had the exact same design as the one on the mannequin. She then stood beside that mannequin. Akira looked at the mannequin and at Alpha in turns. But just like before, he did not feel any big change in his impression. Yep, it doesn't change much. It's not that bad but not that good either, just a normal dress. This shop is supposed to be an expensive shop in the lower district, right? Well, the clothes here are at least not as cheap as your underclothing. Even if it's an expensive dress judged by fashion experts for having a good design, it still looks normal to me, I don't feel anything at all. As I thought, I might have no fashion sense. Akira remembered that the meal he had when he went to that expensive restaurant really blew his mind. He could agree that those meals were worth the money. But that was not the case for fashion. Of course, their prices were not the same as the meal that he had in that luxurious restaurant, but he was expecting something more. Alpha once again changed her dress. This time, it was an expensive-looking dress appropriate for a high-class lady. Walking through the lower district in that dress would warrant extra escorts, or at least, you would need the influence to let people know not to mess with you in order to ensure your safety. Compared to the last one, what do you think about this dress? Not bad. It does look expensive. I at least understand that it's on a different level compared to the other common clothes around here. If I find this kind of dress in the old world ruin, I'm sure it'll fetch me quite a lot of money. For Akira to think about how much money it would bring in case he sold that dress when he was actually asked about his opinion on the dress, it seemed that his way of thinking had really adjusted for his hunter job. That might be one of the reasons why he had a bad sense of fashion. If that's all you have to say after seeing my dress, I guess you have gotten used to it, huh? Gotten used to it? Well, I do feel like I'm starting to get used to your clothes though. I think that you're misunderstanding something here. It's true that my dress is nothing but an image, but it's still a high-class dress. When you're not worried about the expense for the fabric, you can get a very luxurious dress. As a matter of fact, the design and the outlook of my usual clothes are way better than the current fashion, so? Basically, since you always see me in high-class clothing all the time, you've gotten used to it to the point that it dulls your fashion sense. Maybe, so in conclusion, my fashion sense is broken, right? Well, I guess it's fine since now I know the reason why. Akira pouted a bit, while Alpha was smiling teasingly at him. Isn't that fine? After all, every time you want to look at a beautiful girl, you can always look at me anytime, right? Akira smiled bitterly. He could not refute that. Katsuya, who was with Sheryl up until now, suddenly approached Akira. Excuse me, would it be alright if I ask you a question? Sure, what is it? Excuse me for being rude, but, may I know how much your budget is for today? It seems that your companion is worried about the price. If I know the budget, I might be able to adjust my recommendation accordingly. It seemed that Katsuya thought Akira would be paying for Sheryl. Akira then glanced at Sheryl. She was staring seriously at the shoes in front of her. It seemed that she was really at loss on what to do. Akira thought for a bit and said, "Inform me if it costs more than 1 million orum." Katsuya froze for a bit when she heard that. 0.1000000 orum. Is that correct? Yes, I'll be paying with my hunter ID. Ah, if I have to pay with cash, I'll have to go for a bit to withdraw the money though. Please don't worry, we also accept payment through hunter ID. Just for confirmation, may I borrow your hunter ID? It was a common thing for hunters to lose their IDs during a fight in the old world ruin. But Katsuya was actually asking Akira's hunter ID to confirm whether he could really pay that much. It showed just how much surprised she was since it was something that she would never do normally. After all, it was as if she was asking if Akira could really pay that much money. If she had asked that question to a short-tempered hunter, it would not be strange if that hunter got angered. Katsuya suddenly realized that fact as she tried her best to keep calm and show a friendly smile to Akira. But Akira did not feel offended by it and casually handed over his ID to Katsuya. Katsuya then used her information terminal to read Akira's hunter ID. When the result came out on her information terminal, she was so surprised that she froze. She then somehow returned back to her usual smile and returned Akira's hunter ID. I'm sorry for bothering you so much. I'll recommend shoes that suit the aforementioned budget. Please do ask me if you have any questions. She then lightly bowed at Akira and left. Alpha then asked Akira. Are you sure you're okay with that? She'll make you pay close to the upper limit of your budget, you know? It's fine. I think Sheryl is buying shoes today as preparation so that she can sell relics that I entrusted to her at a better price, right? I think so. In that case, then this is a needed expense. If it will really help her sell the relics, then I have no complaints at all. And also, this is for confirming something. Confirming something? I want to know how much she can change with 1 million orum and how I'll react to that. If I don't feel anything at all even after spending that much money, I have no plans to make any comment about fashion nor spend too much money on fashion in the future. Akira thought that if even 1 million orum fashion did not give him any noticeable impression, then it only meant he really did not have any fashion sense at all. It'll also be affected by the fashion sense of the clerk in this shop though. Don't you think that there are too many unpredictable factors? If that happens, then it's my bad luck in choosing a weird shop. But I'm the one who picked this shop, you know. Well, that only means that my luck is so bad that we can't do anything about it even with your ability. Which also means that I really should give up on my fashion sense. Akira smiled lightly when he said that. Alpha looked exasperatedly at Akira, who suddenly decided to test his luck there. Although it was not something that might endanger his life, it might lower his evaluation of her ability. Alpha was pondering if she should do something about it. Katsuya did not go to Sheryl after she talked with Akira. Instead, she went right to the back room only for employees. The moment she passed through the door, her business smile changed to a real smile. "Seelin, are you awake?" After Katsuya said that, a young girl dragged herself out. "Wani-chan, you're too noisy. You do know that I worked all night yesterday, right?" Seelin looked annoyed as she stared at Katsuya. But Katsuya ignored her and said, "Get changed into something presentable and get out there. But it's your turn to watch the shop at this hour, you know? Just let me sleep, I'm really sleepy. Just do what I say, quickly. And also, I've told you many times to call me Miss Manager, remember? Geez." Although she seemed annoyed, Seelin did what she was told to. When Katsuya saw that, she quickly went back to the shop. Sheryl was staring intensely on the shoes that Katsuya recommended to her. Every time Katsuya brought different shoes to her, the quality and the price of those shoes were getting lower and lower compared to the previous one. Since Katsuya did not recommend any other shoes, Sheryl thought that there might be no cheaper shoes in that shop. Although Sheryl had enough money to pay for the shoes, those shoes were not good enough fit for her dress. But still, they were at least better than her current shoes. She still had to use the rest of her money for something else. So she was at a loss whether she should spend half of her current money for the shoes. Right when she was still pondering on what to do, Katsuya came to her. She brought another pair of shoes to recommend to Sheryl. "If those don't suit your taste, then how about this?" Sheryl thought that Katsuya brought cheaper shoes as she turned to her. But her expression quickly changed to bewilderment. The shoes that Katsuya recommended looked obviously high class. There was no mistaking that it cost way more than all the other shoes that she had recommended up until now. It was understandable since she brought the most expensive shoes in her shop. Sheryl apologetically said to Katsuya as a way to signal her that she wanted cheaper shoes. I'm really thankful for recommending these shoes to me. But it might be a tad too." Right when Sheryl was about to say, "Too expensive," Katsuya suddenly interrupted while still smiling at her. "I'm sorry that I might have overstepped my bounds, but I have asked your companion as to how much he's planning to spend today. We're really sorry for only recommending cheap shoes up until now." Sheryl looked even more confused. From Cheryl's reaction, Katsuya thought that she was feeling apologetic for making Akira pay for an expensive pair of shoes. That was why Katsuya then told Sheryl that it was not a big amount of money for Akira. After all, as a businesswoman, Katsuya also had to respect Akira's wish to buy Sheryl that level of quality shoes. "Please wait for a bit here, I'll bring other shoes too." After she said that, Katsuya placed the most expensive shoes in her shop on top of the table and took all the other cheap shoes off the table. She then bowed lightly to Sheryl before stepping away to replace those cheap shoes with the second most expensive shoes in her shop. Sheryl, who did not know what was going on, was staring at Katsuya's back as she left that place. She then turned to Akira, who she thought should know what exactly was going on. Akira was browsing the apparel and eventually found himself standing in front of the male underclothing section. Expensive-looking underclothings were lined up in front of him. Of course, those underclothings were way more expensive than the ones that he usually used. "Should I buy some underclothing too?" "I won't stop you, but I won't recommend wearing them under an augmented suit. Since it's not for hunters, I'm sure it'll get torn in no time." "Well, that's true. I guess it's better if I don't buy it then." Akira then placed the underclothing in his hand back to the rack. It seemed that there were no goods that might suit his needs. Putting that aside, Sheryl is staring at you, you know. He glanced at Sheryl to check on her. It seemed that she wanted him to return to her, thus he decided to walk back to Sheryl. After Akira returned, Sheryl asked him what was going on and understood the situation. It was a good thing for Sheryl since it was hard to find the shoes that fit her needs with her current budget. But it was not like she could honestly feel happy about it either. Is it really okay? Yeah, like I said before, if it helps you sell the relics, then it's alright. There's no need to worry about it, just think of it as a small debt, you can just subtract it from the sales after you sell the relics. Sheryl smiled in relief. I understand. I'll take you up on your offer then. She already had a bunch of favors from Akira that she needed to repay. Thus it was easier for her if Akira himself made that request. Katsuya returned with the second and third most expensive shoes in her shop. Seelen, who had finished changing her clothes, eventually dragged herself out, still looking extremely drowsy. Seelen tried to remember the prices of the shoes that were lined on top of the table. She then looked at Sheryl and Akira before glancing at Katsuya while thinking. Just because he looks like a hunter with a lot of money, aren't you a bit too excited? Well, I do understand your feeling though. Not all hunters had a lot of money or were willing to spend a lot of money. But from time to time, there were peculiar hunters who visited that shop. Some of them had their money perception distorted after getting lucky in the old world ruin and returning back with a lot of relics. Some of them spent so much money on their equipment that they did not mind spending money at all. These hunters showed less resistance when they had to pay expensive goods, and they were merchants' favorite customers. Because of that, all shops would encourage those hunters to spend as much money as possible when they were in that phase. Of course, that was leaving high-ranking hunters aside. As long as they did not look like they were going to die anytime soon, shops would treat them, hoping that they would do business with them for a long time. Katsuya was also recommending all kinds of other things to Sheryl. Although Sheryl did not have to worry about the budget any longer, she still did not want to buy anything that she did not actually need. And also one more thing, it did not prevent her from being at a loss on which one to pick. Seelen scanned Sheryl's outlook. Leaving her shoes aside, Sheryl was using old world relics. But the size of her dress did not fit her, and it was obvious for anyone who worked in the fashion business. And now that she noticed it, Seelen could not shake her mind off from it. She then made a suggestion to Sheryl. Excuse me, if it's okay with you, I can readjust the size of your dress while you're browsing. Sheryl glanced at Seelen and then looked at her own dress. Akira suddenly asked a question. Is that okay? But then another person answered Akira's strange question with her own interpretation. Katsuya smiled confidently as she said. I can reassure you that Seelen is very skilled in adjusting clothes. I'm sure you'll find her work satisfying. Seelen glanced at Katsuya and sighed before she added. That dress is an old world dress, right? After I readjust an old world dress, it would be considered as a normal dress and its price would fall. If it's one of your assets, I would not recommend readjusting it. But if I may readjust its size, it would look better on you. After Seelen warned Sheryl and Akira of the downside of readjusting an old world dress, Katsuya looked at Seelen. Whoa there, you're the one who offered it, so why would you say something that discourages them now? What will you do if they ask for compensation later because we didn't warn them? Or more like, isn't that your job as the manager to tell them that? Katsuya and Seelen were still smiling while talking through telepathy. They had been stuck together for years after all, so they could more or less read each other's minds. Although Akira had given that dress to her, as a hunter who hunted for relics, it might still offend him. So Sheryl asked for Akira's opinion. Akira, what do you think? Well, it's your dress, so it's up to you what you want to with it. But that aside, what are you going to do about your clothing while she's readjusting that dress? Now that Akira mentioned it, Sheryl realized that point. The readjustment would take some time to finish, and even if she returned back to her base to change first, she did not have any other dress that she could wear to go to that shop. After all, it was unthinkable for her to go there with a slum city outfit. Of course, she had the choice of taking her measurement there and then asking Akira to send and retrieve her dress, but that would mean she would have to bother Akira again, and that was not preferable for her. In reality, Akira did not think that far when he said that. He was just simply asking the question that came up in his mind. Seelan then said to Sheryl, "If it's about that, I should be able to finish readjusting around the evening if I start now. While I'm doing that, you can browse and try the other clothes in this shop." Sheryl could not decide, so she asked Akira again. Is it okay if I ask you to wait with me until it's finished?" "Sure, I have no other plans for today anyway." "Thank you very much." Sheryl smiled as she thanked Akira and asked Seelan to readjust her dress. After she let Seelan take her measurement, she handed over all her clothes except for her undergarments to Seelan. She then tried all the clothes that Katsuya recommended. Sheryl would ask for Akira's opinion every time she put on a new set of clothes. Akira was only sitting on a chair while waiting for Sheryl's dress to finish. Although Sheryl asked about his opinion again and again, he only gave a dull reaction every single time. Akira had no confidence in his own fashion sense. Sheryl knew that very well since that one time when she went to Higuraka residence ruin with him. Because of that, she did not really get bothered by Akira's dull reaction as she kept enjoying herself showing her dresses to him and asking for his opinion. Of course, she planned to buy any clothes that incited a reaction from Akira. Katsuya received a message from Seelan through her information terminal. She then excused herself and went to Seelan's place. Seelan, who had finished the preparation to readjust Sheryl's dress, was staring at it while waiting for Katsuya. It did not take long for Katsuya to come. Seeing how Seelan had not started yet, Katsuya, who thought that Seelan would have already started, lightly scolded her. "Seelan, is there any problem? You haven't even started working on that dress?" Seelan calmly replied. "I've finished the preparation and I'm about to start. But there's one thing that I want to ask first." "What is it?" "They're waiting for it, so make sure to finish it fast." "How much should I ask for readjusting this dress?" Katsuya looked confused since Seelan asked a strange question. "How much do you ask?" "Of course, as much as you need for adjusting that dress, isn't that obvious?" Seelan hummed for a bit and then rephrased her question. "My bad, that was a poor way to say it. After adding the prices of everything that he is going to buy, does he have any extra money to pay for this adjustment?" "Wait, maybe it's the other way around. After subtracting the cost of this adjustment, does he have extra money in his budget to pay for the other stuff?" Katsuya looked like she was caught off guard. "He did say to tell him if it's over 1 million orum, at most, you only charge about 300,000 orum for readjusting dresses, right? I'm planning to make him spend the rest of his budget though." "Seelan, how much are you planning to charge him?" "If there's no limit on his budget, I'm planning to ask for 1,500,000 orum." Katsuya was surprised since Seelan asked for 5 times more than what she was expecting. But she quickly snapped back to reality and flusteredly asked Seelan, "Ha? 1,500,000 orum? You must be kidding, right?" "I'm not kidding, that's why I called you here. I can still stop here. You should tell them and ask them whether they want to choose to only adjust the dress or are they willing to go beyond their budget to make the readjustment and pay for their shopping as well. It's your job to talk with the customers after all." No, wait for a sec, why do you need that much money in the first place? You already made a rough prediction when you offered to readjust that dress, right? That is where I made a mistake. I can only say that I made a bad prediction back there. This dress is made of a way better fabric than I expected. So I need better fabric and a more complicated technique to readjust its size. I have no plans to sell my skill cheaply, you know. Especially after seeing her undergarment, that thing is a high-quality undergarment. How much do you predict it cost? It's just my guess, but it should at least cost about 10,000 orum. That isn't too expensive though. My undergarment is still way more expensive than that. I said, at least. Depending on your luck, it might cost you more than 1,000,000 orum. Katsuya looked obviously surprised. You're joking, right? Seelan annoyedly replied. I never joke when it comes to fashion. In order to make a precise prediction, I need to check the quality of its fabric, its elasticity and smoothness, and if it has an old world logo on it. That's why I can't say for sure. But if it's one of those superior quality undergarments that would even cause a fight among those people who are sitting on the top, it would be nothing strange if it costs more than 1,000,000 orum or maybe even a few chrome. Seelan made a serious face when she said that. Clothes that were sold in chrome were on a completely different level compared to the clothes in that shop. Of course, Katsuya thought that Seelan only mentioned that as an example and it was not like Sheryl's undergarment actually cost that much. But since Seelan even brought up that example, she could not help but think that Sheryl's undergarment must be quite expensive. Even Katsuya could understand that much. Can you check it more closely? Do you really think I can just ask our customer for permission to check her undergarment closely just because we want to know how much it costs, although it has nothing to do with readjusting this dress at all? And in the first place, it's your job as the manager to ask that if you really want to know. Katsuya panicked. She thought that Sheryl was only a potential customer, but now it seemed that she needed to be extra careful handling Sheryl. How exactly does someone with that cheap shoes get her hands on something so expensive? Maybe she received that as a gift. That would also explain why the dress is not of her size too. The person who gave her this dress and her undergarments might be that hunter who is with her. He might have found them in an old world ruin. And since he didn't find any shoes, they're here to buy shoes. Well, it's all just my guess though. If it still bothers you, you should ask him. That would explain everything though. The real problem is whether that hunter knew the worth of that undergarment when he gave it to her or not. In case if he knew, then I can't afford to mess up readjusting this dress. Although we did warn them that it'll reduce the worth of this dress, I'm sure there's a limit on how much reduction is acceptable. There's no mistaking it that its worth will get reduced from an old world dress into just a high quality dress. Of course, I'll give nothing but my best effort. But I'll need a special technique to work with this fabric, and that'll cost more than usual. So it's whether he knew the real worth of his gift when he gave them, huh? It seems that you think that he does though. Is there any reason for that? If he knew, then that'll explain why he's expecting to pay about 1,000,000 orum for the shoes. Everything makes sense if that's the case. But it's up to you if you want to consider the other possibility. Katsuya actually agreed with Seelan's opinion. If that hunter knew the real worth of that dress and came here to buy a few shoes suitable for that dress, it would indeed cost him around 1,000,000 orum. She suddenly realized something there. Wait for a sec. I'm the one who will have to confirm that and ask if he's willing to pay more, right? Well, that's your job. Good luck, just tell me if they've made their decision. But if they decide not to do the adjustment, I'll come with you to apologize too. Although Seelan's voice was neutral, she was actually pushing the problem to Katsuya. Somewhere in her expression, she did look like she felt sorry about that. Katsuya placed both of her hands on her head as she walked back to Sheryl and Akira. Chapter 89, Near Miss. Sheryl was changing into her next dress inside a changing room as Akira was just waiting while sitting on a chair. That was when Katsuya approached him with a slightly pale face. She thought that it might be better to wait for Sheryl, but since it should be no problem as long as the one paying was okay with it, she decided to go straight to Akira. Since it would only get harder the more she waited, it was better to just go ahead and out with it. After all, the more she waits, the readjustment will take more time to finish. Katsuya made her resolve and spoke to Akira. Excuse me, there's something I need to ask. After listening to her explanation, Akira did not take too long to make a decision. Alright. I'll pay that extra 1,500,000 orum above the initial 1,000,000 orum. He did not show much reaction when he said that he would pay the extra 1,500,000 orum. Although Kashiwa was surprised by it, she was barely able to maintain her usual expression. But since it did catch her by surprise, she inadvertently asked for a confirmation. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yeah, I'm not an expert in readjusting clothing, so if you tell me that's how much it would take, I bet that's really how much it would take. It's basically like fitting equipment, so I have no plans to get a bad result just so that I can pay less, not to mention that I want to see it in its perfect condition. So I'll leave it to you. It's okay if I leave it to you, right? Of course. Kashiwa was able to completely hide her surprise as she said that to Akira with a smile full of confidence. She fully trusted Seelan's skill. If that was not the case, she would have recommended Akira to decline her offer. But even though she was confident of Seelan's skill, it took everything she had to hide her nervousness. Akira did not notice that at all as he said to Kashiwa. Well, I'll leave it to you then. With pleasure, please let me excuse myself to tell Seelan to start readjusting the dress. Kashiwa was about to head back to Seelan, but she remembered something and asked Akira, Excuse me, you did say that it's something like your equipment, may I ask you how much you spent on your equipment? Although we handle a different kind of clothing, I couldn't help but wonder. Akira did say that fixing Sheryl's dress was something like making maintenance for his equipment. So Kashiwa thought that she should be able to gauge how much Akira was willing to spend this time from asking how much he spent on his own equipment. Akira did not notice Kashiwa's intention as he casually replied. This? Well, I bought this suit as a combo with some of the other stuff too. So I don't think you can use it as a reference, you know? People buy accessories and shoes to fit their dress, so I believe it's not that much different. So if I may, I want to know how much you paid in total. In that case, it was 80 million orum, as I thought, Hunter's equipment does cost way more than usual apparel. Well then, please let me excuse myself to tell Seelan to start her work. Kashiwa lightly bowed at Akira while hiding her grin before returning back to Seelan. The reason why she was barely able to avoid getting herself frozen when she heard Akira's answer was because of her disposition as a businesswoman. When she went back to Seelan, she quickly told her to get started with the readjustment. Seelan, I got confirmation. He said he'll pay the extra 1,500,000 orum. So you can start your work. Okay, by the way, how did you convince him to pay more? Seelan thought that even if Kashiwa was able to get a confirmation in the end, it would at least take her some time to convince Akira. But not only was she back way sooner than Seelan thought, she even got Akira's affirmation. Seelan knew that Kashiwa was not that skillful, so she wondered what kind of technique she used. Although that remark from Seelan sounded as if she was a scammer, Kashiwa just ignored it as she quickly replied. When I told him about the situation, he didn't hesitate to make that decision. And when I asked him how much he spent on his equipment, he said he paid 80 million orum, you know. No wonder he didn't bat an eyelash when he decided to pay for that extra 1,500,000 orum. 80 million orum. Good grief, a healthy hunter does earn a huge amount of money. Miss Manager, can you go and seduce him? Don't be stupid and do your job. We did boast that we're a shop which specializes in readjusting clothing and that we're worth paying 1,500,000 orum, so I expect nothing less than perfect. You don't even need to tell me that, I won't hold back. Then Seelan started her work with a big smile and a serious face that showed her pride in her own skill. As time passed by, Sheryl had tried a lot of clothes, but she had not decided to buy anything yet. She must have her reasons as to why she did that, but the biggest reason might be because none of them incited any particular reaction from Akira. Kashiwa, who was always standing near Akira and Sheryl, slowly noticed that too. Thus she made a suggestion to Akira. Excuse me, would you like to try picking clothes for your companion? Me? Yes. I believe she'll be happy too if you do that. Kashiwa thought that if it was something that Akira picked, Sheryl would definitely want to buy it. Well, even if you tell me so. Since Akira had no confidence in his fashion sense at all, he did not think it was a good idea. But Sheryl, who heard that, seemed to be interested in that idea. Akira will pick my clothing for me. Sheryl looked at Akira with eyes full of hope, which made it hard for him to refuse her. But to be honest, Akira did not think he could pick anything good. Looking at the troubled Akira, Alpha just giggled and offered help. Should I do it for you then? Although, I can't say for sure if I'll do a good job since I'm not really knowledgeable with all the clothes in this shop. Are you sure you're okay with that? I'm the one who chose this shop after all. So, let's see if my choice can defeat your bad luck or not. Now that you mention it, I did say something like that too. Akira decided to completely rely on Alpha to pick Sheryl's clothing. He then looked back at Sheryl who was staring at him with hopeful eyes. Well, I'll go and pick something, just wait here for a bit. I'll be looking forward to it while waiting. Sheryl smiled happily at him. Although, in reality, Akira was not the one who was picking clothing for her, she had no way of knowing that. She was so happy since she thought that Akira would do that for her. Akira browsed through all the articles in that shop. Even though from outside it looked as if he was only randomly glancing through the clothes in the displays and racks, it was enough for Alpha to scan all the clothes there. But of course, Katsuya, who did not know that, looked a bit surprised by how Akira was behaving. He already made a round through that shop. But Alpha had not picked anything yet and he found that strange. You didn't find anything good? Nope. That was only to check all the clothes in this shop so that I can make a good combination. I'll tell you which one to pick, so carry them when I tell you, okay? Okay. Akira followed Alpha's instruction as he went and picked a set of clothing complete with the shoes before he returned to Sheryl and handed them over to her. Sheryl then went back to the changing room to try the clothing that Akira, or to be more precise, Alpha, picked for her. After she finished changing, she stepped out from the changing room and bashfully asked for Akira's opinion. How do I look? Rather than focusing more on showing the cuteness of a girl of her age, it was a beautiful dress that gave off innocence or pure feeling. It also had an opening on its back that showed a bit of Sheryl's girly charm. Her already beautiful figure made that dress look even more attractive. Sheryl, who was clad in that dress, looked bashful as her cheeks turned reddish. It gave off a conflicting impression of cuteness and loveliness compared to the mature-like dress that she was previously wearing. Katsuya could not help but to give genuine praise. It looks really good on you. Katsuya also gave Akira a compliment inside her heart. Other than the fact that all of those clothes that Akira picked were relatively cheap articles in that shop, she had no complaints at all. But also because of that, it was hard for her to recommend something more expensive right after that. Alpha smiled smugly and asked Akira. How's it? It's pretty good, isn't it? Well, I think it's better than all the other clothing until now. You don't look that excited though. Do you have any complaints or something? Even if you tell me so. Just like you said, I might have gotten used to this kind of thing because of the clothes that you usually use. And also, to be honest, I like your current clothes more. In order to increase her likability, Alpha's appearance was actually adjusted to Akira's preference, so it was not surprising at all. Not to mention, all of Alpha's clothes were high-class clothes. Thus, it was rather unfair to compare that to Sheryl's clothes. Alpha just smiled bitterly as she said to him. Well, at least I know that you think the clothes I picked are better than what that clerk recommended. I guess I'll settle with that for now. It seems that compared to your bad luck, my skill still has the upper hand. What are you even talking about? Akira exasperatedly replied to Alpha, but of course, he did not show that on his face. Sheryl was still waiting for Akira's opinion. Since Akira was the one who picked it for her, he carefully chose his words. I do think it looks pretty good on you. What do you think? I like it quite a lot. I see, I'm glad to hear that. Yes, thank you very much for picking this wonderful dress for me. Sheryl looked overjoyed as she thanked Akira. Akira and Sheryl then sat on a chair and were talking to each other to spend time. Sheryl, who was still wearing the dress that Akira picked for her, looked extremely delighted. She looked both mature and a bit childish from the other people's point of view. They still had some time until Seelan finished adjusting Sheryl's dress. Since Akira had paid for the bill, he actually could spend time outside the shop and return back later. But for Sheryl, Seelan asked her to stay in the shop in case she needed her for basting or other fine adjustments. In order to get nothing less than perfect adjustment, Sheryl obediently followed Seelan's request to stay in the shop. So Akira also decided to stay in that shop to accompany Sheryl. While they were waiting, Akira also finished discussing about the things related to their next expedition to Higuraka Residence Ruin. Unlike what he had expected, Sheryl quickly agreed with his offer to regularly go to gather relics. But after their discussion, there were a lot of changes compared to before. One of the big changes was related to the ownership of the relics. All of the gathered relics would be owned by Akira. Sheryl and her gang would then sell them and get 50% of the profit from the sales. As for how to sell them, it was all up to Sheryl and her gang. It also applied to the relics that they had gathered last time. Just to be sure, Akira then asked Sheryl again. Well, it might be strange to ask you this since I'm the one who came up with it, but a lot of things happened last time, so are you really okay with that? Sheryl and her gang had gone through a lot of stuff the previous time they went out to the wasteland. Not only did they get attacked by a swarm of monsters, one of the hunters that were together with them also attacked them. But even so, Sheryl accepted his offer with a straight face, and that made Akira a bit worried. But her smile did not change at all as she replied. Yes, it's a good offer for us too. Moreover, if anything happens, you would save us again just like last time, right? Sheryl was bashful when she said that. Rather than remembering the dangerous experiences that she had gone through, her mind was filled with how cool Akira was when he saved her. Although the scene that she remembered was not that far from what actually happened, it was still a bit exaggerated by Sheryl's own imagination. Akira thought that the last expedition was a failure, that was why he made a serious expression as he said to Sheryl. Yeah. Since I took in the request, I'll do better next time. Sheryl looked immensely content. It sounded as if Akira was serious about protecting her, but of course, she herself knew that it was a bit of overstatement from her side. In that case, there should be no problem. Actually, I was thinking of making this request to you, but I was unsure whether you would agree to it. Is that so? Well, I'm okay if you're fine with it. There was actually something that still bothered Akira, but since he was the one who came with that offer in the first place, he decided not to press the question. Sheryl and Akira then continued talking to each other to kill time. But suddenly, Akira felt like he had forgotten about something. So he asked Alpha for confirmation. Alpha, am I forgetting something? Forgetting something? I don't think you're forgetting anything though. You've talked with Sheryl about that offer and I don't think you have any fixed plan after this. And it's not like there's anything that you need to immediately prepare for. Is it only my feeling? I feel like there's something. If I have to say something, you had only prepared yourself to go out to the wasteland assuming that there are no bounty monsters. So if you have any plans to go out to the wasteland anytime soon, you'll have to readjust your supply in case if you accidentally come across one of the bounty monsters. But you have no plans to go out anytime soon, right? That's it. Although that was not what Akira was looking for, since Alpha mentioned it, it piqued his interest. He might have to go out to the wasteland soon because of some kind of reason. After all, Akira knew well about his own bad luck. Yep, that does bother me. I guess it's better if I prepare myself when I have the chance. You're really a worrywart. Well, there's nothing bad from getting yourself well prepared though. Akira then told Sheryl that he would leave her for a bit. Sheryl, I just remembered that I had to do something, so I'll leave for a bit. You just wait here and contact me if you need anything. If it's something that I can help with, I would like to help too. No, I'm okay with going alone. I'm going to buy ammo and stuff, so it's faster if I go alone since I have this augmented suit. I see, alright then. I'll contact you if anything happens. Sheryl looked slightly disappointed as she saw Akira off. After Akira left her alone, she started to regain her calm as she realized that she was a bit too excited until now. She took a deep breath to calm herself. By pure coincidence, she saw a mirror in front of her. She stared at her own reflection on that mirror, then stood up and took a pose in front of it. She could not help but start smiling again when she did that. She was actually confirming her own appearance, which she had polished in order to get the upper hand during a negotiation. By looking at her reflection, she could understand how she looked in others' eyes. Although Sheryl stood in front of that mirror for that sake at first, it slowly shifted to her enjoying the dress that Akira had chosen for her. When she looked at herself smiling in front of that mirror, she quickly snapped back and returned her expression to normal in panic. Now that she had calmed down, Sheryl went back to her chair and started thinking about her plans for the future, to be more precise, how to sell the relics. She had to get as much money as possible out of those relics for Akira's sake too. Thus she seriously thought about what she should do to sell those relics. Katsuya noticed another group of customers entering into her shop, and she quickly welcomed them. Her new customers were a group of 3. A lightly armed young hunter boy and 2 girls. Katsuya scanned their outer looks and recognized them as customers. Or at least, there was no need to kick them out from her shop. She then welcomed them with a big smile. "Thank you very much for coming to our shop. How can we help you today?" When Katsuya spoke to them, one of the girls who was overwhelmed by the impression given by her shop twitched in surprise, so the other girl decided to step up and replied to Katsuya. We just want to look around for clothes and other stuff, is that okay?" "Of course. I'll be nearby. If you have any question or if there's anything that interests you, feel free to call me." Those girls then walked into the shop, while the boy followed behind. He looked really tired as he mumbled. "Say, can we take a rest for a bit? And we've been looking around for a while and you girls haven't even bought a thing, you know? Is there really a need for me to be here to carry your stuff?" It was obvious that the girls' mood soured. It was true that they planned to buy new clothing, but since they were on a limited budget, they had to carefully choose their clothes. Moreover, both of them planned to show their new clothing to that boy. The reason why they had not bought anything was because that boy gave nothing but a dull reaction every time they showed the clothes that they picked. "Just shut up and follow us. You promised us to accompany us for the whole day today, remember?" Since it was rather embarrassing if they had to be honest with him, the girl hid her embarrassment by scolding that boy. That boy did not notice the girl's real feelings at all as he dragged his legs behind them. I know. But Yamaina, putting me aside, I think Eri is getting tired too, you know?" "I'm not." Eri quickly interjected. Yamaina smiled and replied. "There, you heard her right, Katsuya. So stop complaining and come here." Okay. I should have brought lighter equipment since it's not like we're going to the wasteland, huh?" In order to protect Yamaina and Eri who were only wearing normal clothes, Katsuya thought that he should bring some weapons and decided to carry pretty heavy equipment with him. It was too late for him to regret that. Katsuya's new customers were none other than Katsuya, Eri and Yamaina. Although Katsuya helped Yamaina and Eri choose clothes at first, he made an excuse saying that he was tired and was able to break away from them. After Yamaina and Eri complained and told him to return after taking a short rest, Katsuya was looking for a place to sit down. He then caught a glimpse of a table inside that shop and went to take a seat on one of the chairs around it. He noticed that someone else was sitting on a different chair near that table. So he asked for permission. Is it okay if I sit here?" "Sure, go ahead." It was Sheryl. She smiled at Katsuya as she gave him her permission. Katsuya, who was about to take a seat without waiting for Sheryl's permission, suddenly stopped. He was smitten by Sheryl the moment he looked at her. Sheryl was still wearing that dress which gave off a mature aura. Katsuya, who saw that, felt like Sheryl was on a whole different world compared to him. If someone told him that she was a young lady from the inner district who was visiting the outside of the wall, he would have believed without questioning it. Katsuya was rather famous among the young hunters in Drankum. Because of that, he was extremely popular among the young girls in Drankum, and that caused his evaluation for girls to be extremely strict. But even so, he was smitten when he saw Sheryl. Katsuya's evaluation of Sheryl, who was clad in that high-class dress, was completely different compared to the other girls around him. It was even enough to get him enamored. From his point of view, her appearance was simply destructively beautiful. Sheryl tilted her head since Katsuya was frozen still. Are you not going to take a seat? Ah, yeah, right. Katsuya quickly snapped back to reality as he flusteredly took a seat. Sheryl then looked away from Katsuya and returned back thinking about her plan. But she could feel Katsuya staring at her, so she decided to stop there. If Katsuya said something, Sheryl would normally reply to him. But he was only staring at her without saying anything. Thus, she decided to say something first, thinking that it could not be helped. Looking at his equipment, it was easy to notice that Katsuya was a hunter. While also killing time until Akira returned, she decided to extract any info that she could from a hunter who had enough resources to visit that shop. Sheryl threw a smile at Katsuya. Are you here with your friends today, Dade? Ah, yes, I am. Katsuya was only able to flusteredly reply when Sheryl suddenly spoke to him. He was actually in the middle of thinking of any subject that he could use to strike a conversation with her. But since Sheryl caught him completely off guard, everything that was inside his mind suddenly vanished. Do you come here often? Here. Well, I was actually accompanying Yamaina and Eri looking for clothes, and we somehow ended up in this shop. Shops around these areas look expensive, so I don't really come here a lot, but that Yamaina and Eri, I wonder if they have enough money? Wait, they haven't bought anything yet, so I guess it's fine, huh? Katsuya was so nervous that he started saying things that Sheryl did not ask about. But even so, Sheryl kept on staring at him while still smiling. Since there was a beautiful girl staring at him, Katsuya tried to hide his embarrassment by laughing. While on the other hand, Yamaina and Eri were going around the shop, browsing the clothes. Yamaina took a cloth from a rack that interested her. She then checked the design and thought that it was pretty good. But after checking the price tag, she returned it back to the rack and inadvertently said, Yikes, so expensive. That shop was selling high-class clothes by the lower district standard. And of course, high-quality clothes would cost a lot of money. It was not like Yamaina could not pay for those clothes, but she needed extra courage to use that much money. It might be a good reward for a hunter who worked hard every single day. Yamaina thought so, but if she bought it, used it, showed it to Katsuya, and Katsuya thought that it did not look good on her, there was no mistaking that she would get depressed. So she decided to try it and show it to Katsuya first, but she could not find him around. Yamaina then grumbled. Katsuya is not back yet? He's taking too long, good grief, what exactly is he doing? Katsuya had made a mistake the other day that caused him to almost fight against Akira, and of course, Yamaina and Eri were also roped into that incident. As an apology, Katsuya promised that he would accompany them for the whole day today. Eri, who was with Yamaina, then said, I'll go look for him. Pretty please. Eri then left Yamaina to look for Katsuya. It did not take long before she returned alone. Yamaina, who expected Eri to return back with Katsuya, tilted her head in confusion. Where's Katsuya? Eri was an expressionless girl. But that one time, she looked obviously grumpy as she answered Yumina's question. Hitting on a girl, ha. Eri's bad mood also infected Yamaina. Chapter 90, Katsuya and that special girl. Katsuya talked about a lot of things with Sheryl. To be more precise, there was an obvious inclination in the subject of their conversation. They mostly talked about things related to Katsuya, like his story when he went to an old world ruin or when he went on a monster extermination request, or about the gang that he belonged to, Drankum. Katsuya thought that Sheryl was someone from the inner wall from the dress she was wearing. It was not rare for people from the inner wall to go out with some paid escorts. There were a lot of those escorts gathered in the big building sticking to the wall where the huge hunter office was located. The area around that building was considerably safer, although it was still considered as a part of the lower district. Thus, it was pretty safe for people from the inner wall to walk around that area. At first, Katsuya thought that the violence-filled daily life of a hunter would be a boring story for someone like Sheryl. But since it seemed that Sheryl was listening closely to his story, he continued to keep telling stories about his life as a hunter. Katsuya felt very comfortable talking with Sheryl. Not only was she a beautiful girl that would listen closely to his rather boastful story, but she would even occasionally praise him right when he was expecting it. And when he told an unpleasant story or complained, Sheryl would look concerned and sympathize with his story as well as praising his will to get over that problem. Katsuya was drowned in the mood as he kept talking with her. But Sheryl thought something was strange with Katsuya's story. Katsuya was quite a handsome boy. It could be said that his face was above average. If he was working a job where he had to serve customers, it would definitely attract a lot of girls. If his story was correct, he was a skilled young hunter and one of the best hunters in Drankum. Since he worked himself so hard to be able to help his other fellow gang members, it could be inferred that he kept his friends dear. In short, he was a good-looking young hunter with skill and good personality. Sheryl's impression, opinion and intuition evaluated Katsuya highly. And the other side of Sheryl, the part of her that coldly and rationally evaluated her opponent and continuously thought of ways to use that information to get the upper hand during a negotiation, also evaluated Katsuya highly. But compared to her intuition, it was relatively low. To be more precise, her intuition actually over-evaluated Katsuya. Thus there was an obvious gap between that and her logical and calm evaluation of him. That was the cause of Sheryl's weird feeling. Although she did feel that there was something strange in her own evaluation of Katsuya, she did not let it show in her face as she kept her smile while talking to him. While she was keeping that up, it encouraged her further to evaluate him even more highly. Sheryl unconsciously thought that there was no mistaking it, Katsuya was indeed a skilled young hunter. Making a connection with that kind of hunter would be beneficial for her gang. Before she even realized it, she started imagining inviting him for a meal and walking hand in hand through the lower district in order to deepen their connection. In her imagination, she pictured herself walking happily linking arms with Katsuya like a lover. That scene felt so heartwarming. Then she pictured Akira coming from the opposite direction. Their eyes met, but Akira did not change his expression at all as he simply turned back and cut his ties with her. When Sheryl returned back to reality, her face had already turned stiff. Her body was frozen out of fear, but she quickly recovered as she reminded herself that it was only her imagination and not reality. But it was not like her nervousness and shivers immediately stopped. Sheryl tried to calm herself by taking short breaths since her heart was beating really fast. Katsuya, who noticed Sheryl's expression, worriedly asked her. Are you okay? Sheryl looked at Katsuya again. All of her baseless good evaluation of him had completely vanished. Her feeling was telling her that the young hunter in front of her was simply a promising young hunter. It was the same evaluation that her rational side was telling her. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Once she calmed down, she then tried to dodge the subject. I'm all right. I'm sorry to make you worry. What's wrong? Did I say something that bothers you? No, it's just that as I was listening to your story, it somehow reminded me of a traumatic memory when I got attacked by monsters in the wasteland. I'm sorry that I made you worry. Katsuya worriedly asked her. Were you all right? Did you get injured? I was fine. The hunter escorting me saved me, so I was able to survive the attack without any wound. As I thought, a skilled hunter like Katsuya-san is really reliable. Sheryl smiled while observing Katsuya. He seemed a bit bashful as he smiled. It seemed that she was able to completely dodge the subject. Escort hunter, huh? If you ever need an escort again, you can come to me any dash. Katsuya. To think that you would leave us to hit on another girl like this. Yamaina appeared from behind Katsuya. She was smiling, but her smile was obviously projecting out anger. When Yamaina scolded him, Katsuya remembered that he was there to accompany Eri and Yamaina. And at the same time, he also realized that he had forgotten Yamaina and Eri as he was talking with Sheryl. Katsuya flusteredly stood up from his seat and tried to calm Yamaina while holding her with both his hands. Yamaina. Eri. It's not like what you think. It's a misunderstanding. Yamaina cornered Katsuya further while still smiling. A misunderstanding? I see, a misunderstanding, huh? Then I'm sure you'll give me a good explanation later, right? Katsuya looked at Eri, who was beside Yamaina, asking for her help. But Eri only looked back at him with no emotion. Sheryl could quickly understand that Eri and Yamaina were Katsuya's acquaintances from their exchange. She then stood up from her seat and lightly bowed to Yamaina and Eri. I'm really sorry. I was so interested in Katsuya-san's story that I insisted him to keep going. Did I hold him back from some kind of promise? Yamaina and Eri were so focused on Katsuya that they did not place much attention on Sheryl before. But Yamaina was surprised when she looked at Sheryl. What a beautiful girl. That dress is also really pretty. It seems really expensive. I wonder if only people like this would shop in this boutique. Are we actually in the wrong place? Yamaina ended up staring at Sheryl. She then realized that the beautiful girl in front of her had apologized to her. She got flustered for some reason as she replied back. I see. Well, no, it's not like we had a promise or something. It's just that he said he would only take a short rest before returning back. So I was just wondering what happened since he didn't come back after quite some time. We were just talking about Katsuya-san's experience as a hunter. To be honest, I didn't feel like he tried to flirt with me. Or was it only my imagination and you were actually trying to flirt with me? Sheryl smiled mischievously as she directed that question to Katsuya. Katsuya shook his head in panic. No, I didn't mean it that way at all, you know. In truth, Katsuya did not mean to flirt at all. But even so, although he did not do it intentionally, there were many girls who approached him after he said something which invited such misunderstanding. So he could not be sure that he did not say anything that would have caused such misunderstanding and ended his sentence as a pseudo-question. After all, since he really enjoyed talking with Sheryl, he felt that he might have said something that he should not without realizing it. That was why he could not give a straight answer to that question. Sheryl then smiled to Yamaina. Are you Katsuya-san's girlfriend? Girlfriend. No, I am not his girlfriend though. Yamaina was embarrassed and happy at the same time since Sheryl thought that she was Katsuya's girlfriend. Her voice was getting feeble when she answered Sheryl's question. Then, is the girl next to you Katsuya-san's girlfriend? No. Eri's long silence ended up with a no. Although she was still emotionless, her cheeks slightly turned red. I see. Since both Yamina-san and Eri-san's names came up a lot in Katsuya-san's story. I thought that one of you is his girlfriend. If I did something that bothers you, I apologize. Since Sheryl sounded apologetic, Yamaina was only able to flusteredly reply back. And no, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. If Katsuya really did say something to Sheryl that caused such misunderstanding, Yamaina was really happy to know that. That was also the case for Eri too. Yamaina and Eri's mood suddenly turned for the better with that single exchange. Katsuya blushed a little as he wondered if he really said something like that to Sheryl. But looking at the smiling Sheryl and blushing Eri and Yamaina, it quickly slipped off his mind. It was true that he did share a little about Eri and Yamaina, but to be able to make a guess that they were his girlfriend only from what he said, it would require a lot of imagination. Sheryl kept smiling while still looking at the three of them. Seelan suddenly came out and asked Sheryl for help with her dress adjustment. Excuse me to bother you, but can I ask for your help for a bit? Of course, please excuse me. Sheryl lightly bowed to Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina before she followed Seelan. The mood was a bit awkward between those that were left there, so they decided to return back to browsing clothing. Yamaina remembered about Sheryl while she was picking clothes. From her point of view, Sheryl's dress looked very refined. She was looking for a similar dress in that shop, and right when she thought of that, Katsuya was standing next to them while looking at them. Can I ask something? About the dress that the girl who was sitting over there was wearing. Are you interested in that dress? That dress set is all from this shop. You can get the same set if you want to, so how about it? It was true that Katsuya reacted positively to that dress. So if she used the same dress, it might increase his evaluation of her. As she thought so, Yamaina accepted Katsuya's offer. Yes, please, me too. Eri, who was listening to their conversation, suddenly jumped in. Of course. Katsuya smiled as she said that. Although that dress set was not an expensive set available in that shop, if she could sell 3 sets of that dress, it would fetch her quite a lot of profit. She gleefully proceeded to fetch the articles that Eri and Yamaina asked. Katsuya quickly prepared the dress set and handed them over to Yamaina and Eri. Yamaina and Eri immediately tried them on, they then looked at their own reflection on a mirror before showing it to Katsuya. Katsuya looked at both of them and frowned. It's not bad at all, but... His reaction was bland, but that was not enough to sour Yamaina and Eri's mood. They both looked at their own reflections on the mirror, glanced at each other and mumbled. It's true that it's not bad. Not bad. To be honest, it was quite decent. In fact, they looked pretty good and all of them agreed about that. But Sheryl, who was wearing the exact same dress, looked way better, way more beautiful. They could not help but compare themselves with Sheryl. Even Katsuya could not say that they looked good in that dress even if it was only for lip service. If it didn't satisfy you, how about changing the upper half into something else? I'll bring something that might look good on both of you. Yes, please. Me too. Very well. Katsuya smiled as she left and picked some dress for Eri and Yamaina. Of course, she chose more and more expensive articles for her recommendation. After they finished paying for their dress, Yamaina, Eri, and Katsuya sat on a table inside that shop to take a quick rest. In the end, they bought a completely different dress set than what Sheryl was wearing. All of it was packed in an expensive-looking box to make sure that they would not wrinkle. Katsuya then threw a question to Yamaina and Eri. So then, what's your next plan? Are we going to another shop? This is the last shop, we did use all our budget here. Me too, it was expensive. In order to have Katsuya accompany them browsing through a lot of shops, Yamaina and Eri were planning to be frugal with their budget. But they ended up spending all of it in that shop. But with that being said, they did not regret spending their money there. After all, as long as they got a positive reaction from Katsuya, they were all happy with that. Katsuya looked tired as he said. I see. In that case, let's go to a nearby restaurant and take a rest there while having a meal. There should be some good restaurant around this place. Let's do that, but let's take a rest here for a bit more. Me too. I'm tired. Both Eri and Yamaina were hunters. Their job included strolling through the wasteland with heavy equipment and fighting monsters. To be honest, they were confident with their physical stamina, but that was not the case for their mental resilience. After buying dresses that were way more expensive than they usually bought, Eri and Yamaina were mentally drained. After all, it would be a huge disaster if they were not careful and got their expensive dress torn. Katsuya turned his attention to the direction where Sheryl went. Katsuya, who was standing in the same direction, thought that Katsuya was calling for her. Do you need me? No, I just thought that Sheryl went that way, so I was wondering what she was doing. If it's about that girl. We're readjusting one of her dresses. Katsuya was unsure as to how much information could be given to Katsuya, but she then decided to give him that short answer. Yamaina, who was listening to them, seemed interested in that subject as she joined in. Readjusting? Yes, other than selling high-quality clothing, we can also refit them. If you have any dresses that need readjusting, please, by all means, come to us. Well, I am interested, but isn't that usually expensive? Since it's readjusting an already finished dress, I can only say that it depends on the dress. But our professional fitter will give nothing less than perfect. I can guarantee that you'll find it satisfying. Katsuya gave her best smile when she said that. Even Yamaina always desired a custom-fit dress like that. But buying a dress set in that shop already took a huge chunk of her money. Her expression changed as she calculated the gap between reality and her dream. Sheryl returned back after some time. There were 4 chairs around the table that Katsuya and his friends were sitting. So one of them was still empty, but Sheryl did not want to interrupt their conversation. Thus she chose to sit on another table. Katsuya, who noticed that, invited Sheryl to sit together with them. Although she refused at first, she eventually gave up. She lightly bowed and took that seat. Katsuya could not help but start smiling. Yamaina looked at Sheryl. From Sheryl's outer appearance, Yamaina thought that she was a lady from a rich family. Both her smile and her dress gave off a refined feeling as if they were living in a whole different world. It somehow made Yamaina lose her confidence. She's not only beautiful, she's just too different from me. Katsuya was rather popular among the girls around his age in Drankum. Because of that, there were many girls who had romantic feelings toward him, and that included Yamaina. But even among all those girls around him, none of them was like Sheryl. Yamaina thought that difference came from the fact that she was a girl who went to the wasteland with weapons on a daily basis, while Sheryl was a girl from the inner wall who was blessed with prosperity. But that was a huge misunderstanding. The reason why Yamaina felt that much difference was because of something else. Sheryl's smile was nothing more than her weapon to get an upper hand when talking with other people. It was a technique that she learned with a substantial amount of effort. That smile was the first thing that caused Yamaina to feel a big difference between her and Sheryl. Just like Yamaina, Eri could also feel the difference between her and Sheryl. But unlike Yamaina, she more or less understood the real cause of that difference. Sheryl had no romantic feelings toward Katsuya at all. Although she might act all nice since Katsuya was a promising hunter, she did not show any interest as the opposite sex at all. Eri noticed that. It was something that was very rare among the girls who interacted with Katsuya. Even among the girls who only approached him to make use of him since he was a promising young hunter, no one gave him the kind of treatment that Sheryl was showing. Although Eri noticed that, she did not say anything. After all, she did not want to make any enemies unnecessarily, and she thought that it was not something important to tell others. Eri looked at Katsuya. He was smiling happily. Thus she decided to stop worrying about it. Katsuya did not think too deeply as he threw a question to Sheryl. By the way, I heard that you're readjusting your dress here. Yes, the size was a little too big for me, so I'm refitting it. I wonder how much that kind of thing would usually cost. Is it okay to ask you how much it took you? I'm really sorry. To be honest, I don't know much about it. So it might be better to ask that question to the clerk. As for my dress readjustment, it was 1,500,000 orum. Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina were dumbstruck when they heard the exact cost. It was way more than what they expected. Looking at their reaction, Sheryl thought that 1,500,000 orum was a huge amount of money even for promising young hunters like them. It reminded her of how amazing Akira was since he easily paid that much money. Katsuya thought that it might disrupt her future business if they used that amount as a standard, so she interjected. It was a rather special case, thus it might be better if you don't use that amount as a standard. Although it still depends on the request, it's possible to refit a dress for 500,000 orum. Yamaina frowned as she said, but still, if it takes more money to readjust the dress compared to its original cost. Since we're refitting old-world clothing, we need to employ some special techniques. Not to mention, the tool and the fabric that we need to readjust the dress also cost a lot of money. Thus, I believe that it's a justified price. Of course, if you want to readjust a normal dress, it would be cheaper too. That news shocked Katsuya and his friends. Not only did Sheryl decide to modify an old-world relic that might fetch her a lot of money if she sold it in a pristine state, she even paid 1,500,000 orum to have it refitted. Katsuya could feel a gap between him and Sheryl. He smiled at her, but there was a slight shadow mixed in that smile. "You're really amazing. That would be true if I'm the one paying for it, but unfortunately, someone else is paying for me. Thus, I believe that it's not me who is amazing. I think that Katsuya-san is much more amazing for being able to live independently working as a hunter." Cheryl's smile was obviously clouded, her voice was low when she replied. Although she intentionally did that, the words that she said were her real opinion. Except for one thing, she was actually thinking about Akira and not Katsuya. Is that so? Yes. As Katsuya timidly asked that question, Sheryl replied back firmly while smiling. When he saw her smile, the shadow behind Katsuya's smile vanished. He just continued to smile while trying to hide his embarrassment. Yamaina and Eri had recovered after a short rest. They thought that it would be a bad idea to stay there for long, although they no longer had any budget to buy more clothes. Thus they decided to leave that shop. "Katsuya, let's go." Okay." Katsuya stood up and carried Yamaina and Eri's luggage. He hesitated for a bit before deciding to invite Sheryl too. By the way, we plan to eat in a restaurant nearby. If it's okay with you, do you want to come too?" Yamaina let out a big sigh. She had been together with Katsuya for a long time. She knew him well, he had no ill will towards Sheryl, nor was he trying to flirt with her. She knew that Katsuya was simply inviting someone that he considered as a friend. The usual pattern dictated that the invited person would misunderstand, and when she finally realized the misunderstanding, she was already so in love with Katsuya that she could not separate herself from him. That was the reason why the team that Katsuya led in Drankum was always filled with girls. Although there were boys from time to time, they did not stay long. It might be because it was hard for them to stay in that team. Some people even started calling Katsuya's team as a harem team. As Yamaina thought that the usual scenario would play out this time too, she looked at Sheryl with a resigned expression. But unlike what she expected, Sheryl lightly bowed and refused Katsuya's offer. "I'm really sorry. For helping the readjustment, I can't afford to leave this place. Not to mention, I'm also waiting for someone. So thank you for the invitation, but I have to refuse." Katsuya and Yamaina were obviously surprised. Katsuya assumed that Sheryl would not refuse. That was also the case for Yamaina based on her long experience with Katsuya. But that was not the case for Eri. She was not that surprised. After all, she did think about that possibility. I see. Well, it can't be helped. I'm sure we'll meet again somewhere, someday." Katsuya was a bit taken aback as he replied. It was because he almost never got refused before. "Yes, please be careful out there." Sheryl smiled at him. Katsuya looked at that smile and was relieved since it seemed that he did not offend her there. After they left that place, Sheryl sat back on her chair and reviewed her conversations with Katsuya and his friends in order to extract any information that she could find. Sheryl was especially happy to get the information about Drankum. Although it might be subjective information from Katsuya, it was still better than nothing. At least, it was enough for her to get a rough picture of Drankum. She smiled happily thinking that information would be useful for Akira, who was also working as a hunter. Not too long after that, Akira returned. Sheryl, who saw him, immediately smiled. Akira took a seat on the same table with Sheryl and asked her. "I'm sorry that it took me so long. Replenishing my ammo reserve turned out to be more time-consuming than I thought." "Well, you didn't call me at all, so everything is fine, right? Or did something happen?" "There's nothing. If I have to say something, some hunters from Drankum came here to buy some clothing. I ended up talking with some of them. Do you want to hear about it?" That reminded Akira when Sheryl extracted information from a hunter called Dale not too long ago. Akira winced back as he thought that Sheryl must have done the same thing again. I see. Well, I can listen to your story. Okay. Sheryl then told Akira all the information that she gathered, and it was indeed an interesting subject for him too, that I see. So all the relics that Drankum hunters gather are given to Drankum before selling them. So it's not like the hunters who gather those relics sell the relics themselves, huh? Yes. It seems that they are paid a wage based on their hunter ranks and given bonuses depending on their track record. They are categorized to different groups like relics hunters and monster hunters, then the gang would distribute requests depending on the group that they belong to. So they get wages although they work as hunters, huh? That somehow does not sound right to me. But that means that they'll still get some basic wage even if they can't get good relics, right? But in exchange, the gang will earn a lot of money if they get expensive relics. But even so, some hunters still hunt for expensive relics to increase their hunter rank regardless of the reward. And for the hunters who don't seriously hunt for relics, I heard that they get transferred to monster hunting group. They do think about all kinds of scenarios, huh? As Akira heard about a different kind of lifestyle for a hunter, he could not help but voice out his amazement. That was really interesting, thank you. He thanked Sheryl and she was delighted to hear that. Sheryl almost never showed a fake smile to Akira. After all, from her experience, it had almost no effect on him. I'm glad that I could be useful to you. It reminded Sheryl that gathering information was indeed crucial. Not too long after that, her dress was finally done. Sheryl changed back to her original dress and returned to Akira. Seelan thought that she did a good job as she made a satisfied expression. There was a shred of pride on her face too. Sheryl nervously asked for Akira's opinion while fidgeting. How is it? Akira looked at Sheryl with her newly readjusted dress and voiced out his opinion. Oh, that really changed your outlook. You look really good in it. Sheryl was thrilled to receive such praise from Akira that she smiled happily while blushing. The Old World dress, which could no longer be considered an Old World dress after the modification, looked beautiful on Sheryl, enough to make someone like Akira, who had a dead fashion sense, think that she looked good in it. The weird feeling that was present when it was slightly too big for her had completely vanished. While on the other hand, it was able to fully preserve the refined beautiful Old World design which further complemented Sheryl's already charming figure. It seemed that Seelan was indeed a skilled fitter. Alpha smiled as she said to Akira. It seems that it is worth the 1,500,000 orum, right? If you had not given any good reactions, it would have meant that your fashion sense was really unsalvageable. Even someone like me can recognize it. It was worth spending that 1,500,000 orum. Katsuya then turned to Akira, who was amazed by that readjusted dress, and asked him. I hope you find it satisfying. Of course. To be honest, I didn't expect that it would change this much. I'm really satisfied with it. Those praises are the greatest reward that we can ask for. If you need to readjust your dress, please, by all means, come to us again. Katsuya smiled happily as she offered to do more business with Akira in the future. After Akira and Sheryl left that shop, Katsuya asked Seelan. Seelan, to be honest, that was way better than what I expected. Since when have you become that good? Seelan smugly replied. It's a mix of her base figure, the quality of the dress that she brought in, and my refined skill. That's the reason I could produce such a miracle. To be honest, I don't think I can ever do something like this again. Katsuya was convinced by Seelan's explanation, but she panicked when she heard Seelan's last remark. What was that? I did tell them to come here again if they need more refitting though. There's no mistaking that they'll expect the same result next time, you know. Well, even if you tell me so. I'm going back to sleep now, don't interrupt me this time. Seelan left Katsuya after she said that. She was already sleep-deprived when she started working. And since she was still exhausted, she planned to sleep until the next day. She had done exceptionally well that day, thus she believed she would be able to get a good night's rest as she headed to her bed. Katsuya, who was left behind, worried. But then, she reassured herself that it was a good advertisement for her shop and all was well. Akira walked Sheryl back to her base. On her way to her base, Sheryl was wearing the dress that she bought from Katsuya's shop. As for her dress that just got readjusted, she put it inside a strong box. She knew that she could not walk around the slum city in that dress because of the danger. Even the dress that she was wearing was barely safe to use in the slum city. The people around her gang's territory knew well that Sheryl was backed by a powerful hunter, thus none of them wanted to mess with her. But even so, if she wore the dress inside the strong box and walked around the slum city, there might be people who would try to attack her, ignoring the fact that a strong hunter was backing her up. That was why she could not wear that dress on her way back to her base. After Akira walked Sheryl back to her base, he headed straight to his home. Although Sheryl found that a little unfortunate, she decided to focus on thinking about her next plan while she was inside her private room. Sheryl glanced at her dress box. She changed to dress inside that box and stood in front of a mirror. She looked at her reflection that looked like a refined lady from a rich family. She then started smiling as she thought of a plan. As long as I have this dress that even Akira praised, I'm sure everything will go well. Sheryl smiled full of confidence with her next plan as she kept on looking at her own reflection on the mirror. Chapter 91, Bounty Hunting Invitation. Akira was patrolling through the wasteland around the city. It was because he had taken the patrol request from the hunter office. Just because there was a bounty monster roaming around the city, Akira could not afford to keep himself locked inside the city forever. Thus, he decided to go out while avoiding the areas where the bounty monster was spotted. Akira was sniping at a monster from a moving vehicle. It was for his training, so he had no support from Alpha. Of course, it was really difficult to accurately aim at his target from the constantly shaking vehicle. The hit rate was simply miserable. He kept on shooting while following Alpha's instruction. Alpha, is there any news about the bounty monsters? Did someone get at least one of them? No, all the 4 bounty monsters are alive and kicking. There's almost no new information about them too. The latest one I could find only contained a more detailed description of the area where they were spotted and mentioned their increased bounty. Akira sounded annoyed as he said. I don't care who it is, I hope someone would take them out soon. It's not like they're hiding deep inside a ruin somewhere, right? They're just roaming in the open space. Those hunters with tanks should be able to make a short work of them, right? Well, most hunters with tanks only work further to the east, after all. If they send some of those hunters here and the hunters in this city take out those bounty monsters before the other hunters arrive, it would be a huge waste of time and money. That's why those hunters with tanks are reluctant to bring their tanks all the way here. Of course, it'll be a different story if no one is able to take the bounty monsters out after a while or if the bounty prize increases. Akira lowered his aim. He spotted other hunters coming from the same direction as the monster that he was aiming at. It would be a pain in the ass if he missed his shot and accidentally hit those hunters. Even aiming at their direction was enough to cause a needless misunderstanding. Again, huh? Aren't there too many of them around this place? Akira had been encountering a lot of hunters lately. I'm sure it's because they have the same idea as you, trying to avoid going to the areas where the bounty monsters were spotted. Just like you, they have nothing to do if they only stay inside the city, and taking the patrol request will at least get them some money. Meanwhile, from the city management perspective, this request would make sure that the bounty monsters are not going to approach the city. That is why the city management issued a lot of the patrol requests lately. I guess I'll increase my patrol radius, huh? It'll be a pain to deal with if I get into a fight with another hunter after all. You're right, let's do that. Since the other hunters had already moved away from the monster, Akira took another aim at the same monster as before and pulled the trigger. This time, he had Alpha's support in order to quickly take out that monster. The bullet went right through that monster's head and instantly killed it. Akira could feel the big gap between when he had Alpha's support and when he did not. He then smiled bitterly and mumbled. I wonder how long it'll take for me to do this with my own skill. It depends on how hard you train, so let's patiently keep training. Akira was driving his vehicle while Alpha was trying to cheer him up. After moving somewhere further from the city, he continued his shooting training. The day started to get dark. Akira thought that it should be the time for him to finish his patrol request and head back to the city. On his way back, he encountered a lot of hunters heading the opposite direction. They must be the hunters who took the night patrol request. The night patrol request had a higher reward than the patrol request for the day. Thus, a lot of hunters preferred it. But looking at the number of hunters who had taken that request, it seemed like they had run out of the day patrol request and had no other choice but to take the night patrol request. But if that was true, it also showed that most of the hunters decided not to go out to the wasteland at all. Akira, there's a call for you. Who is it from? Shikarabe from Drankum. Akira tilted his head. It was because he did not remember anyone who he was usually in contact with having that name. Alpha noticed that and continued to explain. It's that other hunter with whom you worked together in the underground city exploration with Elena and Sarah, remember? He said something about the other hunters who were in their team before you came in, something like having a fight against the other hunters from Drankum. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira finally remembered him. It was that male hunter who was more or less as skilled as Elena and Sarah. He was in the same team with Elena and Sarah to explore the front line during the Kuzushihara Ruin Underground City's temporary base aid request. He was a pretty strong hunter. That guy, huh? I wonder what it is about. Akira took out his information terminal and picked up the call from Shikarabe. It's Akira, what is it? Shikarabe here. There's something I want to talk about, do you have some time? Where are you right now? I'm in the wasteland, near the city, on my way back home. So, what is it you want to talk about? Well, it's related to our work as a hunter. I've talked about it with Elena and Sarah too, it's not anything strange. You can at least listen to the offer first before deciding anything. I'll send you our location, if you are interested, come here. Later then. Shikarabe only left Akira with those words before cutting the call off. Akira thought for a bit, he then operated his information terminal to send a message to Elena asking if it was okay to call her right now. It did not take long before a call from Elena came in. It's Akira. Elena-san, do you have some time? Sure, what is it? It's nothing big, just something that I want to ask Elena-san and Sarah-san. If it's going to be a long talk, how about we meet somewhere? I don't mind if you come over. Sarah is here too. No, it's just a short question. It should be fine to talk it through the phone. Akira then explained about his short exchange with Shikarabe to Elena. After listening to his story, Elena made a guess and said to Akira. I think he's recruiting hunters to join him in hunting the bounty monsters. It seems that Drankum is focusing its effort on hunting those monsters right now. Multiple hunter teams from that gang are out chasing for the bounty prize, you know. We also got the same offer from Drankum too. They asked us to join one of their hunter teams. The reward was pretty big, so we accepted it. I see. So that's the story, huh? But it's not something that they would offer to a hunter like me, right? We were together during that Kuzushihara Ruin Underground City exploration, remember? I guess he thinks that you should be a good addition to his team. Personally speaking, I also think that you'll do just fine. I believe that Sarah thinks so too. Well, you saved Sarah back then in Yonezuka Station Ruin. If I may say something about it, I don't want to hear someone who has enough skill to save us call himself a hunter like me, you know. I am sorry. Akira apologized in panic. Elena laughed bitterly and said, Akira, I think you underestimate yourself too much. Being humble is a good thing, but some people might react negatively to it. So you need to be more careful. Akira thought that he evaluated himself pretty accurately. He believed that most of his performance was thanks to Alpha's support. Although that might be really the case, the other people thought that his performance was all from his own strength. Akira's real ability was hidden behind Alpha's support, thus Akira himself did not completely grasp his own real ability. That was the main reason why he evaluated himself lowly. Elena then continued. Going back to our main subject, I think there's nothing hidden behind that offer from Shikarabe. Although, I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that Drenkum would even pay other non-member hunters for the bounty request. Well, I bet that they really want to get their names out by defeating the bounty monster. After all, when you take out even one of the bounty monsters, the hunter office will announce that achievement in public. But it'll only include the name of the team and team leader. The names of the non-member hunters in that team will not be mentioned in the announcement. This meant Elena's and Sarah's name would not be mentioned too. Akira found that weird since having their names out would bring them a lot of benefits. Elena-san, are you okay with that? I don't really mind. After all, it's not like I'm working as a hunter to become popular. And of course, because of that, I asked for extra rewards as an exchange. Akira giggled as he imagined that Elena must be smiling smugly right now. Putting that aside, I'll at least hear his offer. Thank you very much. If you're going to take that request from Drenkum, I'll be counting on you if we get assigned to the same team. Yeah, me too. Akira then ended the call. Alpha was staring at Akira. What? It's nothing. If you're planning to go to where Shikarabe is, let's go there after you get back home first. The location sent by Shikarabe is the coordinate for a pub in the lower district. There might be no parking space for your vehicle. You're right. I guess I'll at least let him know that I'll go there later. Akira then used his information terminal to send a short message to Shikarabe. Alpha thought that Akira should be thinking of taking that offer from Shikarabe. The reason why she made that guess was because Elena and Sarah had taken that request. If Elena and Sarah had refused, Akira might not even be willing to listen to Shikarabe's offer. It was rather unclear whether Akira realized that or not. But if she asked, Akira might realize it. Considering that it might affect her plans in the future, Alpha decided not to ask him. Elena was sitting on a chair as she stretched her body. She was sitting in a very comfortable position, so comfortable that she might as well fall asleep on that chair. Though, it was an expensive chair that prevented her from getting tired even after sitting on it for a long time. It was her favorite chair that she splurged her money for. She was in a very comfy get-up. She was only in her undies and an information terminal that was attached to her head. It might be the side effect from working as a hunter, who was regularly in the dangerous wasteland. So, she really put down her guard and relaxed when she was in her own house, where she was safe. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that she dressed rather slovenly when she was in her home. Sarah suddenly came in with some food. She was only wearing a shirt above her undies, just like Elena. She was in a very relaxed get-up. It might be because she was always using a tight bodysuit when she was out doing her hunter work, so Sarah tended to use a very baggy get-up that gave her a sense of freedom when she was at home. Both Sarah and Elena would only change into something more respectable if there was someone visiting. They were talking with each other while enjoying the meal. It sounded like you were talking with someone. Is it something about tomorrow's request? Nope. That was from Akira. It seems Drenkum also offered that bounty hunting request to Akira. But he hasn't decided to take it or not. His offer came from Shikarabe. So Akira has become a hunter that even Drenkum would request, huh? Well, it's not that strange considering his ability. Wait. If it was an offer from Drenkum, wouldn't he have to talk with the person responsible for negotiation in Drenkum first? So why would Shikarabe directly make that offer to Akira? When Sarah pointed out, Elena also questioned that fact. Now that you mention it, you have a point there. Not to mention, when Shikarabe also made that offer to us, it seemed that he did not know we had already made a contract with Drenkum. Is it because of some kind of misinformation inside the gang? He might be in a hurry since he doesn't want other hunters to make a deal with Akira before him. But that was all. It was just a small question, and after that exchange, Sarah and Elena stopped from thinking any further about that subject. There were a lot of pubs in the lower district. Since a lot of hunters came there to drink booze after returning from the wasteland, those pubs were relatively dangerous places filled with rowdy hunters. Not to mention, those hunters would get drunk in those pubs while still carrying the rifles that they usually carried to the wasteland. Some of them would even drink until they were only left with their last shred of rationality. Around those pubs, there were brothels where prostitutes would sell their services to those hunters. Of course, those girls had people behind them who protected them in case something happened. It was simply an area that the people who could not handle a fight would never approach. Shikarabi was inside one of the pubs in that area. Shikarabi was sitting on a table further inside that pub. He was accompanied by other hunters that looked more or less as successful as him. There were beers on top of the tables, but Shikarabi had not touched his yet. The ones drinking those beers were his hunter friends. One of them had a device installed inside his body to break down alcohol. Even if he was dead drunk, it would only take about 10 seconds for him to return back to normal. Some of them had drugs to help break down alcohol too. Thus, it should not cause any trouble during the negotiation for their tomorrow's plan. Shikarabi opened his information terminal and confirmed Akira's massage. He then said to his friends, "Akira will come here soon. I'll handle the negotiation, don't say anything unnecessary." I know. So then, is this Akira guy going to be useful? He, at least, won't be an extra burden to us. So how about the guys that you brought with you? After Shikarabi asked that question, his friends took turns describing the hunters whom they had in mind. I have 2 hunters with Det and their observer. They're pretty skilled. I've also talked about them with their creditors. They told me that they don't care if those hunters get killed in the wasteland, but if that happens, they asked me to bring back their dead bodies. I've also asked others, but I'm not sure if any of them would come. As for me, I have 2 hunters who wanted to come in order to make a connection with Drankum. One of them is pretty good while the other one is more or less as skilled as us. I'm also waiting for a call from the Proxy Corporation in case if other hunters wanted to join in too. After listening to their explanation, Shikarabi asked them, if they're really as good as us, rather than coming to us, they should be able to negotiate directly with Drankum, right? So what's the catch here? I don't know the details. But I heard they got into a fight with someone and so they are looking for protection or something. I guess that's the reason why they can't go through the normal way. If you want to know the details, you'll have to ask them directly later. So basically, they're telling us to ask what's going on with those hunters ourselves and decide what to do with them, huh? Shikarabi's team was aiming to hunt the bounty monster. They were gathering men for that purpose. It was also the main reason why Shikarabi called Akira. But it was a little different from Elena and Sarah who were invited by Drankum. Akira was walking in the lower district. His destination was the pub where Shikarabi was. He was walking through a relatively dangerous area within the slum city. There were some drunk hunters knocked unconscious beside the road. The only reason that no one attacked them was because there were people who were monitoring the area so that it would not turn into a lawless zone. Not to mention, trying to attack those hunters might get themselves killed instead. These people could not complain if they got attacked when they were sleeping beside the road, and the people who attacked them also could not complain if they got killed instead. Akira ignored everyone who was trying to offer their services, mainly about alcohol or girls, in that place and headed straight to the pub. It was a pleasure district maintained with the money that the hunters gathered from risking their lives. A particular kind of nuance and splendor was maintained in that area so that those hunters, who exchanged their blood and sweats for money, would be willing to spend their money in that place. That place became the reason why some hunters could still face the next day as well as the reason why some hunters fell from grace. Akira never came to that area himself normally. Thus, he could not help but look around with a face full of interest. Alpha was walking next to Akira while evading the people who walked past him. Even if she collided with someone, her image would go through their bodies, so there should be no problem at all. But even so, she still evaded those people while walking beside him. Akira found that weird and asked her about it. Alpha, is there any need for you to evade colliding with people? There should be no problem even if you collide with any of them, right? It's because of a different reason. Is it because it makes you feel sick when that happens? No, but it'll make you feel sick. Well, I don't think it's a problem though if it doesn't bother you at all. Alpha then walked to one of the hunters there and fused her body with that hunter. The moment that happened, her face half fused with the head of that hunter and it made her look like a weird-looking humanoid creature. Akira frowned. It was true that it looked disturbing. I'm sorry, can you keep evading people like before? Told you. Alpha returned beside Akira and smiled happily. The equipment carried by the hunters around them varied. Some of them carried huge weapons. Those hunters must have headed straight to the pub after they returned from the wasteland. Some of them even carried relics with them. Akira himself only brought his augmented suit, AAH assault rifle and A2D assault rifle. He left his CWH anti-material rifle and DVTS minigun attached to his vehicle and his ammo-filled rucksack back home. He thought that he would not be allowed to get into the pub if he carried his usual weapons as if he was going to the wasteland. That was why he left most of his equipment back in his home. But he started to think that he should have brought those weapons with him. Akira eventually arrived at the pub where Shikarabe was waiting for him. It was a fairly huge 3-storied pub. When Akira entered that pub, the master of that pub frowned and told him to leave. This is not a place for a young boy like you. You should go back home. But Akira calmly gave a flat reply. You should say that to the person who told this young boy to come to this place. Someone by the name of Shikarabe should be here. Do you know him? No idea, but you can go ahead and look around. Good grief, who is this fool, who told a young boy like you to come to this place? Although he complained, the master of that pub gave his permission for Akira to come into his establishment. Since he did not get kicked out, Akira proceeded to look for Shikarabe inside that pub. The pub was fairly big and there were a lot of hunters present. It would be a huge pain in the neck to look for Shikarabe among all those hunters. Where exactly is Shikarabe? Should I try calling him? Akira pulled out his information terminal, but Alpha suddenly said to him. It seems that he's on the 2nd floor. Let's go. Although Akira was a bit interested as to how Alpha did that, he stopped himself from asking any questions about it because he thought that he should get used to it. Even before Akira bought an information-gathering device, Alpha was already able to tell him the exact location of enemies around him even when they hid behind an object. Thus it would be weird to question how she did that now. Akira had learned a lot of things from Alpha thanks to her classes. As he learned more and more about common sense from her, it reminded him more and more that she was an anomaly. But to be honest, Akira did not really care who or what Alpha really was. The important thing to him was whether she was his ally or not, although she might be only helping him since she was in contract with him. That was why Akira decided not to ask too much about Alpha. He prioritized on the most important part as he thought that there was no reason to needlessly ask about her techniques. It was so that he would not deplete his luck and that his days with Alpha as his ally would continue. Akira followed Alpha's instruction as he headed to the 2nd floor and right to Shikarabe's table. Just like she said, Shikarabe was really on the 2nd floor. Shikarabe quickly noticed Akira. He then waved to Akira and called out. Come over here. Shikarabe and his friends were sitting around a round table. Akira took the seat on the opposite side where Shikarabe was sitting. Shikarabe and his friends were sitting on the big sofa that was originally put there so that customers could sit with the server girls. Shikarabe smiled at Akira. These two are my friends, Yamanobe and Velga. Yamanobe, Velga, this is Akira. Yamanobe looked at Akira with curiosity, while Velga looked at Akira with suspicion. Akira did not care about them as he looked at Shikarabe's eyes and asked him. So then, what is it? Well, before that, do you want to order something first? Although this is a pub, they also serve meals other than the snacks for drinking alcohols. No need. I'll order something if it seems that it'll be a long talk. Not to mention, I don't know how much they cost too. Akira seemed to be cautious. Shikarabe smiled and said. I see. Let's get into the main subject then. You heard about the bounty, right? We're planning to hunt those bounty monsters. If we just want to kill them, we alone should be enough. But to be able to do that faster, with a better winning chance, and to take them all out, even us alone would not be enough. That's why I'm recruiting for extra helping hands right now, and that's why I called you here. I can guarantee that you'll get paid handsomely, so, do you want to come with us? Everything that Shikarabe said up until that point was already guessed by Akira after hearing Elena's explanation. So he calmly replied. That would depend on the terms of the contract. But if that was all, you could have told me when you called me, right? After Akira said that, Shikarabe's expression turned serious. It would be bad if you make a decision without listening to what I have to say from here on. This request is not an official request passed through the hunter office. It's simply an offer between two hunters. I want you to agree about this part first. Shikarabe and his friends waited for Akira's reply with serious expressions. But Akira was not sure what exactly those words meant. Although he knew that it was a pretty important point, he did not know anything further than that. Akira then asked back, also with an equally serious expression, that if I take that offer, what kind of downside might I be facing? Tell me as much as you can. I'm sure you know this even without me telling you, but secrets like that are the main source of conflict in the future. And don't give me that, I didn't tell you because you didn't ask, thing. I'm not someone from Drankum, I'm just a hunter who is used to working alone. That's why I'm not really familiar with the conventions and other subtle things between hunters. Very well. Just tell me if anything still bothers you. Shikarabe then explained his offer in detail to Akira. Requests that did not get passed through the hunter office were basically informal requests. To be more precise, even if Akira was paid by Shikarabe to help him fight the bounty monsters, it would not get written in his hunter track record. Furthermore, there was no insurance for such requests. For the requests that were passed through the hunter office, in case if there was a defect in the request or if the reward went unpaid, it would leave a record. Thus it would help force the hunters to follow through with their contracts. And so without it, the only people who protect the contracts would be the hunters who signed those contracts. There were cases where hunters used violence to claim their unpaid rewards and got framed as robbers instead and got themselves killed in the end. The trustability of such requests was so low that people usually took any of those informal requests as a scam. Putting aside if the reward was worth that risk or not, Akira was offered a huge amount of money for that request. They would subtract their expenses from the bounty prize before dividing it equally among them. But Shikarabe and his friend were not included there. Although the final number of people was still subject to change, if Akira and the other 4 hunters excluding Shikarabe and his friends were able to defeat a bounty monster, the rest of the prize money would be theirs after subtracting their expenses and Shikarabe's share. As for the payment, Shikarabe would get the money from the hunter office first before distributing it to the other hunters through bank transfer. Even if they failed taking out the bounty monster, Shikarabe would still pay 1 million orum to Akira. But in this case, Akira would have to pay his ammo expense and the other expenses himself. Akira thought carefully of Shikarabe's offer and asked everything that bothered him. There are some points that I want to confirm. First of all, for the expense, how much is acceptable? I have no plans to put any particular limit. That's why I'll explain to you things that we won't accept. First, we won't include paying back your debt. If you can't join us because you have a debt to pay, we won't give you any money to pay for that debt. You'll have to pay that debt using the money that we pay you. Second, money for new equipment. It's to avoid hunters who ask for compensation for buying equipment that is worth the same amount of money as the prize money. Just because the prize money is 500 million orum, we won't give you any money if you buy yourself 500 million orum worth of new equipment. After all, that would mean you would basically take away all the reward money from the bounty. But, We will reimburse you for the money that you spent on ammo or rental equipment. It would be a pain in the ass if you guys look for any loopholes. That's why for my offer, even if we are able to kill a bounty monster, leaving the expense aside, all three of us won't take even one or more. I can guarantee you that. Second question. How many people would be on the team? Including you, it'll be at least 4 people. Although it still depends on how our negotiation goes with the other hunters, I think it would go up to somewhere around 15 to 20 hunters. We do plan to get as many people as possible, but we won't go above 30. Alright, is there any guarantee that you would really pay the reward? None. Shikarabe gave a straight answer without any hesitation. Akira's expression turned grim. It was as if Shikarabe and Akira were putting pressure on each other with their gazes. After a short silence, Shikarabe then added, "That if I have to be honest, I prefer to pay your reward than to have to fight you over the reward. If I really think that you don't have enough skill to pose a threat to me, in the scenario that I don't pay your reward, I wouldn't bring this offer to you in the first place. After all, it would be useless to bring you with me if you're really that weak." Akira stared at Shikarabe and thought. If he took that positively, it meant that Shikarabe recognized his skill. But if he took that negatively, it meant that Shikarabe would do that if he discovered that Akira was not that powerful. So in the end, depending on his performance, it could swing either way. Lastly, why don't you pass it through the hunter office? You could have offered me this request through an official contract, right? When Akira asked that question, Shikarabe frowned. Are you going to refuse this offer unless I tell you the reason? Yes. After all, I don't want to get roped into some troublesome conflict without realizing it. Shikarabe turned to Yamanobe and Velga. Velga smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine to tell him that, right? It's only a matter of time before it gets out to the public." "Well, I can understand if you don't want to tell him though." Yamanobe also agreed with Velga. "It should be fine as long as he's not going to spread it around. He's the guy that you picked, so if it's possible, I don't want to lose him just because we didn't tell him about that thing." Shikarabe sighed. He then turned back to Akira. "Don't tell anyone, okay? It's due to a problem in Drankum. So don't tell anyone outside Drankum about this." Akira nodded firmly. "Alright." Shikarabe judged that Akira was not lying. He then looked so annoyed as he said, "Well, basically, there is currently a power struggle within Drankum. Chapter 92, People Who Kill Too Much and Get Broken. Drankum was one of the countless hunter gangs in Kagamayama City. It was also a private military organization that focused on hunter jobs. There were many hunters in Drankum. When it was just a union of a small clique of hunters, it had no problem at all. But as it grew, factions started to form inside the gang, to the point that it sometimes disturbed the management of the gang. As Drankum grew into a huge organization, the gang started to take in common people to make sure that the gang's management could continue smoothly. Although it gave a boost to its growth, it also worsened the faction problem. Some friction started to spark between the management and the other people in the gang. As they needed more hunters to fill the executive positions, inexperienced hunters started to flow into the gang. Those people who never stepped outside the safe city would give orders to the people who faced the dangers of the wasteland firsthand. They even complained, saying that the very people who went out to fight the monsters used too much ammo or medicines, or scolding them for bringing back bad relics or not enough relics to justify the expense. Although that might be the correct way to manage a big organization, it still rubbed the hunters the wrong way. Then there was one particular faction that started to rise lately. It was a faction of young hunters that kept gathering influences. The very people backing up this faction were the people of the upper echelons who decided on the rule of how the gang will be organized. To be more precise, they were the people who made the new rule about prioritizing young hunters. They were the hunters with no particular past achievements. It was rare for these hunters to get to the upper echelons position. The young hunter faction had a feud with the veteran hunter faction inside the gang. Shikarabe was a part of the veteran hunter faction, and so he was aiming to get the bounty monster in order to win that war of influence. After listening to Shikarabe's story, Akira more or less understood the reason behind Shikarabe's offer. He then asked Shikarabe about the points that he did not fully understand. I understand that there's infighting inside Drankum. So, how exactly is that related to not passing this request through the hunter office? It means that I'll have to go through Drankum's administration before I can get it to the hunter office. If I do that, some information might be leaked to the other faction. So it's to prevent that from happening. Moreover, it's better not to get this offer through Drankum so that we can adapt and make better adjustments in case if something happens. For example, if I try to bring along a rather suspicious hunter with debt, the other faction or the office might cause some trouble. So that's basically it. That sounds rough. Akira sympathized as he mumbled those words. It seemed that joining a big gang brought more trouble than he had thought. Shikarabe then asked Akira. If you don't have any more questions and okay with it, it's about time I hear your answer. Akira thought for a few seconds. I don't mind taking your offer, but I have a couple of conditions. I always fight alone, so I want you to let me stay like that. I'll still help you with your strategy, but don't expect me to work together with another team. And also, I'll leave if I judge that we don't have any winning chance. Although I'll ignore you even if you tell me to stay and fight, I'll at least let you know when I leave. I don't want to die after all. If you're okay with these conditions, then I don't mind taking your request. Those conditions are rather a lot to ask for, you know. I can say the same to you too. I'll be an unofficial part of your team, even my name won't be recorded. I have no plans to be your sacrificial pawn. So. This time, it was Shikarabe who took some time thinking. After a few seconds, he smiled confidently and said. Very well, we have a deal. Akira and Shikarabe made a deal there. Although Akira would act separately, he was added to Shikarabe's bounty hunting team. Alpha looked a bit surprised by that. Akira, are you really okay with that? Weren't we going to avoid meeting with the bounty monster? I at least got him to agree that I can run in case if I think we have no winning chance. Or is it still too dangerous with my current ability? It's not like you're going to fight it alone, so I don't plan to stop you. It just caught me by surprise that you suddenly got so interested in doing this. Is that so? I think it should be relatively safe though, and since the reward is pretty good, I just thought that it might be okay to take the request. After all, it would be a problem to me if no one won't take those bounty monsters out anytime soon since I can't go to the ruin to gather relics. Alpha then thought. The reason why Akira decided to take that offer was mostly because of that conversation with Elena. For Alpha, anything that could greatly influence Akira's action was bad news. It was still tolerable for now. But no one knew how it would affect him in the future. Thus, Alpha decided that it would be better to come up with a way to mitigate it. After that, Akira stayed in the pub to meet the other team members. He moved to another seat since he would be blocking the next person negotiating with Shikarabe if he kept sitting on that chair that was across the table from Shikarabe. There was an order terminal fixed on the table where they were. Akira used that terminal to order some simple meal. He then waited for his meal to come while talking with Shikarabe about the details of his request. Shikarabe had decided on a simple plan to hunt for the bounty monsters. The next day, at 4 in the morning, Akira would meet up with Shikarabe and the other hunters outside the city before going to hunt for the bounty monster. As for which monster among the 4 bounty monsters that they were going to hunt, Shikarabe would gather information both from Drankum and from other routes and decide right before they went out on their hunt. Although, in the worst-case scenario, someone might hunt the 4 bounty monsters before they could even try. But it was not like they could go right now. Shikarabe and his friends had a lot of things to prepare first. They were in the middle of making that preparation while gathering more hunters. It seemed that they even planned to work overnight tonight to finish their preparation. Not too long after that, a girl wearing a sexy dress came with the meal that Akira ordered. She was surprised to find a young boy like Akira there. She then placed Akira's order on the table and asked Shikarabe. This is a pretty young newcomer, not to mention that this is the second floor. Shikarabi, are you the one who brought him here? Yes. This guy will be busy today and tomorrow, so don't try to offer anything to him. Tell that to the other girls too. That girl made a friendly smile and said. Of course we won't offer anything to a small boy like him. How about your friends? I'm sure the master also told you that we're going to be busy too, right? He didn't tell you. Everyone in this table is out of question. What boring men. Why are you even on the second floor? We have a lot of things going on too. When we finish this job, we'll throw a big party and spend a lot of money here. So wait until then. Don't forget those words, okay? She smiled seductively before leaving that place. Akira was not sure what they were talking about, so he asked Shikarabi. Is there anything special with the second floor? Well, the third floor of this building is a brothel. So the waitresses on the second floor also offer their service and will go to the third floor. So people who only want to drink would stay on the first floor in this building. After hearing Shikarabi's explanation, he understood why he was told to leave when he was on the first floor. He looked at Shikarabi with a blaming gaze, that you shouldn't call a boy to this place, you know. Shikarabi lightly laughed. Age doesn't matter when it comes to being a hunter. It's not like I chose this place in order to annoy you, it's just that it's better to talk about an unofficial request on the second floor. So just ignore it. Akira sighed, he then decided to ignore the fact that he was on the second floor and started eating. A group of 4 men approached the table where Akira and Shikarabi were. Yamanobe noticed them and waved his hand. They were the people that Yamanobe called and the people who accompanied them. Basically, 2 hunters with debt, their observer, and someone sent by their creditor who would be the one negotiating with Shikarabi. The observer and the person from the crediting company took a seat. The hunters in debt stood behind them. The guy from the crediting company started first. Are we late? Yamanobe, who was dissatisfied, replied. Yeah, so you better bring the people that I asked you for making us wait like this. Of course, if it was only random people, we can bring as many as you want. It's hard to find the people who satisfy your requirements, you know. So just forgive us for being late. There are not that many hunters out there who have enough skill to hunt bounty monsters while not minding taking an unofficial request not from the hunter office, you know? Isn't that why I paid you a lot of money? So if the people that you bring me are useless, I won't let that slide. I know. Let's start the negotiation. Yamanobe started his negotiation with Tomjima. Akira was still eating his meal while listening to them. The guy working as the observer then sat beside Akira. Akira knew him, he was the hunter who Akira met in Higaraka Residence Ruin, it was Colbert. Yo, been a while. Since Colbert talked to him first, it was not like Akira could just ignore him now. We meet again, huh, Akira? Observer for hunters with debt, huh? Is it your main job? Nah, just a side job. The company that guy is working for, I owed them the money that I spent to fix my arms which got eaten by the monsters. So it's either I pay them the money or I have to do this kind of job for them. Since I want to fix my prosthetic arm too, I still need money. So then, why are you here? How about your job to escort Sheryl? Being a hunter is my main occupation. Sheryl's escort is not. I see. Yeah. Akira and Colbert ended their conversation with that awkward closing. The air between them felt rather tense, but it was all blown away when Akira sighed. So that explains why you knew about Guyver's debt, huh? I really hope you'll do your job properly as an observer, you know. If you did back then, we wouldn't have had to get in that trouble. Colbert just laughed and said. I know, I'm sorry. I never thought Guyver was that stupid. Don't tell me that Dale too. Nah, he doesn't have a debt and he's not an observer for Guyver. He's completely unrelated to us. Observers did a lot of things in the shadows to secretly watch over the debt-ridden hunters. They even assigned some hunters to join suspicious arbitrator companies. Then they got assigned on the same team as their target as if it was a pure coincidence. Their front face was still an arbitrator company with proper permission from the hunter office, thus some other hunters who were not related to that particular credit company also used their service. Dale basically was one of those hunters. It was by pure coincidence that Dale and Colbert were assigned to the same team. I heard Dale sent a long complaint to the arbitrator company, but that was pointless. After all, it's basically a creditor company pretending to be an arbitrator company in order to keep the hunters in debt under its watch. Even if Dale caused a ruckus and told people how bad the company is, it'll have almost no effect at all. It's a half-dummy company, so it can just shed its old skin and restart again. To think that Dale would get himself in that company, he's really an unlucky guy. After listening to Colbert, Akira mumbled as if it has nothing to do with him. Well, it was about someone else after all. But their exchange affected someone else who was present. It was one of the guys who were standing behind Tomjima. His name was Kadal. He was brought there to resolve his debt. Kadal was already annoyed the moment he saw Akira. But he finally could not hold himself back as he suddenly interjected in the middle of the negotiation with a rude voice. "Hey, is that boy also a team member?" Tomjima quickly scolded him. "Don't interrupt like that. Just shut up and wait there." But Kadal ignored him as he said annoyedly, "That I'm going to risk my life out there, you know? So I don't want a small boy like him joining the team and reducing my share of reward." Everyone turned to Akira, who looked completely calm. Kadal pointed his finger at Colbert and said, "Moreover, isn't that boy his acquaintance? Are all of you guys planning to cut my share and get them for yourself? Don't fuck with me." Tomjima suddenly came up with something. He saw a way to make him get the upper hand in that negotiation, thus he scolded Kadal and told him to shut up. "Just calm down and shut up. Don't interrupt the negotiation. Colbert, you watch him." In order to hold Kadal back, Colbert stood up from his seat and stood next to Kadal. He quickly closed the distance between them, hid away Kadal's rifle from Kadal's hand with his left hand, then smoothly pulled out his rifle with his right hand and prodded into Kadal's mouth. Colbert did try to stop Kadal, but Akira was even faster than him even though he was closer to Kadal than Akira. Shikarabi smiled and thought. He reacted to something that happened outside his field of view. It reminds me that he somehow was able to detect the monsters in the underground city. Is it from the same technique? Is he always putting his information-gathering device to scan the area around him? I don't think that's right. The way he moved might be thanks to his augmented suit, and he's already using a different augmented suit compared to when we were in the underground city. Anyone would need a lot of training to be able to use the full power of their augmented suit, and he was able to achieve that for a new augmented suit in such a short time. Or is it all thanks to the quality of the augmented suit? No, that's not it. For some reason, I feel like my intuition is always dulled when I'm around him. Although he was amazed by Akira's moves, he was also trying to find the reason why Akira could do that. His guess was not correct, but not entirely wrong either. His ability to make such a guess was proof of how good he was as a hunter. Although Shikarabi was the one who invited Akira to the team, Yamanobe and Valga actually were still suspicious of Akira's real ability. But their opinion was changed in an instant. They thought that it was as expected for Shikarabi to invite such a hunter and approved that Akira would be an important addition to the team's power. Akira was still pushing the muzzle of his rifle into Kadal's mouth. He was expressionless as he stared at Kadal. He then casually asked Shikarabi. "Shikarabi, if I kill this guy, how much will it affect tomorrow's plan?" Kadal tried to break away. He knew that Akira was not trying to scare him. Akira was seriously asking that question to Shikarabi. Shikarabi was a bit surprised by that question, but he did not try to stop Akira. "It won't affect much. It seems that this guy can't judge his own situation well after all. You can do anything with him." The only reason why Akira had not pulled the trigger yet was because Kadal was already in a contract with Shikarabi. And if Akira killed him, it would lower his success chance for hunting the bounty monsters. But with that answer from Shikarabe, most of his worries were already resolved. Akira's eyes suddenly turned dark and ominous. Kadal, who was looking at those eyes, was frightened. His life was hanging by a thread, but before the thread snapped, Shikarabe suddenly said, "But if you kill that guy here, the master of this place will ask you to pay for cleaning the corpse and the blood. Not to mention that he might also ask for money to repair the bullet hole on the floor too. We won't help you pay that, you know." Akira then grumbled. "It won't be counted as reimbursed expense?" "No. You'll have to deal with the master. I'm sure he'll come here angry after hearing the gunshot. We won't help you with anything." Akira sighed and pulled back his rifle. His desire to kill Kadal was not big enough compared to the aftermath that he should deal with later. If it was in the middle of the wasteland, Akira would have killed him. After all, if it was the wasteland, he could just pick a random place and dump the corpse there. A lot of people had the same line of thinking. That was why the civil order in the wasteland was the worst. Akira turned back to Shikarabe and his friends. "I'm leaving. I feel like it'll only cause me more trouble if I stay here. Not to mention, I have to wake up early tomorrow. Just to be safe, send me the position and time for the meeting tomorrow to my information terminal." "All right. Make sure to finish your preparation by then and don't be late, okay?" "I know, see you tomorrow." Akira then headed to the stairs. But he suddenly stopped and added, "And also, I don't care if you want to pay that fool there, but it might be better not to expect him to return back alive, you know." "I totally agree with you." Shikarabe laughed as he said. The thing that Akira wanted to say was well conveyed to him. Akira then headed to the stairs and went to the first floor. Yamanobe mumbled as he saw Akira off. "That boy is really short-tempered. People like him tend to kill too much and get broken later." Valga also made his remark, but compared to Yamanobe's remark, which was rather negative, his remark was positive. There's no guarantee that he would take that insult lightly. It was more or less an act of self-defense. I think it's a good idea to keep that distinction in mind, you know. Depending on where you put that line, you might be taking it too lightly. I mean, like, look at the aftermath over there. Yamanobe then pointed at Kadal. With that easy-to-understand example right in front of him, Valga nodded in approval. Kadal was about to pull himself up and retrieve his rifle. But before could he extended his hand, Colbert appeared and got hold of his rifle. Colbert then kicked him and knocked him unconscious with face down on the floor. But he managed to let out a scream of pain, so Colbert just told him, "Just sleep there." Colbert then warned the other debt-ridden hunter. "You two, don't try anything funny." As Colbert sent his glare to him, that hunter could not help but to give a firm nod. Yamanobe and Tomjima laughed awkwardly. "Now then, we were in the middle of a negotiation, right? Well, it's true that I didn't ask you in particular not to bring a fool who would point his gun at his teammate. We haven't made any deal yet, and we haven't made any detailed plan yet. It could even be said that we're not teammates yet. So let's keep that in mind as we continue our negotiation." Tomjima let out a cold sweat as he tried his best to look calm. His hard negotiation was just about to start. Akira was on his way to the wasteland. The sky was dark. It was not clear whether it was in the middle of the night or early in the morning. He was heading straight to the meeting ground to meet Shikarabe and the other hunters for hunting bounty monsters. It was still a few hours until the sun rose. Although he slept sooner than usual the day before, he still did not get enough sleep for the day. He was driving his vehicle while trying to stay awake. Alpha, who was sitting next to Akira in the driver assistant seat, said, "I can do the driving if you want to get some sleep. I'll wake you up when something happens, so don't worry. Being sleep deprived would affect your performance after all." "Even if you tell me that, it's not like I have any complaints with my usual food. The food that he was eating on a daily basis back in his home was not that different compared to what he ate when he was still staying in inns. But even so, his food was still way better than most of the food in the slum city. Thus, at the moment, he was really satisfied with his current food. Of course, Akira himself wanted to eat something better, but he was still hesitating about paying a huge amount of money for that. Well, I won't force you or anything. But, just remember that it should be okay for you to afford a little bit of luxury. At least enough for you to pick the hunter ration you like. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. In that case, I might as well eat some more. That was not enough to fill my stomach. Akira then extended his hand to the back seat and took another hunter ration. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled bitterly. Right after Akira finished his meal, the meeting grounds started to come into his view. Shikarabe and his friends were already waiting for him there. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.